To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at me. One day, you get out. Mama, Mosi, I want me to go. I got no one who tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to never tell them what they
The way things are going right now, I think it's time for us to
release all the powers.
Yeah. I think we should first of all give them a hint of Abido Sheka. The country now right now. I think it's time to shaking things up. What do you think about Abido Sheka?
It's a spiritual. You know that we're no more collecting rights from transformer. We're taking light directed from high tension. 2024, watch out. And I will let you know and declare you what we're going to use to end all this mess. I'm a warlord. I'm a Ndaboski. Baose.
Epidemic.
Pandemic. Pandemonium. Catastrophe. Cataclysm. Ufonya.
Ewa.
Ejemini ekebo. Akobi ewe ayo. Ewe tumeje. Itun lo ni ọtún ẹṣẹ. Ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra. Àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ. Gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà. gbogbo mẹ́ta ọ̀ka wá sẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimo, Eguma wego. Tuba jọdịrị Chukwuma dukwu tuba jọdịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo ayandaba 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 Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba 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 ayandaba. sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ask kwa nefo ya brand si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am 30 youth. Akuna mota akuna kogabu.
Become Africa's biggest seaport when it's completed. He also says the Badagry Deep Sea Port, which will be constructed in 4 phases and will make Nigeria the maritime hub of the West and Central African sub-region.
There's also an approval for the construction of the Badagry Deep Sea Port. What it means is that what we've been suffering, as a logistic and commercial economic hub of West Africa, with these 2 ports, we will be solving all of the problems that we currently have with logistics.
I know I'm going to be about what I'm about to say, but I really don't give. Talk to Nigerian men. Nigerian men, what is it? What is it? Must you guys spoil things for good men? Must you guys spoil things for genuine men? Every country you people go, you people must spoil it. It's either you use the women, it's either you use them for papers. Right now, it's becoming so difficult. Once you hold that Nigerian passport, or you tell somebody you're a Nigerian, they begin to look at you like a fraudster. They begin to look at you like a criminal. Nigerian men, what is the problem? Are we the only people in the planet? I'm not talking to all Nigerian men, but I'm talking to most of the Nigerian men in the diaspora. I'm not saying there are no Nigerian men in the diaspora that are doing hard work for themselves, taking care of themselves, doing legit businesses. But it's so crazy that we live in this generation right now, where there is so much fraud. You talk about fraud, Nigeria. You talk about this, Nigeria. I was living in a place called Lesotho. They used to give people permanent residence. Immediately Nigerians came in, it was cut off. You go to South Africa, it's so difficult for a Nigerian to get visa because of the things that the Nigerian men are doing with their girls. America now is difficult for them to give Nigerians visa. Why? Because they go there, they use their women for papers, mess them up. At the end of it, it is bad. Once you hold a Nigerian passport, it's like you're a criminal. Nigerian men, what is it? We can do better. Stop making things difficult for men who are genuine. There are Nigerian men that are genuine. Stop making things difficult for men who are genuine.
It took just one bulldozer and just over 5 hours for the building of probably the greatest architectural interest in Lagos, which had stood for over 100 years, to be razed to the ground. Nothing remains except, and you can't make this up, the angel that once stood at the parapet, gazing down at Lagos City. The building was known as Ilódio Bar, or Casa do Fernandes, and looks more like a Brazilian Baroque building than a Nigerian one, because it tells one of the most interesting immigration stories in human history, when in the 1800s, thousands of people fleeing slavery in Brazil decided to return to their ancestral Yoruba homeland. These immigrants, known as the Aguda, came with incredible carpentry, blacksmithery and building skills, plus money and international exposure. And they really showed my indigenous Yoruba ancestors pepper, as they became part of the Lagos elite, and Brazilian architecture transformed the Lagos landscape. The Brazilian presence is still felt today with surnames Cardoso, Alakija, Evaristo and more. But sadly, names is all that continues to prosper of this dynamic Aguda culture, as so many of these buildings have been demolished. Such a loss, as they are of incalculable historical value. They tell the story of the original year of the return, which was not Ghana 2019, but Nigeria 150 years earlier. Follow my Substack, link in bio, for more hidden stories in architecture.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darti. Yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. And when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darti. Yo go to phone it bunny bucket as a party. Hey, Chuagamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamambale sim. Minyala fije nangi jamalengi baratin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the
And there it is right there. Shifty, Nama, and whatever it is that I said. So I every time I watch that guy, I kind of feel but being impressed. They say never miss your calling in life, and I hope that's that chap that we just saw there. I hope he never misses his calling in life. His calling in life is not herding cattle across the vast swathe of the African plains. No, his destiny in life is to be in some studio. So that's an excellent rap then from our Fulani friend. So good day to you, good to be with you, and good to be in your company. So hope you've had a wonderful day. So hope you've had a wonderful day. I've had a very busy day, so I'm not quite sure how long the session will last, but to fulfill all righteousness, we just carry on anyway. You see, that's that stiff of upper lip, that Oyo stiff upper lip. So there it is, the Oyo stiff upper lip. So the usual protocol, click on the like button. You know why I'm asking you to do that, so do that. So that helps the platform propel up the YouTube algorithm. So click and it propels it up the algorithm on whichever platform that you're watching, because we're streaming to a multitude of platforms. So click on the like button on YouTube or the equivalent in whichever platform that you are watching on, because it helps the platform move up the algorithmic chain of the YouTube. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe if you haven't done that already as well. Do that. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on that as well. If you want to come and, you know, it's been a while since we've broken a new voice, and we're so desperate now to break in a new voice. We're looking for a new champion voice, and that new champion voice is yours. So don't be shy. Come join us. If you're new to the space, you get first dibs. As soon as you come in, I'll come straight to you just to establish and document your voice on the platform. So do that. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join in the studio. So we need to freshen the place up, and the only way to freshen it up is to invite even more new voices to expand the conversation. So click on like. Yeah, of course you can. What do you mean? Yeah, of course you can. I mean, yeah, click on that. We don't hear enough of your voice. So click on that. Come join us, my paddy man. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of equal importance, the example already set by Ayo, anytime he turns up, oftentimes he sets that example. Click on the $ at the bottom of the screen and do a super chat towards the platform. So that is an acknowledgement of the efforts being made. It's just a nod in the direction of the platform. We anticipate 5. We often do get it. So do that. Click on the $ at the bottom of the... so don't worry. You don't shake the table any more than anyone else here. So it's an open house. Anybody, it's a free-flowing space. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. And of course, the $, whichever the equivalent is on whatever platform you're watching, click on that and make donations towards the platform. We have the anticipation of 5 on YouTube and 5 on whichever platform you're watching us from. So do all those. So do all that funky stuff. Let me hustle through it. It's a potpourri. Do you know what a potpourri is? When you put a convergence of all sorts to make a whole. So it's a licorice all sorts of a session. We're going to be here, there, and everywhere because the news cycle not so given today. So whatever we find, we feast on. So whatever we find, we feast on. Let's first feast on this. So whatever we find, we feast on. Let's first feast on this. So this is the follow through of the Bobrisky narrative. Cubana chief priest already in EFCC custody. So is that narrative of abusing the Naira, and he's not because they can't just pick Bobrisky, because that would look like victimization. And I'm not sure they can really pick everybody as well. So they've picked one from the Southwest. They are picking one from the Southeast now. So we're now waiting to see if they have the testicular fortitude to go and pick up a northerner. Following the news of the arraignment of businessman and social media influencer Pascal Chibueke Okechukwu, popularly known as Cubana chief priest, by EFCC over Naira abuse, correspondents has exclusively learned that is already in EFCC custody. The EFCC source who spoke to correspondents didn't say exactly when our chief priest was arrested, only that is in their custody and will appear in court tomorrow, April the 17th. EFCC is prosecuting him for allegedly spraying and tampering of the Naira at an event at Eco Hotel on February the 13th, 2024. So there it is. It's short and to the point, but they are sweeping them all up, but the cycle are never completed until another night is picked up. We've actually had a Naira super chat before. I think that's far back in the early stages. That's when Nigeria then being mischievous. So yes, the cycle cannot be completed, of course, without a northerner being picked up. So that's our Cubana chief priest then being picked up for abusing the Naira. So I think any one of us can be picked up for that particular. It's not a crime, really, is it? It's an infraction. So I think any one of us can really be picked up for that infraction, because I'm not sure that I have ever sprayed, actually, because I don't go to Owambe parties. Federal government now pays about 600 billion Naira monthly for fuel subsidy. So this is Rain Oil CEO Ogbechi. So there it is right there. So this goes then to corroborate somewhat to corroborate what El Rufai told us yesterday. Federal government now pays about 600 billion Naira monthly for fuel subsidy. Rain Oil CEO, I won't attempt his name again, industry key player and CEO of Rain Oil, has claimed that the federal government has resumed the payment of the controversial fuel subsidy following the devaluation of the Naira in the foreign exchange market. Ogbechi made this statement on Tuesday during the Stanbic IBC Energy and Infrastructure Breakfast session held in Lagos. He pointed out that with Nigeria's daily fuel usage at 40 million liters and the foreign exchange rate at 1,300, the government subsidy per liter of fuel falls between 400 and 500, culminating in a monthly total of approximately 600 billion naira. So I think this is a guesstimation rather than a knowing, because he's extrapolating and projecting. He pointed out that with Nigeria's daily fuel usage at about 40 million liters and the foreign exchange, and by the way, they don't actually sell Nigerian fuel by liter. So I think they sell it by gallon, don't they? I'm not quite sure how petrol is sold at the pumps in Nigeria. He pointed out that with Nigeria's daily fuel usage at 40 million liters and the foreign exchange rate at 1,300, the government subsidy per liter of fuel falls between okay, so the fuel price will be around about 700. So that's his projection. So I don't get it. I don't really get the mathematics in play here, but this is what he's claiming. When Mr. President came May last year, one of the things he said is that subsidy is gone. And truly, subsidy was gone because immediately the price of fuel moved from 200 to 500 per liter. At that point, truly, subsidy was gone. During that period, Naira was exchanging for 460, but a few weeks later, the government devalued the exchange rate and dollar moved to about 750. At that point, subsidy was beginning to come back. The moment the two markets officially closed, officially the market went to about 1,300. At that point, the conversation was out of the window. Subsidy was fully back on petrol. If you want to know where the petrol should be, just look at where diesel is. Diesel is about, but diesel is 1,000 naira now actually because Dangote has reduced it. Diesel is about 1,300 and petrol is still selling for 600 naira. So I can tell you for free that there is at least 400 or 500 naira liter subsidy on petrol today. If you look at our daily consumption, say 40 million liters, and we're spending 500 naira per liter. I thought he said 600 just earlier on. So this guy is just plucking figures to make a political point. That is about 20 billion naira every day, 600 billion every month, and 7.2 trillion yearly, depending on how we look at it. So subsidy is definitely back on petrol. Furthermore, he said that NNPC, being the only petrol importer in the country, implies that there is an ongoing subsidy as price had been fixed. I think it's logic rather than knowing. I don't think he especially knows anything, especially, but is applying logic really to guess at it. That's just what I'm getting from that. But let's move on there swiftly from there to better news. Dangote crashes diesel to 1,000 naira per liter. So this is quite exciting actually because diesel is the energy of business in Nigeria. Also, all those articulated trucks and all of those factories, their energy source is from fuels because fuel is not from fuel, it's from diesel because diesel is what powers both the factories and the trucks that ferry all these goods around the country. And a lot of the costs that we find at the market, they're usually wrapped around logistics. So this is essentially where it is. Dangote crashes diesel to 1,000 naira per liter. So you should see this reflecting now in a market near you. Dangote Petroleum Refinery. And by the way, there's no one in the studio just yet. So if you want the conversation to take place, let me just send the link. We'll see how it goes. But we would need somebody in the studio for the conversation to take place. But Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced a further reduction of the price of diesel from 1,200 to 1,000 naira per liter. While rolling out the products, the refinery supplied at a substantially reduced price of 1,200 per liter 3 weeks ago, representing over 30% reduction from previous market price of 1,600. A statement by the organization on Tuesday night explained the significant reduction in the price of diesel is expected to positively affect all the spheres of the economy and reduce high inflation rate in the country. So there it is right there. So the good news is coming to a space near you. The good news is coming to a space near you. So maybe that will rebuild then your confidence in the Naira. Nigerians have lost faith in Naira and now saving dollars. So this is the Minister of Finance bringing you this rather worrisome news. The Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, has stated that Nigerians are saving in dollars because they have lost faith in the Naira. He stated this during a recent presentation to senior business leaders in Lagos State, adding that the recent appreciation of the Naira's value demonstrated that Nigeria's efforts to strengthen its currency are bearing benefits. He stated that the country seeks all diasporic. I couldn't find the word. He stated that the country seeks all diasporic funds to bolster the Naira, adding that the country's foreign direct investment dropped to there's another drop actually. The National Reserve also dropped by about 2 billion naira, $2 billion over the last week or so. So I'm not quite sure we should get too excited about the naira strengthening, because if the foreign reserve drops, it will affect the strength of the naira. Sorry. It stated that the country seeks all diasporic funds to bolster the naira, adding that the country's foreign direct investment dropped to 3.7 billion naira in 2023. I wonder if that is dollars. Foreign direct investments can be 3.7, even under Buhari, it can be 3.7 billion naira. He said, because of lack of faith in the currency, people have decided to hold and save in dollars. We are targeting all the funds in diaspora. There are all these funds that you have brought into your local foreign account, and we're targeting them. So they're looking for a way to. Apparently, there's well in excess of $30 billion in domiciliary accounts all over Nigeria. So they're targeting that. CJN Ariwola told to resign over appointment of biological children as judicial officers. So the first question is, are they qualified? I think you might well find the name of Chidi Odenkalu. Remember when Chidi Odenkalu came on this platform, he was speaking to matters like this. The Civil Society Consortium on Judicial Accountability has called for the resignation of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, over alleged abuse of office and favoritism in the discharge of his duties. The group, which claimed that its members are lawyers of public interest, expressed dissatisfaction over the appointment of the CJN's biological children as judicial officers in recent appointments. So I think that is a fair cop, actually. It's just that is a nepotism gone wild. Appointing your own children as judges it's not on, is it really? And we're seeing a lot of this, more of the same sort of behavior from the Tinubu administration, which we thought would move us from the Buhari experience. They accused the CJN of appointing his son, Olukayode Ariwola Jr., as a judge of the Federal High Court, and also his daughter, Oluwakemi Victoria Ariwola, as a judge of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. At a protest staged at the road leading to the Supreme Court on Tuesday, the group accused the CJN of conferring undue advantage on his family by using the National Judicial Council, of which is the chairman, to recommend the two children as High Court judges. The group members carried placards with various inscriptions, amongst which were, the CJN should resign. Sorry, I can't read because I am tired. So we'll see how it goes. The group members carried placards with various inscriptions, amongst which were, the CJN should resign now, stop judicial rascality, say no to nepotism, judicial accountability a must. Speaking with journalists shortly after delivering the letter demanding the CJN's resignation, the consortium coordinator, Martin Obono, Martin Obono, of course, a name from the East, insisted that the office of the CJN be unbundled to avoid being further abused. And by the way, outside of whatever is being complained about here, let me send the link again. Hopefully somebody will pop in, otherwise I will see how it goes. Outside of what's being complained here, I too agree that the office of the CJN should be unbundled. Because you have the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of the Federation. So you can't have both, and both being straddled by, those are two different parastatals. It should be, because the Attorney General of the Federation should really just be in charge of all legal matters in terms of lawsuits or etc. For and against the country, and the Minister of Justice should be the policy minister for law. So the two spaces should not really straddle each other. So I agree that it should be unbundled, but not for the reasons being adduced here. The CJN's appointments, let's say, speaking with journalists shortly after delivering the letter demanding the CJN's resignation, the consortium coordinator, Martin Obono, insisted that the office of the CJN be unbundled to avoid further abuse. So, like, for instance, the Judicial Council now, it should not be headed by the Attorney General of the Federation. It should be headed by the by the Minister of Justice, and all that. Although I don't think it's the same thing. I'm talking nonsense, aren't I? Because he's not even the Attorney General of the Federation. I think it's Fagbemi, isn't it? Right. The CJN's appointments have raised serious concerns about potential conflict of interest and the erosion of public confidence in the judiciary. More importantly, the violation of Rule 11 of the Code of Conduct for Judicial Officers in Nigeria, which states that in the exercise of his administrative duties, a judicial officer must avoid nepotism and favoritism. The consortium emphasized that the legal system must uphold the highest ethical standards to ensure that all citizens receive fair and equitable treatment under the law. Nepotism in judicial appointments not only violates principles, but also threatens to weaken the rule of law in Nigeria. So I think that's not an maybe he won't, maybe not quite to reach to his resignation, but I think that is fair comment actually. Calling him out for appointing his children as judges. Ganduje remains national chairman. Purported suspension, criminal act of impersonators. So this is the APC now putting the kibosh on the story that headlined yesterday's session. Let's go on from there to this. IMF raises forecast for Nigeria's economic growth to 3.3%. I was actually going to headline with this, but optimism somewhat for the Nigerian economy. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has raised its forecast for Nigeria's economic growth in 2024 to 3.3%. The new forecast was contained in the IMF World Economic Outlook for April, released on the sideline of the ongoing 2024 spring meetings of the World Bank and IMF in Washington, United States of America. The latest forecast represents a 0.3% point higher than the 3% forecast contained in the January 2024 World Economic Outlook by IMF. So it's somewhat of an endorsement of the moves by the Cardoso, Wale Edun, Tinubu team. But what I was hinting at earlier on, the foreign reserves falling, Nigeria's FX reserve dips by nearly $2 billion in less than 1 month, hits lowest level in 6 years. Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves has witnessed a significant downturn, plunging by approximately 1.84 billion in 26 days amidst the Central Bank of Nigeria's robust effort to stabilize the Naira. So I think they are actually shoring up the Naira with the reserves is what this is hinting at. Current figures from the CBN as of April the 12th, 2024 revealed that the FX reserve are now positioned at 32.61 billion, a stark decline from 34.45 billion recorded on March 18, 2024. Previously, correspondents reported a substantial depletion in the reserve, shedding about 1.08 billion in just 18 days. So I think they are using the foreign reserves to defend the Naira. So that's just it. EFCC to arraign Cubana chief priest for Naira abuse. So we've already gone through that. And this one now, federal government reveals biggest threat to security in Nigeria. So I've read this. This is from Olupome Tunji Ojo, and he's essentially telling us that it is corruption. The Minister of Interior, Mr. Olupome Tunji Ojo, says corruption and corrupt practices fuel insecurity in the country, calling for all hands to be on deck to fight the menace. So that's just it. So that's just it. So I played the Kegite music, and I'll probably play a couple more music. And if nobody turns up, then I just have to shut it down. But let me play you the Kegite music. Then hopefully somebody turns up before that music stops.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wale Edun keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. So Adewale to the rescue. So we might have somewhat of a conversation. So Adewale, good to have you. It's just you and I today. Adewale.
Good to have you, one man.
Ogagba, how far?
Nothing much.
I was just about to say thank everyone. See you tomorrow when you popped in.
I heard you. That's why I jumped in.
That was going to be my next line after that music. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
I know you wouldn't do that. You're probably going to make it more of a monologue, and then after people start coming in.
Yeah, no. The thing is, I've not quite mastered that because once I've done the readouts and I've given my commentary, I'm looking for somebody to come and counterbalance it. So otherwise,
but I've seen you doing some special coverage on some.
Yes, I do that.
Yeah.
All right, let's kick it off then. Where do you want to start? Is there anything that especially caught your attention in the news today?
Well, I jumped in when you were talking about Ariwola's son's appointment.
Yeah, no, that has to be criticized. Surely, that's just bad.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not?
I think to the contrary. Nobody get appointed as a judge without a robust background in law. and you must have practiced at least for a decade before you can be appointed as a judge, whether at the state level or the federal level. So, and when somebody is eminently qualified for that position,
They are not eminently qualified. Dewale, do you
what do
remember?
you mean?
Do you remember when we had Chidi Odinkalu on the platform?
Hmm.
Right. You know, Chidi Odinkalu is a law professor, so and he's a real judiciary man. And it was citing the example then that these people, these children of this guy, that they barely have enough, sufficient enough to even be a mid-level person in a chamber. So I don't think that they bare minimum qualify, but certainly not the best pick. They
Okay,
certainly wouldn't have gotten the job without Daddy's name.
okay. Let's look at the. Let's go into what qualified for someone to be appointed a judge, whether their father has been in the position before. We look at the fact that they've been practicing law for the past 10 years, correct? And they have no blemish as far as their profession is concerned, no felony, right? And also they look at the some of the cases they've handled, and the Judiciary Commission look at their background, right? And because of them being a son or a product of a prominent judge does not should not be the reason why they should not be appointed. I understand the optic of being the nepotistic aspect of it, but if they are qualified, and as far as this particular individual is concerned, he was qualified. All right. I don't think single-handed.
Do you think they would have gotten the job if their father was not the CJN?
You know, one of the things that I observe is that in a law profession, I see a continuity. Um, if you look at some higher institution in high league schools, it usually favors those who have had their, forebearer being a product of that school, and that gives them the leverage above other applicants. So you see them admitting students that have had their parents attending that particular school. It's just for that continuity aspect of it that they wanted. And for somebody whose parent has been practicing law and they decided to step into that shoe to be, you will notice that they're usually better than their parents, in terms of how they do the job. So, and you can't take somebody who is not a lawyer, who has not practiced law, to be appointed as a judge. It just doesn't fit. Likewise, when you have somebody in the medicine profession, but when somebody is qualified, practice that profession for some time, and because their parent, is a chief judge or the state or the federation, should not exclude them to be, being appointed. I mean, they are Nigerians, so because the last name is Ariwola does not mean. You see what I'm talking about?
So it's just a coincidence that two of his children were appointed as
If your child is
of a
qualified,
federal high court.
but if your child is qualified and you are in a position to say, what, to approve, not to approve. So because it's your child means that you will not approve. I mean, it's not just one person's panel. We're talking about numbers of people coming together to assess this person's.
But it was some recommendation though, Dewale. So and the recommendation of the CJN, it carries a lot of weight, doesn't it?
But it's not working under them directly. They have their area of jurisdiction. It's High Court judge, which is being set. Well, I think I understand your.
You don't see anything wrong with it. You don't see a clear case of nepotism.
No. It's not about nepotism. It's about if somebody marries something, just like you have your child, and you are setting up your child to take over after you retire. There's nothing wrong if your child is also good at it. What you set out for him to do. But we're too quick to jump to the fact that if that son haven't had a pedigree, or people testifying to his character and his is a kume when it comes to this profession. I will be objecting to that. But you have somebody who has been a front runner right from this, high school, who has been doing excellently well academically and profession wise. I don't see any reason why you cannot say yes to your own son. I mean, it's not about money making business. It's about talking about one of the pillar of the society. So to me, I don't see any reason. It's not because Aribola is the one that single handedly, and besides, he's not the one that appointed. It's actually president that appointed, and he just recommendation from the judiciary commission. That's it. So that's my take about that. But
Jafar is calling you out as a hypocrite. He says when Justice Bokachawa and Mary Odelis children were appointed, and we did this on this. We've done a lot of sessions. So,
but you can't call me a hypocrite because I did not object to that. You see, one thing is this, man. When you know every year in year out, lawyers submit their, or people, I guess it's based on recommendations about being appointed as a SAN. And you have objections from every quarter. People write petitions and all that for them not to be appointed. Right? But we're always too quick to jump to this bandwagon of I'm the one in position, my children should not be, because your children also are Nigerian. Okay? Now, just like when you have Tinubu's son being part of the entourage that went to, I think, Qatar then, and was being ridiculed and criticized in the media, that why should they be there? I get it. That is a government business. But we're talking about somebody who
you sound like you need a glass of water.
No. I'm still at work. I don't even know what is keeping me. Right. I'm actually, but the thing is this. Yes, we have millions of Nigerians that are also equally qualified to be appointed as judge. But when when these individuals are selected or appointed, so to say, and you have a commission that did their due diligence by supporting and giving support to the candidacy of this individual and say they're qualified for this position, I don't see a reason why we should be criticizing the father simply because he's the Chief Justice. I mean, he didn't hand it over to the president and say, you must appoint my son, right? So that person can't call me an hypocrite because the circumstances of how this guy been appointed is quite different from the orderlies and co. But besides, one man, when you are leaving a position, especially when you have a child that takes interest in what you do as a parent, is a thing of pride that you have offspring that is following your footsteps, right, woman? So in a case, and if they are good at what they do, I mean, of course, you want to make sure that they have render the service to the country. They could as well stay back and remain a lawyer for the rest of their life and make money like Alpha Babalolas and the rest of them. But when they are being appointed, I mean, judges don't make that much. Let's just get that straight. Yes, they may be corrupt. They may be, but to me, it's just a service to your fatherland. And if at all, lawyers make more money than the judge. So that's just what I say.
All right. Let me move you on. I disagree, by the way. I see it as a case of nepotism, but of course, difference of opinion. Let me move you to another topic. It looks as though they're sweeping them all up. Cubana chief priest already in EFCC custody. So what did they do wrong? It was caught spraying Naira. They have a particular manner of they throw it in the air and then jump on top of it. So what are you then making then of these are sweep through that were saying by the EFCC?
Well, I once read it on X that EFCC is shedding shadow. When EFCC was set up, people were expecting that number one, politician would be thrown into prison like fish being thrown into a sardines can. But they've forgotten that all these little acts that we are doing that is wrong, how do we correct them in a society? And Yoruba will say, you have to start small. So you start sending messages. The chief priest and the Bobrisky, what do they have in common? They are influencers, right? They are present on social media. They have followers. Now, when you start picking all these minors, I call them minors, you know, it will send signal to their followers that look, you need to learn that we cannot continue to treat our currency the way these people are treating their currency. I want to term them as a scapegoat. And if that is the case, because it's possible that they might look maybe found one or two videos or old videos online, and they might use it against them. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a Yoruba person. I've never done that before. Well, I won't say I've never done that before, but in my adult life, I've realized that something that is not worth doing, and that's why they said,
I have never done it before. I just find it so crass.
yeah, it is.
You
It
know,
is crass.
it's just
It
a
is crass.
crass, you know.
It is crass. I've done it once. The reason why I paused when I make that statement was because sometime in 2020 or 1999, I do it about. I'm not so sure. Somebody was getting married. I think out of excitement, I saw somebody doing it, and I threw the money up. It was, it was a night. But I don't even go to party. I'm so boring like that. But later I found that this is wrong. Why should people be throwing money, even putting money on people's head? That you can't see dollar being treated that way. Nigerians that are doing it, they do it behind the closed door. When you have Nigerians live, even in UK where you are, Nigerians can,
You know why I hate it.
yeah.
I hate the one-upmanship of it. So one will go and spray, and then they will spray 500 naira, and then the next one will want to outdo them and go and spray 1,000 naira, and then I just find it so silly, you know. I
I've
just so you know.
mm,
So,
I've heard people saying it's our culture. When did we start having that? In our society as a culture. I don't believe it's our culture. Just believe that because the ostentatious lifestyle of the Yorubas actually enables them to be doing all this rubbish. And now that's got like a full wildfire, and people, other tribes also are also doing it, and they are doing it in a very, very crass way.
is it a Yoruba introduction into the Nigerian space? This
I would say
spraying.
it was actually started from the Yorubas. Now we have this money miss road, money bag, money. I don't know what you call them.
E-money and
You know,
you know.
all these, without mentioning names, all these scrupulous people. But you can't even explain the source of their wealth. All of a sudden, they just come online. They start, making.
That should be more the source of arrest than spraying Naira. Because all these people, all these chief priests, there's another one called E-money, and then their leader is a guy called Ubi Kubana, Somi Kubana.
Well,
They
one,
suddenly
one,
busted onto the landscape
one man,
without accounting for where the money comes from, and they're just spending it like it was like the money had an expiry date.
one man,
So that's
one
more
man,
the reason why they should be arresting him. Sorry, carry
one
on.
man.
Yeah,
Can you hear me, one man?
yeah, carry on.
Let us be cautious when we mention them. These people are individuals, they're private citizens, and they have a right to sue. But these are just observations, they are not public office holders. So whatever I would say, let's just exclude their names from it.
Oh no,
But
no,
of
they
course,
are publicly known people now,
they're publicly known, but they're still private. They're
and
still private citizens. And
these
I
questions
don't want
hang
us to
over
be,
them.
I don't want us to be liable for any civil damages
Don't
or
worry
whatever.
about that.
Well, by the way,
Yeah.
it is a symptoms of decadence in a society when you now have people who parade themselves as an influencer, have no straightforward source of income, um, but see themselves as the shaker of the or those who shape the pop culture, or don't let me use pop culture, but the norms of the society. Now they come around, yeah, some of them trying to um, make it look legit by trying to introduce some products. I heard it, but I'm not so sure about that. That some of them actually, claim money for these politicians or warehouse money for the politicians. and in some cases they mix you know, the what do you call it? The 419 money with politician money. So everything just muddled up. And some of them, we found them in the National Assembly and all that. Now, when you see those people, you can tell by their way of life, you know, how they, no reasonable, rational mind person, not or rational minded person. I'm not talking about our own rational mind now, can be a little bit irrational sometimes. Will work so hard for their money and will be throwing up just like you have the likes of, these
Yeah,
folks.
but yeah, but yeah, going back to my comment now, Dewale, when I'm saying that it's not so much them abusing the naira, but actually explaining, because I don't think anybody that makes money legitimately abuses it in the manner that we've seen it abused so often.
But your brother Bobrisky was found with almost 500 millions in his account that could
Yes.
not be accounted for. But they dropped the charges because what is the point taking the money when you could not even ascertain how the money got there in the first place? Now, I mean, having such amount of
My brother or my sister? Are you sure that
but yeah,
he's my brother or my sister?
having humongous amount of money in your account is not a crime. But if government is not interested in doing so, but trying to use you as a scapegoat. Of course, they already defined the scope of how that case is going to go. So, going into that scope of that millions of dollars, I mean, naira being found in his account, to me, they know they're just going to be deviating from their set goal. So that's why they didn't go into that details. They dropped that charges. But if they are to dig deep, it's going to take longer. They just want something quick that they can strike and back off, use it as a campaign so that other people will learn from it. But I think a time will come, perhaps maybe when they'll be able to, because they need more personnel. EFCC doesn't have more people. I mean, they don't have legal staff that will help to prosecute some of these cases because it takes long to fight, cases like that. And sometimes you have people working behind the closed door, just like you have the GA, FBI, and all that are doing their job behind the closed curtain. So, and some of the time you have them doing, performing some don't let me bite my tongue, woman. Some, operations underneath. So, but I think it's a good thing that they are doing it. I don't care what other people say that, oh, it's chasing shadow. To me, it's not about chasing shadow. It's about reshaping the society, getting us back into shape. Because how do we learn if they don't start prosecuting? And I think that if they start small like this, the bigger fish will start to, sit tight and do the right thing too. I mean, I don't even see big men spending money lavishly like that. Yes, they showed the video of governor of Niger State. That was before he won election, right? But they can't prosecute him now because he has immunity, right? So who says that maybe after election, I mean after his tenure, they will not pick him up if he's not in the good book of the whatever administration is in power. So, but to me, we have to start now. If I'm the one found culprit, I should be dealt with. Even if any of my family member is found wanting when it comes to mutilation of currency, I think it's high time we start respecting that money.
What do you think has happened to our panel? Is it the change in time? Is it a lethargy for the Nigerian politics? Because usually they are not able to get into the studio now, we are not able to get them into the studio. What do you think is happening?
I checked in yesterday till like around 3 o'clock. We're still having like 6, 7 people in the studio talking.
So it's the timing, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think so. Like me now, I have my hands full. Ever since I went back to work, I've been busy. Yesterday when I joined you guys, I was out there with my little ones, just have to, spend time with them. And the moment I got in, I got my hand busy. So people sometimes might be a little bit,
because I'm sensing a certain sort of weariness around the Nigerian politics. I think people may have been beaten down by it. Do you sense that?
You know what I would advise is that this is when you establish yourself, or this platform established itself, because just like in a business, you have the down moment, and you also have uh, the rush time or rush hour. So this might be the downtime when customer will not come in for now, but the time will also come back. You have people. I mean, I'm talking about 6, 7 people in the studio at 3
Yes, no,
a.m.
I think it's a timing thing. I think people, because like you say, people come in slowly and then the space fills up, and then suddenly you see that people are trying to come in, but they can't get in. But
But you have your loyalists, your diehard supporter like Shioma.
Because one matician, one room learning. That's what we have. You have offended some people that I will not mention. You know what? You did. I've 82. Cowboy.
One man, you need to bring money to go and buy cow for the sacrifice.
I just now.
We will buy 7 cows. 7.
But Dewale, sorry, can I just ask a question? Because I can't confirm it. Is it true that the BDCs are now selling dollar at 980? I saw it on Twitter.
No, they said they are not buying it beyond 9 something. So if you're trying to sell your dollar,
so they buy at 9 something and then sell at the 1,000 mark thereabout.
Yeah.
Because some popular obedience because I was reading some people's private message. They were screenshotting their private message. Apparently, in that space, they had a movement to bet against the dollar. So most of them they bought above 1.16, and they were complaining to the head of their mob that should we sell now, and she's like, still hold on, it's going to go back up. And like we are losing money in the millions. So like people like this guy now, this lady, Yusuf or Aisha Yusuf. Did you see her tweet, one man?
No, I saw it vaguely. I saw her say something about
that was disgusting. That was a disgusting tweet. Literally saying that
I can go and look for it again because I saw it in passing, but I didn't actually read it. I saw her say something Naira, but I don't really pay much attention to.
So what happened is that when the Naira was appreciating, people in that movement that were told to bet against the Naira were holding on because she and others were encouraging them to hold their dollars and not sell, for a minimal loss. So people that I've held since 1600 down to almost 1,000, like, wait a minute, we are losing money here. And she's still saying, well, hold on to your dollars. It's all lies. They are using blah, blah, blah. Hold on. I'm like, this guy, they are losing their money. And I suspect that she's also losing money, but she can't see it in public. I think she betted against the Naira, and it went south. And it cornered and looking Twitter in the end. That's my own thing.
Or the Twitter I'll say what.
Do you see the Twitter? Like, if you look at the reactions, like people that are obedient, they're like, this is too much now. Even obedient are against what she's putting out there. Like, how can you say people should hold on to the dollar and not sell because it's all fake? Buy more dollars and hold it. And you, if Peter Obi had won, you will be a minister in his cabinet, and yet you want your own Naira to fail against the dollar.
Okay, I think I found the tweet. It says, people that bought dollar for speculation have excess money for that, and frankly, they have their dollars. And I will say to them, keep your dollars closer. The main victims of this disastrous Cardoso experiment are businesses.
Forget that one. The second tweet is the one that was when I caused the wall. The second tweet, that the one.
All right. Is it this one? It says, keep your dollars. Your $1,000 will buy $1,000 worth of things, whether Naira decides to go either way. And no matter the disastrous policy Tinubu's illegitimate government decides to embark on, you still have your $1,000 to use. So I'm not quite sure where she studied her financial whatever.
The Wailing Wailers.
Oh, lose over in Jare Kofe,
They told them
He lose over now. What is secure?
You say, woman, there are still some people that believe that the dollar is still going to rise.
One man, let me find those screenshots for you. They are, they have their mob thing behind the scenes that their private message. They are losing money. People are actually complaining.
The dollar may rise though, because it says Nigeria's FX reserve dipped by nearly $2 billion in less than 1 month. So it looks as though they are using the foreign reserves to defend that Naira, which is not a sustainable model.
But how much of it are they spending? It's like, with the 1 billion now that they've used so far. So I don't know what exactly. So if I have 42 and I'm using less than 1 billion to defend, so I'm still okay for a while. So I don't get this. But my whole point is speculating against your own currency and coming out in public to even say it. You can do it in private. It's fine. We all want to make profit, but you don't come to say it now.
Not the more.
Don't say that in public. In America, imagine Wale being in America.
Who is saying that in public? Who?
Aisha Yusufuni. So imagine in America being a public figure and betting against the dollar, and you want to run for office. You know what happens?
Guys, as a public figure.
Huh?
You consider as a public.
I mean, like for political. I mean, in politics.
She's a very influential lady.
She's a potential minister.
If it be at one, she'll have been a minister now. Easy.
She even has strong influence now, even without Peter. They follow her every word now.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. That's where we found ourselves.
But you have the right now to speak. What are you saying?
No, that is not patriotism.
She's misleading these people is what I think BT is saying.
No, the way the system is being run is not clear to everybody.
To you, Abajalekoko?
To a lot of people.
Well, maybe they need to go and buy magnifying glass or hearing aid more.
But let me tell you this. If some people are saying now, like one man is saying, oh, they are using the reserve, or where did that information came from? They are using reserve to defend the Naira, and it's not sustainable.
The reserves have dropped by nearly 2 billion, and the Naira appreciates. So there's somewhat of a correlation between those two.
All right. So
yeah.
What still believe that they are defending Naira?
Hold on, woman. What is responsible for that depletion in reserve? Of our reserve. What did they say?
It's not explained, but
that is what we are saying.
No, it's not explained, but the speculation is that they are using it to defend the Naira.
Okay, that is the problem right there. If you can't explain to your people how you are running,
no, it's not that they can't explain. No, the article itself does not explain. So yes, it's just published figures, and then this article is speculating off the back of published figures.
Okay, so but what I'm saying now is that if as it is now that the reserve is going down, and we are not hearing from the government what is responsible for it, but only when it goes up they tell us, oh yes, this is it, and we know they don't even need to explain that, because we know when the reserve is going up, that means we are making good money. But when it's going down, why is it going down? That should be explained. So if Isaiah Yusufu is saying that, this and that, I don't think that she has done anything wrong. It's just, we deserve. It's not that.
I agree with you that she can question how they are.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yes.
The issue I have is that you don't encourage people to bet against your own currency in public. You don't do that. You can question how they are defending it. I agree with you on that one. But you don't say, hold on to the dollar and it's going to go back. You don't speculate now in public as a public figure.
Because we never had a stable exchange rate.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm with you. But once again, that will not be public if I'm doing it. I will not say that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If you are having dollar now, if you are having dollar account in Nigeria, and you see that the Naira is gaining strength, what do you want to do? Do you want to throw away your dollar? Is it advisable you throw it away?
Because actually I do have dollar account in Nigeria, and this I do. I have some deals made already because I already had the price locked in for some things. Okay, so that would not affect me. I'm saying that those are bought deliberately to make money off it going up.
Yeah, that's a different case. Those
listen, Diwali, I'm addressing those people that bought just to make money off it going up, not people that already had it for that thing. I'm saying, yeah.
I'm here.
So what is it that is not clear to an ordinary Nigerian or the likes of Aisha Yusufu, the reason why Naira is appreciating now? What is it that is not, do you think is not clear to her? That CBN says they've cleared the FS backlog to what you call it, and then they now have able to have enough to sell to the BDC operators and all that, and you also have the even though the high interest rate, people that are borrowing money, have using it to stockpile dollars, and they couldn't do that because they know they are paying high interest rate as well. So all these little factors contribute to having it. The Naira is changing because now people can't stockpile the way they used to stockpile or speculate the way they used to speculate anymore. It's just it's to me it's unpatriotic for somebody like Aisha Yusufu, thinking that Naira would not appreciate and try to mislead people like Baba. I don't even I've blocked out on my ex. I don't want her feed to be appearing anymore. To me it's nonsense.
She's such a negative vibe. I've never seen anything like it. And she has a unique skill for running things down.
I've said it before. We've had great mind as an activist in Nigeria in the days of Wumi Obe, not Wumi Obe. What is this woman's name? Something Obe. Even this Afeniferi's man's wife. These are sound great mind, patriotic Nigerians that will object to what federal government propose, but at the same time shows the level of love and patriotism towards the country. But when you now have people that are taking a stand, parading themselves as an activist, but they're just a bunch of haters. To me, they're not activists. They are not doing any service to the country. They are just loud mouth noise makers, parading themselves, parading as a patriotic Nigerian, as an activist, but they are not. Like the Aisha Buhari, some of the things that I see her tweeting is just out of line. Period. Out of line.
All right, brilliant. I think Larry wanted to come in. Larry, did you want to?
Yeah. Good evening. So
Good evening to you.
Yeah, I just want to say something on what Baba Jale Koko said. I think it was more like there's no transparency. I want him to say what he means by there's no transparency. Okay, one man, I just dropped the movement in the foreign reserve. Yeah, because this is they've been transparent. It's probably most people don't look at the information. If you go down, you see the movement. What we have every day, I think they report it almost every day. Go down a little bit.
Yeah, no. What Ajande Koko is saying is that there's no explanation for that movement.
Yeah, but I think they explained when they said they cleared some backlog, right? So what you just look at is probably
is it the reserve they are using to clear the backlog or the income they are making, revenue they are making now? What are they?
How do you think they can use the revenue they are making now to clear backlog as much as that?
Well, I don't know. What they told us is that they're making a lot of money.
Yeah. They are making a lot of money. How much are we really talking about in terms of backlog?
Look, there was there was money in the reserve back then when Emefiele did not pay. So now we still have the money there. We still have that reserve. And then if they are using the reserve, they should be able to let us. You see, the information is very important when you're running the state. When you don't give out information, then people like Aisha and all the rest.
But have you been checking?
And
See, when we talk about information, what exact information do you expect? Do you expect them to come to the dailies every day to say things or put things on their websites?
No, it's not. It's not daily. You know, we become. I mean, when we see our reserve going down, everybody is jittery. Everybody is concerned. Why is it going down?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. When it's going up, we are all happy, right? But when it's going down, what is responsible? Are we heading in the right direction? What is happening to the economy? It's never good when it is going down. When it's going up, that is when we know that, yes, the government is performing good. They are making money and they are making a lot of savings. So they should be able to explain when it's going down. 2 billion is not a small money. And what do we know what is going to happen next month? Maybe another 2 million or 3 billion rather.
So for me, so let me just say this. For me, right, what I'm expecting, this is still normal, right? If you look at the trajectory, you know, if you look at the charts, in March there was a lot of increase in the foreign reserve. Woman, can you look at the chart and let's talk to the charts? Yeah, do you see what happened in March? So if you look at what happened in March, right? There's an increase. If you look at that particular chart, it kind of like went up in March, and now it's kind of like going down. So for people that are speculating, so what I'm expecting is particularly when I'm looking at when Dangote actually start giving out petrol, which means a significant chunk of our foreign reserve would definitely be coming in, because what actually happened now is basically majority of our foreign reserve is actually being used. Foreign reserve, our normal revenue, dollar revenue, it's kind of like being used directly just to buy petrol. And at least for now, I think to a particular extent, importation of diesel has actually stopped. So hopefully, when they don't use that, so we are going to be directly getting what we are getting in terms of revenue into our economy, which I think it's actually good. So there's no magic.
Are you conceding that petrol subsidy is still there? Because that sounds like a concession.
No. Yeah, obviously petrol subsidy is still there, but the only difference is because this is what I think NNPC is actually doing, because they are making this money in dollars, and obviously they're actually paying that subsidy back, because they are buying directly too in dollars. So a lot of people are kind of like looking at those differentials, but plus or minus it's still more like the government is not really paying, because you're making that money in dollars and you're buying in dollars. But for people, probably for individual marketers, obviously they're actually out of that business now, because they don't have that foreign exchange like NNPC actually has it. So, but if Dangote starts selling, so then even if they are paying subsidy, that's going to be directly going to be paid to Dangote, which I don't even know. It depends on probably if Dangote does his calculation and kind of like see what is really good for him to still make profit and still be in the business.
All right. So hopefully that clears that up. But this subsidy business, I wish they would just come out and give an explanation, because obviously El Rufai came out yesterday to tell us that it is still there, and another major player in the oil industry is actually giving us figures as high as 600 billion. But that's speculation though, because he wasn't telling us from a place of knowing.
He's saying it based on the fact that he's looking at it from the point of probably if he's using Naira to buy dollars and use it to buy. you know, but in this situation, the differentials, it's plus or minus for us, right? Because obviously we have the dollars and we are kind of like buying with that dollars. So the other man is kind of like say, okay, fine. He said, I think if you look at what he said, it's kind of like say, okay, fine. Presently, dollars is 1,300, right? And we are selling at less than 700. The difference, which anybody can do, kind of like, oh, what this is the difference. Because in that case, it's looking at it like, okay, fine. Probably NNPC, you know, is buying dollars, using Naira to buy dollars, and eventually using that dollars to buy. But in this case now, this is more like I'm buying, people are buying from me, they're paying me dollars, and I'm not even converting that dollar to Naira to buy dollar to buy. So it's still, that's why most times when MPs say they are not making loss. I understand, because they are not really, it's not like they are changing any money. It's still the same money they are using. But for people outside, probably, let's say probably some people outside NNPC are kind of like buying dollars and using that dollars to buy petrol, then you can start talking about that subsidy of a thing. So, but for me, I think it's good. Let that my main focus now is to look at what Dangote is going to bring out. You know, how much does Dangote want to sell? And I like the fact that they've said they want to sell to Dangote in Naira. That's a very key thing, right? Because if we are selling to Dangote in Naira, it's always easy for us to now say, okay, fine, Dangote, we are selling to you in Naira. It's not like you're sourcing for dollars. So how much do you want to sell? What is the cost of what you're buying? And what is the cost of the whole petrol? And what is your margin? Then you can actually look at something. So that's what I'm still looking at. So all those things they're kind of like doing all those things step by step. But obviously, if Dangote starts dishing things out, it's going to have a significant effect on foreign exchange.
All right, still staying with that Dangote space. He seems to hold the country by the jugular. So he's now crashed the price of diesel to 1,000 naira. So these guys' decisions actually affect the economy, maybe even greater than Yemi Cardoso. Because crashing the price of diesel, that has immediate impact both on inflation and more to it, to the price of goods in the markets. Because of course, diesel is the engine of logistics, isn't it? So what are you making of that headline? Dewale still has the floor, but let's just free flow. It's not as though there are many of us here. So yes, who wants to take that on?
Yeah, I don't know if Dewale wants to take it. I can.
No, I think it's taking a moment. So you carry on.
Okay. So you know, we've always been talking about fiscal side, about expenditure, about every other things that can actually bring inflation down. This is a key thing. You know, for me, I still believe that Dangote is still making profit, right? It's not like he's doing he's doing some kind of charity. Now he's still making profit, but it's just that probably the margin is kind of like it's not as exorbitant, right? Because if you look at what is happening now, this is just like, you know, things that actually affect the exchange rate will definitely affect what is actually given out. And at this point, all eyes are actually on him to know if he's actually, you know, kind of like making excess profit. So, which I think is still good for him, because 1,000 naira to a liter, it's significant compared to what it was before. I think at the point
it was 1.6 barely 3-4 weeks ago. 1.6.
Yeah.
The skittish way that prices move in Nigeria it's not conducive for business, is it? So the naira is 1.9 2 months ago, is 1,000 now. Diesel was 1.6, now it's 1,000. How do you even plan in terms of business for that?
Yeah, so you know, the problem of Nigeria is that a lot of things, what was happening with the diesel thing, people were kind of like, you know, they tell you, oh, they bought dollars to import diesel, and this is how much you want to fix for it. And they have this kind of like oligarchy among themselves, and they just agree on price, you know. But what is happening now is this: we are now able to at least we have a single source where this thing is coming from, and we can actually directly relate to that source, unlike what we had before. Look at a situation where what they were doing before, every marketer goes to the, go out to say they want to go buy. And they tell you, oh, yeah, when the ship came, this is how much we think we bought, and this is the exchange rate, this is this. So it's a lot of things happening within that sector. But presently, which I think is very good for us, now we know we are dealing with Dangote, and if Dangote actually has the capacity to give us what we can consume, and even have some capacity to even give to some neighboring African countries. So at 1,000, very, very significant. From 1,600 to 1,000, very significant. So I'm actually, now, the thing is this is what is coming from Dangote's depot, right? So plus or minus, I'm not expecting.
So there'll still be a markup, Abi, for the marketers.
Yes, there's still going to be a little bit, but I'm not expecting anything beyond 1,100 at the pump. So if you are now seeing, and then you start seeing probably some people selling 1,000, 1,070, 1,100, then you can see.
What we need is competition in that space, isn't it, really?
What do you say?
I said what we need is competition, like you said, people competing for customers.
Yeah. At least for now, we know the base. Now it now depends on how much margin each of this. Probably you can see a Rano oil, putting a little bit of probably 80 Naira on it. You can see NNPC selling as probably just put a little bit of probably 30 Naira on it and selling for 1,000, 30 Naira, which I think it's good. It's a very good development. But I'm still waiting. I want to see what he wants to do with petrol. I want to see what he wants to do. So
you mean what price point is going to come in at?
Yes.
It can't come in higher than the obtaining price point. So it has to come in significantly, but certainly marginally lower than the obtaining price point.
So that means, so what happened is this. I'm not expecting him at his own side, right? I'm looking at probably Dangote coming up with like 700, right? 700 to 800, and government kind of like.
But 700 is already 700 now, so.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Government subsidizing 300, right? So government can actually have the capacity to subsidize 300, and Dangote coming out for like 500. So you understand what I'm saying?
I get it. So long as it's done in Naira, though.
So you understand? So it's still going to be done in Naira. So at this point, because I don't know, that's why I'm more interested in how much will the actual cost for Dangote be, right? So
you mean production cost?
Yeah. Production cost and everything that, the total cost for it to get to that point where, they can get it to those guys. So if Dangote can actually, presently, I think it's for like 670. And if they are selling for Dangote in Naira, and Dangote is kind of like saying, okay, fine, talk to the federal government, and probably the total cost for him is like maybe 700. Government can subsidize 200, and Dangote published 500, while on the other side he collects 200 from government, which is done everywhere. It's done everywhere. So at that point, I want to see, it's easier for us to streamline the subsidy we are paying. I'll prefer paying subsidy to Dangote that actually has the data that I can actually know this is how much you're paying, this is how much we're consuming, and obviously we can get to that point where Dangote says, okay, fine, I can still sell for probably 550, and I think I'm still good, which means that automatically everything about subsidy is automatically cancelled.
Can the government leverage their shareholdings in that refinery for price movement? So they forgo dividend for cheaper petrol.
Yeah, they can. That's, when I say they want to subsidize, so it now depends on where they want to source that money they want to use in subsidizing. They can actually say, okay, fine, the profit you're supposed to give us, right? That 20%. Okay, let's quantify it. Let's know how much it is. So how much are you really giving? Can we really add that into your cost? And if that is going to help you bring down the cost bring down the price, and at the end of the day, it's a win-win for everybody. So
Why are we talking about subsidy when the administration president said subsidy is gone? What is the subsidy?
So subsidy is not gone now. Technically.
No. Subsidy,
what are you talking now?
what they mean now, subsidy is gone for them because presently it's not like they are using extra money to go pay for subsidy. So this is more like they are the sole importer of petrol, and they are using the money they make from what they sell. So it's not like they are now digging into our reserve to now say, yeah, we are using it to pay. So which to them,
It still comes out of the Commonwealth, though, doesn't it?
It still comes out. It still comes out from the Commonwealth, but it's still more like when we sell. It's from what we sell. It's not like we are still digging into like we used to do, right? Digging, and we know a particular chunk of our money is going to subsidy. We're borrowing to pay for it. So, but obviously, I am expecting Dangote to come on board. I'm expecting Port Harcourt to come on board, and if those two can actually come on board, then I think we'll really quickly go past this issue of how much are we paying for subsidy. Then we can focus on some other things.
All right, but will it take us back to the space that they are lumping our petrol over the borders? But it can equally sell to them anyway. But is it going to? Do you remember?
Yeah, I
How
remember.
they used to cut our petrol across the borders into Niger and
at that point, you see, that's why I'm saying data is very key, right? Custom is also going to do their own thing, but data is very key. At least we can actually say, okay, fine, this is how much we are actually paying. Okay, look at what we have now presently, right? Paying subsidy, they don't pay subsidy. We know how much we pay now. It's not like they are not even still taking it, right? So, and if I'm not even expecting that marginal difference, when Dangote come on board, probably with Dangote coming on board, probably you can actually get things sold at 600 compared to 670 that is actually sold now. So, and some people will still try it, but it's going to reduce significantly. I'm not really seeing that. At that point when they were doing it, it was free fall. Everybody was just doing the same thing because the margin was so much, and people could quickly get, become millionaire. It was so easy to become millionaire in those periods. If you are not getting rich using foreign exchange, you can actually quickly get rich, pushing petrol to the other side, and become a billionaire overnight. So what is saying happening again?
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space, the headline on the screen. Nigerians have lost faith in Naira, now save in dollars. So no less an entity than the finance minister, Wale Edun. So what does he mean by that?
No, he's not lying. He's not lying. The problem we have, like you see these likes of, we have some people, and now this is where patriotism actually come in place. Aisha Yusufu, Deji Adeyanju. So they have a clique, right? Where
and Deliver Rotimi is part of that setup.
Yeah, so and all what they do is, you may not like the president. It's your choice, right? But to get to a point where, you now ask yourself, do you like the country? Because you can't tell me that you want to come in and change my life, right? When you are kind of like interested in me not even getting a life. So what do you want to come change? So they have the rights to do whatever they want to do, right? They can, it's not new, right? We've heard severally where some people said, oh, that zoo is going to burn and everything. But at the end of the day, if you look deep, they've looked deeply inside them, they still love the country. So, people can always do it, but I can actually assure them, right? They can they keep losing money. That's how it's always like. They tell you, oh, don't worry, it's going to change, it's going to change, it's going to change. And at the end of the day, they keep losing money. And I can bet them they would still lose more. They will still lose.
All right, brilliant. What about this headline? CJ.
But cannot say this, but I think we're wrong of us to keep saying, "Oh, they are not patriotic."
Do you know Philly says that there are some people demarketing the country deliberately, wanting to sabotage it?
They are not demarketing the country. They live in the country. They are criticizing their government that is not running the country transparently. That is not running the country with corrupt practices. And you are saying they should not criticize them. I mean, is it the award of the hold on. Is it the award of this coastline that you want to say that is not shrouded in corruption? Is it the way they awarded the Owando that is not shrouded in corruption? Is it the one that they're giving to this Wale Edun company that is not? I mean, why are you guys saying that? What is patriotism got to do with criticizing government that is not running the country with absolute how do I say it, accountability and transparency? I mean, we don't have to all the time look at people that criticizes the government as enemy of the state. They are not.
No.
They are even more patriotic
I bet
than these people that are running your country.
With you, sir. I bet
they are more patriotic than the people in charge running your country. They are more patriotic.
Yeah, can I say something, sir?
Yeah.
You can criticize government policy. There's difference between criticize government policy and intentionally sabotaging government policy.
How are they sabotaging government policy?
Okay, how are they sabotaging?
Yeah.
Now, you are basically preaching a situation. You are basically preaching a situation where you want to create artificial scarcity, right? And which eventually means that if you are able to create that artificial scarcity, and you are going to destroy your currency, because this is more like there's difference between, why did the government do this? You can criticize. I criticize. You criticize. Every other person criticize government policy that we think we need more explanation on, right? So that's different. But when you are now in a situation where you intentionally, right? This is more like, let's say in the US, they said inflation rates and everything, it's kind of like going up, and you kind of like collide with some people and say, okay, fine, what can we really do to destabilize the United States dollars against some other currency, and we stood by it. And this is more like, no matter what the government does, right? This is more like somebody is fixing it, and the other person now making it openly that we are going to destroy it. Because for me, that's not criticism. Let's not join.
Give me instances of what they are doing in reference to what you are saying, that they're trying. How are they destroying the country?
Okay, what are they doing?
What step have they taken?
Okay,
that show that
when the currency being spent in Nigeria, right, is Naira, and you openly come out and tell people to start buying dollars to keep. Why are they buying dollars? To do what?
Is it illegitimate? Hold on. Is it illegal to buy dollars in Nigeria? Is it illegal?
No. See, when we
no. Hold on. Look, is it illegal?
Wait.
If it is illegal now, and they are now telling people go and do carry out illegal action that will sabotage the government effort. Yeah, yes, you can say, okay, they are unpatriotic citizens, but it's not illegal in Nigeria to buy dollar. They are just telling people go and do what you got to do so that prepare for the future, because this thing they are doing is a graduate policy that will not last.
What
Sorry.
Them to prepare for? What future are you telling them to prepare for? These are characters. These are characters that will come in and tell you, they have the magic hand to save the country. So what are we now saying? What are we now saying?
I just asked you a question. Is it illegal to buy? Is it illegal to buy dollar in Nigeria? Is it illegal?
You just said to say,
Baba
and that's for me.
illegal now.
I'm expecting CBN and EFCC to work hand in hand, and it's good. Save the, buy as much as you can, right? But all we need to do is just look for a way to bring it into the system and track what is actually happening. Then you can always see all those things. It's a lot. It's hypocrisy. We can always say, oh, because we don't like the government, we are trying to criticize the government. They keep rubbing it in our face. You can say it's legal, it's legal. You can always tell people, go buy. This is more like you are in a country, right? And they said, okay, fine, there is 4. And you kind of like tell people, please go and start buying and keeping that food in your house, so as to create that artificial scarcity that can increase the price, because at the end of the day, you are going to gain from that increase in price.
I mean, hold on.
Baba Koko, please. Can I?
Jide, come in, Jide.
Good evening. Baba Koko. If they are buying dollars to, invest in agriculture, buy spare parts, buy things that will improve the economy, then we'll say it's not a crime. But if you are buying dollar just to keep with the hope of ensuring that you exchange it for a bigger value in Naira, meaning that you are starving, Baba Janeko, you are starving the economy of the forex it needs to do transactions, and you are keeping it, piling it up somewhere. It's not different from you saying, okay, it is plantain season, and you go and buy all the plantain in the community and you keep it up somewhere, waiting for when everybody will be shouting for plantain.
But what is wrong with that? We know that, but what is wrong with that? That's a legitimate. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with speculating currencies?
If it's legitimate, then there's no point. We can as well leave the Naira to go to 5,000. We should not come to this platform and talk about it. These people are doing it intentionally.
Of course they are doing it. They want to make a profit. I mean, what are you saying?
So one man. So because you want to make a profit, right? Like, see the example Jide just said. Now you live in a community because you think you have more in that community, and you decide to ensure that you buy everything in the market and keep it in your house, to the point that you're starving people that actually, that actually need it legitimately.
Is that not the very definition of capitalism?
No, that's not capitalism.
Currency trading is not an offense in that country.
That is not capitalism. And you know the problem I have. You see, most of the people saying this, these are the most people that talk about politicians, that talk about morality, that talk about a lot of things. And these are the same people, when you come to, you see, there are some things.
Sorry, hold on, Larry.
Yeah.
Okay, you feel that the Naira is going to be 2,000 Naira to the dollar, but it's presently trading at 1,100 to the dollar. So you have a whole bunch of money. Would you buy it when you are confident it will hit 2,000? Or would you say that you're subsumed by some sense of patriotism and you let profit pass you by?
So whether has it become legitimate, right? Because this thing you're actually saying, we have people that are normal businesses trading in dollars, right? We said, okay, we have licensed BDC operators trading in dollars, right? And now the next thing we are bringing into the system is just that the normal legitimate thing to do now is to now, hold dollars and see how it's gonna work. I'm not saying it's not legal, right? But I don't know. But when I say it's legal, I don't know to the extent, right, that probably EFCC, NFIU, need to look into it, and probably the banks too needs to look into it, because I know the government also understand what is actually happening, because there is this deliberate sabotage. So then it now goes into, now let's look at the sources of the dollars you want to buy. Where exactly are you getting the naira from? Now they need to now start digging into people, digging into where their sources actually come. So it's a whole lot of things you can buy, right? Now we need to start looking into the source of that money. Is it a way to kind of like, do a little bit of money laundry, used for a way to kind of like move money? It's legal.
No. You are talking about
No,
illegality.
It's
Sorry,
a whole
go ahead.
lot.
No,
It's a
but
whole
you're
lot.
talking about, when you're talking about money laundering, then you're talking about illegality. But I'm talking about you as a legitimate operator,
Legitimate operator. How are you a legitimate operator?
Okay, let's say you as a private individual, you see the window, you buy up dollars and you wait for it to, and like a million of you are like that. You are not money launderers, you are not criminals, you just see the window of opportunity.
Woman, can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
Who is more legitimate in the monetary system of Nigeria than Emefiele when he was governor of Central?
No, you are taking it to the realms of criminality now.
No. It's the same thing. What he did is the same thing. Buying dollars and selling dollars, encouraging people to
the monetary policy well, and
no, Babajale Koko.
What's that trip? It was doing what? How do they call it? Is it
round tripping?
Round tripping. He was giving dollars, to some people to do the round tripping and give him
Babajale Koko.
So that one is criminality. But as far as the country is concerned today, you can buy. It is not illegal to buy dollar and keep. So it is not illegal, and it's not a saboteur effort. If you are doing that,
hold on. Hey, hold on. Hold on. Let me play you this. This is what Ajale Koko is saying.
That is the sign of landing of big money. When MFL give you Jala in official rank.
So there it is. That is the sound of big money.
So, Baba, let me ask you one question. And if you are the richest man in your community, let's say we have a community here now, and you are the richest man in your community, and from what you just said, we have a large chunk of food that is actually for the community, but because you are the richest man in your community, you decide to buy everything for every other person to come to your house to beg for it. Is this something you would voluntarily quickly do?
No. That's not quite the analogy of
No, that's the analogy, because there are people that legitimately need these dollars, right? And there are people that do not legitimately need it. So that's the same analogy, because there are people that need this food just for them to be okay to eat, and there are people that can actually eat and be okay, but because they have excess.
No, right? a better example would be if you were a rich man in a community and you buy a large quantity of essentials and then mark it up for a higher price.
Is it not the same thing? Is it not the same thing? Is the food not essential for every other person?
One man.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
One man.
Oh, okay. If you don't see anything wrong with that, then that's your normal person. What you can actually do if you
Larry.
With what belongs to everybody, you can keep everything for yourself.
Larry, please let me explain something. One man. We need to understand the ripple effect of this thing. If somebody has the money today to buy $30 billion in this present economy and keep $30 billion, what do you think will happen to our currency?
Did Bernard Madoff, you know, Bernard Madoff did that to the United Kingdom once upon a time. You know,
Okay.
so it's not anything.
And we have no, one man. This is why we justify. This is how we justify things that are bad. Okay, and companies like Dangote wants to buy spare parts, running helter-skelter to look for the dollars. When he could not get it, getting it at a higher price, he adds it to the cost of production. People are now shouting cement is expensive. Students want to go to school abroad, they can't go. You know, all those things now. This is the ripple effect of just one person coming into Nigeria to buy $30 billion and keep. He's not using it. That is the point. He's keeping it so that when the price go up, which is killing the Naira, then it's a crime. That's just the point. It's a crime. There's no difference from you buying food and storing it up until people are dying of famine. Then you can now say the food is 2 million Naira. And they will keep rushing because they don't want to die. That is the same thing.
How you guys saying that this is a crime when it is not illegal?
It's not. I don't know why he's saying it's a crime. It's not a crime now. There's no morality in business.
Currency trading, currency speculation is not illegal in Nigeria. You can buy dollar keep. And I mean, what are you guys talking about now?
It's not Cardoso. It's not Wale Edun. I'm not Cardoso. I'm not Wale Edun. So they are the ones responsible. I'm not the one responsible for the Naira. They are the ones responsible for the Naira. Akim, good to see you.
Good to see you, one man. I think the point is that it's the tone Aisha Yusufu put out in that tweet, calling Tinubu illegitimate government with illegitimate policy, asking people to hold on to their dollar. Okay, look. Well, first of all, she's not an economist, so it's up to those people whether they want to take advice from somebody who's not an economist. For me, I don't think it is illegal, but I just think it is coming from a bad taste from her side. It's something that she, there are a lot of these guys who wish the government fail completely to kind of prove a point to people to say, you see, we told you so. So I think that is the point in which Aisha Yusuf is coming from, criticizing the policy, saying this Cardoso stupid economic nonsense is all going to crash down. But the problem with all of this is...
But that's the usual practice of the opposition now. What are you guys talking about? That's the usual practice. No opposition party ever want the ruling party to succeed. They want them to fail. So that
and it is also their thing to ridicule whatever policy the government...
ridicule everything that they are doing.
Is that not what Trump does? They are calling the president sleeping Joe. Hold on, one voice. Yeah.
Hold on. Can I just interject real quick? Actually, it's still my turn, but what is the essence of having an opposition that doesn't have something good to celebrate when it comes to the progress the country is making? You can't be criticizing every time without having at least something that you can say, okay, this government has done right.
What has Biden done right in America that the Republicans ever accepted that is right?
I think you are missing the point. The exact job of the opposition is to never see good in the government.
You are wrong, one man. You are wrong, one man.
May I come in, please?
You can come in, but let me just say this. If they praise the government, then what incentive does the people have to change that government and replace them?
No, one man. There is a point of convergence.
Obamacare has solved the Medicare problem in this country. Insurance, Medicare and medical insurance problem in this country. But today, Republicans are still going against it. They are still rubbishing it. That is the worst thing to have.
May I come in, please?
They have a moment where they celebrate success together. Okay, not everything has to
give
be
me
about.
instances. Give me instances.
Oh well, and I will tell you this:
Tell
they
me.
they have a united front when it comes to their foreign alliance or foreign support.
Hold on, gentlemen. Let Baba come in. Baba wants to come in. Baba.
Yes, firstly, I didn't start with you, but I just catch a drift of exactly what we are talking about: foreign currency and the orders. Importantly, everybody should know, because we all engage in illegality without knowing, and ignorance is not accepted in law. Hoarding, trading, buying, selling out of the official window any foreign currency, particularly pounds and dollars and euro, is an offense in Nigeria. It's as an offense. If you are coming in, you have dollars, you are supposed to change it at the airport, and they give you receipts. Because if at the police checkpoint they found you with foreign currency, they can take you to the police station and charge you to court if you don't have the receipt to show for it. Why do we fill that blue form exiting or coming in? The customs form for currency declaration. This is the reason why. And you don't, I don't know, our currency, our Naira is not an internationally exchangeable currency. So the reference you are making, one man, is about what George Soros did to the British pounds.
Yeah, it's not Murdoch, Soros. Yes,
It's George
yes,
Soros.
yeah,
and
yes.
that's turned into a pariah till today. Nobody wants to hear the name Soros. It became notorious.
But he didn't commit an illegality, though. Is the real key point? Yeah.
Yeah, it did not. They couldn't charge him. But the key element of that situation then, they made the necessary adjustment to mitigate against that. And since then, has he ever made a kill of that kind of profit again overnight? No, he has never. And they are very watchful of it. You take your Naira, which is the legal tender in our country, you go across the street and buy dollar. It's an illegal thing. It is illegal, but we all do it because of the kind of country we are. That's that kind of thing is not kind of punished. If you remember, was it Decree 4? That was Buhari Diagmo regime. I think it was Decree 4. Fela was jailed, and a host of many people, Dr. Arochodipo, and many, if I can recollect, they were jailed for currency offense. That was the last time they enforced it, but it is still there. So for somebody, now look at the Binance thing. I couldn't believe it when Nigerians like me sat down and vilifying the government for curtailing the activities of Binance, simply because the freebies they were getting and doing currency speculation and making heavy profit. Government stopped it with a fiat. And they started cursing the government. And then the next day, you start blaming the government. No money, they are suffering. Palliative is not good. This is not good. What is all of that? I don't understand Nigerians, honestly. Because if the rain falls, it's not going to fall on one man's head. It's on all of us. If you like, stay in Pink Marble Palace, somewhere in Saint-Tropez, and thinking you enjoy. Your cousins are in Nigeria.
You know about the good life too, Baba. Pink
Baba Major. See, your cousin, your first cousin, your second cousin, your extended family are there in Nigeria. Don't worry. Keep on. That's thank you, woman.
You see, like we are saying, the opposition have a role to play, and opposition doesn't see anything good in the ruling party in anything.
Ajalikoko, you're getting it wrong. This is not an opposition. Opposition is criticized. Hold on, Ajalikoko. Opposition is criticizing government policies. Opposition does not encourage speculations, does not encourage hoarding. Do you understand the
Because
difference?
it's not illegal in Nigeria. It's not illegal to buy.
That is
It's not
opposition
illegal
politics.
to buy dollar and keep
No,
in
is
Nigeria.
that an opposition politics?
Even it's welcome. Your bank welcome you to open domiciliary account. What are you talking about?
Is that an opposition politics to ask people to hold their dollar, hold your dollar?
Yeah, well, they have a role to play.
No. Is that an opposition politics?
Hold on. It's an advice to Nigerian people by the opposition. It is not left for Nigerian people to eat or not.
So there's opposition policies to ask people to hold on to their dollar.
They are saying the way they are ruling the country, they is not in the right direction. They are advising people that
is dollar an official currency in Nigeria?
No, you're not getting. Listen to what Ajale Koko is saying to you.
What trying to come in?
No. Akim keeps saying, is it opposition politics to advise people to hold on to the dollar? But it is really part of the broader space. What she is saying is that there is no confidence in the government's policies, and you do this. So it's part of the wider opposition thing of trying to
is the dollar an official currency in Nigeria?
No, that's not the okay. What's the point? Hold on, hold on. Let Akim, because I'm not clear on what point Akim is making.
So why would she advise people to hold a foreign currency in Nigeria when the dollar is not?
Is it illegal? No, hold on. Is it illegal to hold dollars in Nigeria?
It is not illegal to hold.
It is illegal without receipt. It is illegal without receipt.
All right. Okay, with receipt, then is it illegal?
It's not.
No. Okay. So we are assuming they will have receipt. So is it illegal for her to tell them to?
It.
No, but it's just a point, isn't it? She's not done anything outside of what the opposition party is doing.
One man, please. Yeah. I want to say something. Hoarding of food is a crime in Nigeria. So I don't see why hoarding of foreign currency is not a crime in Nigeria, when it even affects the economy more. Okay? So, and
why are you using the word hoarding? What do you mean the word hoarding?
Hoarding. When I say
money in your bank account now in your savings, is it? Are you
hoarding? No. One man.
That's in the system. It's being used.
One man. We are talking of hoarding. There are people that even their dollars are not in the banks. That is what we're talking about. Even the banks themselves are involved in this hoarding. These are facts.
It's not hoarding, it's speculation. It's speculating.
What is hoarding? What is speculation?
No, it's inflection now. You are messaging an immorality and an illegality by saying hoarding.
One man, we know that demand and supply, they are two things that follow themselves. So when you hold the supply so that the demand goes high, then you sell at higher price. What is that? Is that not hoarding?
That's speculation.
That is not speculation. It is technical hoarding.
I wish Can Do was here. If you know what...
One man.
Yeah.
One man. What I'm expecting CBN to reach out to National Assembly. They need to amend the Foreign Exchange Act. Now, they need to do it. I was looking at something. In 2016, they tried it. I don't know why they didn't do it. If you look at something I put on the chat, this was far back in 2016. Proposing 2 years jail term for anybody that actually hold beyond 30 days. So I think they need to do something of such now. I don't know why they didn't do it then. So I think it has got to that point. Let's use craziness to handle craziness, so that at the end of the day,
one man. You see the problem we have, right? When the currency, the Naira is gaining strength, people say the CBN is defending the Naira. But when the Naira was free falling, nobody came out to tell us why the Naira was free falling. But now the Naira is gaining strength. They're saying the CBN is defending the Naira. What is their evidence to that? Oh, the reserve has gone down by nearly 2 billion. Okay, the CBN have a certain amount is been given to BDCs. If you go and add all the money CBN has been giving selling to BDC, not giving, selling to BDCs, it's around $600-700 million, not even anywhere near that amount from the reserve. So the people forget that NNPC now directly remit into CBN account. Okay, there are a lot of other policies. We were here when Cardoso was pulling out policies nearly every day to close loophole, to make sure banks does not hold dollar, or go on the long on the dollar for certain more than certain percentage point. On top of that, all of this is subject to supply and demand factor. So if our demand for dollar is reducing due to the fact that Dangote is now producing diesel, is that not going to affect the strength of the Naira as well? So, look, I don't understand. People are just trying to look for negativity anyhow, anywhere.
All right. Shall we move on from there? Let's move on to. Let's move on to. Yes. Only Dewale spoke on this, but I think I don't think we came to quite a convergence. Maybe you pick this up, Larry, or if you have a moment, or maybe we'll use this to bring. Let's use this to bring Baba into the conversation. Baba, CJN Ariwola told to resign over appointment of biological children as judicial officers. So this is the Chief Justice of the Federation who submitted names of his 2 children to be made Federal High Court judges, which they summarily made them. We're talking about this is the very definition of nepotism, is it not? And a real abuse of power, of position.
Let me salute you formally, Wondan. A very good evening to you. Our panelists, Brain and Braun, all of you, I salute you too, and welcome to One Man Show. And the people in comment section, keep it coming. Both the brash comments, the intelligent one, and on the unintelligent one, just keep it coming. Your activity is just about provoking the debate the more. And our viewers, please, 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 if we are 150, let our likes be 150 today. Shoot. Yes, one man. I think in Nigeria, I don't get it. We try to be, what's the saying now, to be more pious than the Pope, or how is it? We try to be too, I don't, look, first, these children of the CJN, are they qualified? That is the most important thing, first and foremost. You ask yourself, are these children qualified? If they are qualified, why wouldn't they be judged? Because so they have to be changed simply because their father is the CJN. So because my father is a major general and I'm a serving army officer, I'm qualified for promotion from colonel to brigadier. And they are saying, no, your father is a general. You have to wait maybe until your father dies.
No, it's not. It's not about qualified though. It's about best fit, isn't it? I was saying to Dewale earlier on. I'm not sure if you recall when Chidi Odinkalu came on the platform, and he was speaking especially to this matter, that those children, those Ariwola children, that they don't have sufficient enough of experience in anything to be no more than an a mid-level lawyer.
See, I'll give you two examples. One is so ordinary, and the other one is actually grounded in history. Let me start the one grounded in history. I think it was it George Serica. Is it Sirica or Serica? The guy who sat on the case of George Bush versus Al Gore, or Al Gore versus George Bush. That judge, I think he was in SCOTUS then, that's the Supreme Court of US. I think he was a head then. And one of the lawyers for George Bush happens to be his son. And one of the chief legal coordinator of George Bush of that period was James Baker III. And they all went before it. And we know what happened at the end of the day. In that period we are talking about, Florida, where Jeb Bush was ruling, that was the key factor in that election. And you know, US now, every state is independent. And they were to do recount, I think 1 or 2 times. Nobody said, oh, George Bush, Bush's younger brother is the governor of the state, or he rigged it. But then we know how that panned out. Nobody talk about favoritism, nepotism, or anything. So there are things at times, if that were if to be in Nigeria, superimpose it in a Nigerian situation, we will reject it outrightly. That kind of scenario, we will reject it outrightly. Let me now bring the ordinary one.
So Tinubu can appoint his son that is qualified to a ministerial position in the country.
Why not, if not?
Okay. These are children, not only one.
Listen. When
and we are not reading nepotism into it. Children, no, not only one child.
We are not existing as a country alone. There are examples, both in the Western, let me put it, Western world. In Europe, it abounds. When Berlusconi was alive, his children were in government. When Donald Trump was a president, his children, his son-in-law, they are all there in government.
It's when it comes to one scenario like this, you want to compare the
No, not me. Not me. Not me.
But when it comes to governance or better thing, you will say, oh, we are not yet to be there. Oh, we are still young.
But I've given you a scenario now. Can you deny what I've just placed on your plates?
That is their own situation. Our own situation is different. Children.
Children. We say children that has already becoming their own children. Because when we say children, we're talking about under 21 or under 18. These are adults.
Children at the same time.
Look, let me give you the ordinary one again. That is so. Let me give you the ordinary one.
Are they the only?
I will give examples. I will not just.
Are they the only family that can run the legal offices of the country?
Did they not apply? Was the Chief Justice in charge?
Okay.
They applied. And a certain party approved them.
When we are seeing this high level of nepotism, and we are not coming out to criticize it, we are not doing ourselves any good. We are only encouraging it that yes, it can continue. The people in power can start, appointing their own children into position of power.
If their children are not qualified, eminently, I put it eminently qualified, yes, you can say that.
That's what I'm saying. Will it be right for the president to appoint his own son, one of his sons that is qualified as a minister in the country while he is the president? Is it right?
Can I say something?
How many Belgores are in the high courts? How many Belgores? I can name families. You understand? Even in civil service, ordinary. If they are not qualified, that is what I call nepotism.
How do
if
you
they
know
are
that they are qualified?
What tells you that they are qualified for the job?
That is a different discussion now. I've not looked into their CVs.
Okay.
You understand? So I cannot tell you that. I don't BS anybody. But I don't know that. I don't know.
Is
But then,
is it
knowing
not
that
the chairman of Judiciary Commission that appoint them, and is using his position to favor his family? That is
that's
what is
wrong.
done.
You are not there. You
At
can't
the
say
same
that.
time, two. And if you look at some others that are appointed for that legal offices, they share it among themselves. If we investigate further, you're going to see.
I don't know. I speak to what I know. I speak into what is in front of me. With the two children of CJN Ariwola.
One man, you forgot about one judge, one of the justices of the Supreme Court that retired last year, when he was saying a lot of things, illegality that
what's his name
that was Bakachao or something like that.
Or something. Yeah, he was saying a lot of favorism, nepotism that was going on.
No, he didn't say that. One man has the whole thing. He can come and play. He was talking about corruption, and stemming of promotions.
No,
he also spoke about nepotism in the system.
He talked about nepotism in it.
In what light?
He mentioned how they favor their family in appointment of this nature. He said it.
When it's your turn, leave your child out. When he's qualified, he will come and press your neck in the night and fire you.
Okay,
because of you, I know will get my right.
If you are there, you will do the same thing.
You think I'm BSing you? If my child is eminently qualified, I will do it.
You say, okay, thank you.
I will do it. If he is qualified and nobody can impeach his qualification, I will do it.
Having the qualification does not mean it's not the only way to measure somebody's qualification for position. There are some others.
When I say, okay, I qualify it, qualification and core competence.
And they are saying that these guys, have no experiences or nothing whatsoever to justify their appointment.
What do you expect the people opposite to say? This is not being an apologist of APC or nothing. I'm not APC, I'm Tinubu's man. Died in the wool Tinubu's man. So it's not about APC, but I'm telling you what I will do. If for any position and my own son or daughter is eminently qualified and has a core competence for a position, I will ask him or her, please apply. I will not advance it on my own. But if that child is recommended, and so be it, what's my own? Because many things that go on. The other lighter one I want to say, let's say Man City is meeting Chelsea. Man City is Manchester United, based in Manchester United. Chelsea is in London. And the referee of that match lives just 3 miles away from Manchester City Stadium. He's a core supporter of it. And then when he starts messing up, have I had any hulabaloo about this activity in English football? No, they accept it. They feel that not minding his closeness or affinity to that club, he has a conscience. He can do his job. He can do his job. It's the core competence we are talking about now. There are examples that are abound all over. I can't deprive my children of the position they are qualified for because they are my children, and maybe the people would think I'm influencing it. Not me. They are qualified. I will not influence it, but they can go ahead. Yes, one man, another topic.
All right, let me take you to the headline on the screen then. EFCC to arraign Cubana chief priest for Naira abuse. So it looks as though, I think they're being a bit heavy-handed with this thing that they're doing. A lot of people were doing this, not really paying attention. So there wasn't even a warning, and then suddenly they're sweeping people up. But what are you then making of this Naira abuse narrative that that seems to be hogging the headlines?
The whole thing is funny, one man. I watched the video of one of the princes in the Oniru ruling house on Lagos Island over the weekend, doing this 55 birthday, and Sonny Ade was on stage. There's no different what Bobrisky did with money that was not done there. Just
Is this post Bobrisky? It was after Bobrisky they were still spraying.
Yeah, this was last weekend. With a prince of the Oniru house, 55 years, Sonny Ade was there, and this same thing played out there. Even Sonny Ade was sitting down. You know, he's an old man now, with his chorus men in front on stage when he was tired. And if you look behind him, Naira on the floor, repete. And I was opening my mouth. I was like, what is going on here? But nothing will happen. But what I think is happening here is that, like the my Igbo people proverb I put last time, this is beyond the currency issue. Like we all know, Bobrisky was punished for cross-dressing indirectly.
Yeah, but what about chief priest? It's the same crime, isn't it? Or is that just window dressing? Are they just using?
It's window dressing. One man is window dressing. It is window dressing. So, but I won't go further than that. It is window dressing, and people who are very close to him, Koloshora, they should be very careful.
All right. Let me take you to one more headline, and then I'll go to Joel just to move the conversation around a bit. Dangote crashes diesel to 1,000 naira per liter. So this especially pleases me. I'm waiting for him to roll out the petrol and to see what price point he's going to put on it. But this one especially excites me because diesel is the energy, the fuel for business. So what are you then making of this largesse by Dangote?
Yeah, you see what this government is doing. We've made so many missteps, bad policies all over the years. At times we rushed into things. What this government is doing, if we are patient enough, all the blocks will fit in the right places. Police recruitment, soldiers, army recruitment, they are not going to rush anymore. They will bring the proper people. It looks slow, but we have to do things in the proper way right now. This, it could be able to do this, Dangote could, because now crude oil will be sold to not only Dangote refinery, all the modular refineries will buy crude oil in Naira. That's the new policy. They buy in Naira. And when they buy in Naira, so they cannot give us any kind of prizes.
Baba, may I come in, please, before you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You go forward, please. They're not only buying in Naira, they're also buying in dollars. And
if they choose.
No, see, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. The Minister for Petroleum was on TVC today, and that is what he was saying. Now,
You mean Lokbobiri?
Yes, he was on
that's
TVC.
The Minister of State.
And that question was put to him.
Yeah.
And that is what he said. He said that it's business and the government wouldn't want to meddle in the business between the sellers of or the dealers of the crude oil, which I found quite interesting. But just to correct the fact that he said it is either Naira or dollar. But most times, the sellers of those crude oil want to be paid in dollars, and that is where the problem is. So go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't listen to it. I will go and listen to it. So I cannot say maybe you are misinterpreting him or not here. But what I know that it's on paper, it is even those people, the people who own the wells are being told. I know they will work it out one way or the other, because government is about mechanism of finance. Nothing cannot be worked out. Like I always put it succinctly, that with arrangement, proper arrangement, even devil can have a meeting with God. So what I on paper is, if you want to pay in dollar, fine, but the Naira payment also is available. And don't forget also, it's going to be 24 hours economy now for Nigeria, because the ports will be open 24 hours now. So that is one of the panacea they are bringing that's exciting me, because to clear a good from the port takes so long a time and very frustrating. And you don't have to go from NAVDAC window to those people wearing green and black trousers. What's their name? At the port. You don't have to. It's one window now, one payment. Government will know how to distribute everybody's money to them, whether you are NIMASA, NPA, fire service, that service, operating in the ports. So you just get one singular bank draft pay, totality of whatever you're going to get. So if it's 3 a.m., your vessel, your trailer is supposed to load your container, they drive in. It will decongest Lagos roads too, which is very good. And that is why I think Dangote has been able to crash the price to 1,000 per liter. And I think it's still going to go down. Because one, if our production goes up, because right now it's not looking good, but there is the excitement that they are going to give out new oil prospect license, OPL, both in ultra deep waters, because there is now ultra deep waters, there is deep water, there is onshore. Hi, son, welcome. There is onshore and offshore facility, because they've mapped it out, and our reserve is now very, very high. Even the gas, like I wrote yesterday in the comment section, that we are more of a gas nation than an oil nation. But for oil, we still have about 60 years reserve. For gas, 90 years. So with 60 years, we can chop at least 25 years right now in the next 8 years. It doesn't matter. Oil will still be discovered from ultra to ultra deep waters. As far as the technology is there, we can always reach oil or tap oil in the depth of the ocean, in the belly of the ocean. So everything looks good. All we need are just the right policy to fit. Prices will crash. It's not going to be automatic. It's not going to be overnight. Even the production we've all taken as a mantra. Yes, sir.
Baba, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I think have you heard of what NIPCO is also doing in Lagos and Oyo State now?
No,
on
I've
that
not
gas when you mentioned the gas. Okay. They
No,
are
I've not.
also they are also fast tracking all these their CMG stations.
That one. They have 2 stations already now for CNG.
Yes.
But I checked around and they said, look, these CNG buses, they can't produce them. They want a brand. Like I'm not saying that is a brand. Let's say Albion. One man will know Albion buses in those days in England when he was still young. Let's say Albion. They want the buses they will bring in as FG buses. All will be one brand, so that the manufacturer will take charge of it. The people that will work on it as repairers will be trained by Albion engineers. And so they are planning, they are working hard at it. They don't want to be rushed, because this rushing, even you can see policies that they rushed into, they have to reverse themselves. And I salute their courage, but it's not easy to swallow your own your pride and then admit to wrong. A lot of people will. Yes, sir.
Baba, but the CNG buses is like, at least for the Nigeria environment, or for Nigeria as a country is about at least 1 year old technology. So why are you going to bring in someone from outside? You see, that is our issue. That is our issue.
No, Joel. No, you know what we are talking about. The buses, they are going to convert some buses. Those are on the ground right now. They will do
No,
the
I'm telling you
conversion.
that we are building. Innocent built new CNG buses over a year ago. In fact, I even saw. I think over a month ago, CNG trucks. Tipper. One man, I think I sent you the video.
No, Joel
Right?
of Nashville, rather. What's happening? Innocent, they are buying up Innocent, everything he has available. But don't go think that Innocent can produce maybe 10,000 CNG buses maybe in 1 month. He doesn't have that capacity.
Look, and Baba, see, let me just say this to you, please. You see, that is the problem. How old is Tinubu's government?
11 months.
11 months. That is the point. So within 11 months, we have waited for 11 months. So what else is this for us to wait?
This policy of the CNG thing.
No, the policy has been there even before Tinubu came in. We have been shouting on this show about the CNG buses. In fact, even with the conversion, in fact, we even suggested that let them convert some of these trucks, let them specialize in bringing food from the rural areas in the north up to the towns, reducing the cost of transportation.
But what is the use of having CNG buses without stations where they can obtain the gas
No,
for
see, let me
refill?
see. Look. I think it was either P-Man, one of those organizations. All they wanted, they were already working with NNPC for the establishment of CNG gas stations. They didn't need to build new stations. We already have what they call it, petrol stations already. All you just have to do is put a tank for CNG and you sell your CNG. It is not like we are trying to reinvent the wheel. So if he had been there for 1 year, and we are talking about the wastefulness in government since he came into government, and this is about 9 months or close to a year since Tinubu got sworn in, and you're telling us that you want to go import 10,000
No, don't quote me. I'll use it as an example.
No. I'm just saying for whatever reason, whatever amount they want to go.
I don't know the government figures anyway. I think they're saying round about that figure to import about 10,000.
That is what I'm talking about. You see, the interest of the people is not at the heart of these people. Look, Baba, you can defend these people all you want. But look, you see, I keep talking about, hold on, Baba. I keep talking about wisdom in governance.
No, that's Jide.
Oh, sorry, Jide. Sorry, Baba. Wisdom in governance. We don't have it. 10,000 buses. We are talking about scarce dollars. You want to spend 10,000? Oh, come on.
Okay, let me tell you from an informed position. What delayed this mostly was the previous government agreed with Joe Ajero's NLC and Osifo's TUC that they will be given some special grants to purchase these buses themselves, which is just akin to the kind of policy during whose government? Was it Babangida's government? When we had the NLC buses, then when their headquarters was still at Yaba, Teju show there in those days. So they wanted it. They agreed with NLC and TUC that they are going to facilitate the funds for it so NLC can take charge. But when this government came in, there was this agreement with NLC And that was at the heart of all those strike threat, no threat, and things like that. The government, this government really wanted to follow the policy of the old government. So they were relaxed. But at a point, they did a U-turn and said, no, we are not going to give you any money to do it. We are going to do it ourselves. I'm just saying this to buttress your point of saying that the government,
Baba,
there was delay and things like that. Yes, sir.
Baba. So sorry. I think as far back as November 17, 2023, the government already, entered into partnership with IVM, which is Innocent, on this CNG
I know.
bus issue. And Innocent is on the economic special committee. You understand? These things, I think they are intentional. We are just trying to, predict what they have not.
No, we are racing against time. I understand that, but I'm saying this not because I'm in support of the presidency. You understand? But this is about educating ourselves. It's a teachable moment. And for me, listening to this platform, even when I'm not on board, I listen, it's just for education, because a lot of information just drying up before it reaches the public. And I put the blame to the team in Aso Rock. They are not doing a very good job at all. We all talk about innocent here, but please let us take time and check the factory out, the assembly. What's their capacity as against Nigeria's needs? When Innocent can produce what we want, the number, in what month, and all those are the kind of things I like talking about. He has a core competence, but then we have to put this. Yes, sir.
Can I just chip in something? Innocent is opening up his new factory, a bigger one. So I believe some of these things are, what's his name? Wike signed with Innocent. One other northern governor signed an understanding with Innocent to supply CMG.
Even Abia did that.
Yes. So it's not as if the government is ruling out Innocent or anything. In fact, Innocent is even on the economic committee. So if he's there and he cannot speak for his own business as well, then he's not doing.
He's a quiet man. I mean, he's a doer, not a talker.
Yeah, look, when it comes to business, those people are not quiet. When it comes to money, they don't keep quiet. They see opportunity to make money, they jump at it.
And let me just one man before we skip this. When we talk about petrol, this thing, this is not about saying production. When a petrol station, for instance, wants to have their the pump for the gas thing, you have to bury a new tank entirely with different valves, different line. You even take it out of the main petrol pumps. Maybe you take it to a corner about maybe 20 meters, 25 meters away. There are laws. These things takes time. It's not an overnight thing. We are rejigging our country, our economy, and our social life entirely. Like you said, now, like the Igbos will say, now when person wake in daybreak, we are coming into the 21st century now. After 24, 25 years, other people have gone in. We are just waking up. So maybe everybody can see anything. The negative things are good for the government. We have to put their feet to fire so they can feel it. But I know when we start seeing the results in under 1 year or even 2 years, I think we'll sing a different tune. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So as the room continues to fill up, we'll do 8-minute monologues to get to voices quicker. The 8-minute kicks off with Joel. From Joel, we go to Jide. From Jide, Larry, Kulata, Emeka. So Joel, you're up first. And before you go, Joel, Anybody that is not talking, please be muted because the background noise cuts through. All right, Joe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, one man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Like, share, and subscribe if you have to. And one man, it's been a minute.
Yeah, what happened? What happened to Mom? Is she out of is Mom?
Yeah, she's out. She's out. She's going to therapy, physical therapy, and
I should got
yeah, she's
movement.
getting better.
I should got movement in the leg.
Oh yeah. She was at the hospital only for a day. They didn't want her to stay more than a day. You know how it is here. The technology is much better, so people can just go home and continue therapy from home. And if there's any complications, then you come back and work on it. So thank you, one man. Thank you, one man, for asking.
All right, brilliant. You can carry on.
So let me just talk a little bit about the oil sector and what I heard the minister saying today. One man, the biggest problem we will still have is the opaqueness that we experience in the oil sector, especially NNPC and the presidency. You see, something is not adding up, one man. Yesterday, I was listening to, I was reading one of those papers where El-Rufai was making a claim about subsidy. And you see, there is nothing as bad as a government lying to its own people, especially when it is not necessary, especially when the people are already suffering from the effects of such policies. Why don't you open up to them? One man, I must say, this is voodoo economics. It is voodoo economics because I do not see how. Even the way the Naira, in fact, I'm even suspecting the way the Naira went up and then just came down so fast. Who knows where it's headed? I don't know what's going on. Right? So, and you wouldn't say that on the fiscal side that we've seen much improvement. So why would you tell us, when Rufai, sometimes, he can be stubborn, but sometimes he makes his facts clear because you see, when it does not make sense, it does not make sense. He was one of the first. In fact, I remember him and Rotus almost got into it on live TV where they were debating about this same issue.
So sometimes that Rufai, I say sometimes, oftentimes, if not all of the time, he overreaches his is it not an
Rufai was saying
Rufai
was saying not
I know.
Rufai.
No, it's Rufai was saying that I'm referencing. He overreaches himself.
One man, I do not see. One man, I do not see
he
him
will be
as
arguing as though he knows anything about anything.
No, one man, I do not see him as overreaching. If you have a contrary opinion, prove him wrong. All of us, I mean, if he is saying something wrong, people would have called him out. But it's like every time he makes a claim or he says something about the government, it always comes to pass. In fact, it's like the government is working so hard to prove him right. Oh man, tell me, look, do you know that the Minister of Petroleum, when they wanted to ask him the question about subsidy, all of a sudden they went on a break. They did not start up with the subsidy question after the break, right? Because that was the reason why they gave for going on break. Then when they came back, they started with this whole other questions, and finally, kudos to the presenter. He pushed that same question to him. and asked him, what are you going to say about what El-Rufai said? A whole petroleum minister on national TV said he does not know if we still pay subsidy or not. It is embarrassing. You say we take so many things for granted in Nigeria. If he walks like a dog, quack like a dog, one man is definitely a dog. So I do not want to come here and preach. The dollar came down to 1,000. I heard, fine. I'm happy for the Naira. But does that translate to reduction of costs for the people? No. So that is why I said it's a voodoo economics. Whatever Tinubu is doing, whatever Cardoso is cooking, I don't want to be Cardoso. But he took the job. I just hope he's doing that job willingly. Because one man, it does not add up.
Well, what do you mean willingly, as opposed to doing it under duress?
I don't know. One man, because he could be doing it under duress. There is no big one man, because he looks like a decent man. He's like an Ajebo. That's one. If you slap him, he will cry. He won't even go through what Emefiele is going through. He will just faint in the court. He's too soft. My own thing is just this. We all want to see Nigeria grow, but starting indicators has to be right. We should be able to measure what our growth is, not just celebrate the headlines. We go down to the nitty-gritty and ask ourselves, what is really going on? El-Rufai's case, right, was something I looked at and I said, wow. I was thinking that the Minister of Petroleum, just like Umahi did, would prove El-Rufai wrong. But he came on national TV to tell Nigerians that he has no idea and he wouldn't want to dabble into it. And to answer what Baba was talking about in terms of modular refineries, they asked him about the question. He said that they have to buy, that it's a business that the government does not want to interfere in that business, that they've been able to bring them together, talking about the sellers of the crude oil and the owners of the modular refineries. And what happened afterwards was that they could just only, encourage them to talk to each other. But the government is not going to do anything about it. Which brings me to the question, one man. How is it that you have something below your feet? You have water in your fridge. To go get that water in your fridge, you have to pay someone in America or somewhere, wherever they may be, to even get water from your own fridge. Oh man, you see, we have to ask ourselves questions as a country. You have something within you. Now, somebody else, from someone that is enjoying himself, maybe, I don't know, probably in Dubai or wherever the person may be, or wherever the company may be, are careless. But they are there making decisions on how something that is below you should be utilized. Look, Baba, let me tell you, the CNG technology is over 7 years old. You know why I told you this? In some part of Southeast, some communities have been powering themselves with CNG. In Austin, also made that claim about over 5 years ago, when they was asked about the fluctuation or the increase in fuel prices. He made a statement about CNG. So CNG has been an old technology according to Nigerian standards. We say we know they do much for technology. CNG, we don't pass that level. It makes no common sense. If we want to save, if we want to save the Naira, we have to do it cautiously. We have to plan. Even if we want to import
can
it,
I ask a question?
hold on. Let me not this thought before you answer, okay? Even if you want to import 10,000, no company in the United States or in the world will just give you 10,000 pieces of buses. It's going to come in orders. So if it's going to come in orders, why don't you pay your own? I'm not even talking about Innocent now. I'm talking about every Nigerian company that could produce one. What is hard in that? That is wisdom in confidence. We keep that is part of the foreign investment, whatever they were going about looking for. While the ones you have at home is dying, you are going to look for foreign investment.
Wait, Joel of Nazareth.
No, Jazz.
Wait.
Ask
If you
me the
bring
question.
in, there are different pumps for CNG. You have to put those pumps in place. There must be as many stations as we have the fuel station today to serve the CNG vehicles. When you don't have that in place, it will be futile for you to even bring in buses or roll out buses, because at the end of the day, there will be insufficient supply of gas for them. So all these things have to go side by side, like the Latin would say, pari passu. So I'm not averse to things being done on emergency basis, but we've come to the point where I want to see things done properly. Let the means justify the end. That's my own point in all of this. It is no, the people don't forget to, when you talk about gas, as you talk about mining of crude oil, most of these wells are in private hand, and NNPC only have equity in all these wells, so they have their own quantity they get, and most of all these well owners already are in contract for about maybe 1-2 years. So to win them that is WEAN, to win them off the contract, it also takes time. It's systemic.
Baba.
The Olopobiri Henneken, for instance, I think like El Rufai, that's the governor, not Husseini now. The governor said, look, most of these ministers, they don't know anything. And if you don't know anything, I don't know why you have to come on TV and be telling, giving lambert to the people, or not able to answer questions. Look at the aviation minister, very articulate. Yesterday he said, oh, we'll be seizing private jets that are doing, running like airline. And today they've seized about 3 aircrafts already. That's the kind of minister that is competent. But a lot of Tinubu's minister, because of quota system, are incompetent. All you have to do is that, look, they are intervening. No doubt about that. The subsidy issue. Is the subsidy policy there? It is there. Is subsidy gone? Gone. But when the whole thing the price want to overshoot, a responsible government has to intervene. Have to intervene, look for the funds to intervene and cushion that pain until when everything peters out, they remove their hand. That funds become free again from the source from which they take it. So that's what's going. It's intervention that is going on. No doubt about that. To cushion the effect. It's not like somebody's subsidy is gone. No. It's a policy that is there, that has come to stay. Thank you.
All right, back to Victor.
Okay, Baba. The issue you were talking about. When I said that the people that went to meet Tinubu and discussed about the distribution of CNG products were the gas station owners. Now, for you, it is too much technology. For you, it's too much work. to do some conversion. But for them that went to see him, it is something that is easy. If they needed grants to do those things, why not you give them those grants? If we can pay, and I bet you, if you look at the money, at least the money we spent on Hajj, the 90 billion we spent on Hajj, would have been enough to do something. That is my point. Like, we are too wasteful. We are not prioritizing. And we have to own it up, one man. And that is where I'm going to rest.
All right, Bilan. Excellent. Thank you, Joel. So thank you, Joel. Let me go actually on from you. Did I say Jide? So Jide, you're up next. Jide. All right. I think Jide needs a moment. Let's go to Larry. Larry, are you there?
I'm here.
No. It was no. You didn't unmute, so I thought maybe you were. Yeah. Okay. Carry on. Free flow. 8 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It's a good morning from Nigeria now. But I want to say a very big thank you to Woman once again for giving us this platform to, share our thoughts, minds, and have intelligent discussions on things that border on our country and the development of our country. Thank you very much, Woman. To the discussion, I would want to start from where Joel of Nazareth stopped. Joel of Nazareth said something.
Sorry, Jide. You don't have to restrict to any of the talking points. You can just speak to whatever interests you. So that the conversation is not too limited.
Okay. I want to speak to something he said about this gas, CNG gas. The first thing is, one of the reasons why we don't have too many electric cars here in Nigeria is because of the charging, the electricity to charge, and then the charging stations. That's one. So if you say you want to...
Sorry, Jide, we're hearing some funky noise there. Yeah, so stay steady in one position and then carry on. Carry on.
Is it steady now?
Yeah, it's better now. Carry on.
So, okay. So if you say you want to make Nigeria have turn the whole of Nigerian vehicles to electric vehicles, and you don't have the electricity to charge it, and you don't even have charge stations, then it seems like you don't even know what you're doing. And that is why what Baba was saying is what the government is trying to do. NIPCO is setting up gas stations, like filling stations, where people can, park their CNG buses, cars, vehicles, and quickly fill up. There's no point if I will be driving from Ibadan to Lagos, or from Lagos to Ibadan, and you only have the CNG stations in Lagos. So when I get to Ibadan, how do I get back to my base back in Lagos if I can't fuel my vehicle? So these are all the infrastructures that have to be in place before we can go, totally live on this. And it's also an investment opportunity for people that are interested, and for people that really want to, make money from gas. One can, also apply for license to have these stations. So for me, I feel it's not a big deal the way Joel is taking it. And for Innocent, I know that the government have signed a memorandum of understanding with Innocent. They are going to partnership and things like that. So Innocent might not be able to supply us all, but at least we will get a very large quantity from him too. Since he's doing it, there's no point buying from outside. And you can see that from, the intervention of the government in the airpeace matter, to make sure that a local airline flies to. That means they are ready to really back local investors, And most of the meetings nowadays with the presidents has been with the likes of Dangote, Innocent, and the likes, people that have the money in Nigeria to do these businesses, or that can even speak to their colleagues out there to bring in investment. So, well, I think it's still early days, and we just need to see where the direction of focus of the government before we start condemning them. To Dangote's 1,000 naira per liter on diesel, I think is a good one. You know, if somebody is saying that why is the government intervening in fuel subsidy now? For instance, our inflation is as high as what percentage now? 30 something, or almost 30, 33%. Now, food prices are gradually, finding their way to the downward side. Like now, a bag of rice in my environment, what we buy for 83,000 before, is now 59,000 as at yesterday's market. So it's coming down. Then the government now closes his eyes again and says yes, he doesn't want to intervene when there is war out there. The tension between Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Israel, and the likes, that has even pushed up the price of crude oil to like $90. And this is going to have a ripple effect on the cost of fuel that we use in the country. So if the president looks at it and says, okay, let me quickly intervene so that this hardship doesn't become too much on the people, I think it's only sensible. And that's what a responsible government should do. That's just what it should do. While you are doing that now, you're talking to Dangote to bring down the price of diesel because he's now producing diesel. Now is 1,000 naira from 1,005 that they used to get it from the imported ones. Now it means that the cost of transportation will go down for heavy trucks that really do the movement of the logistics of all these farm produce and all those things. So gradually food inflation will come down. And again, if Dangote goes into PMS, by the time the other refineries, modular or whatever refineries, starts again, and then we can now start saying, okay, we have reduction in petrol as well, then the government can totally remove their hands of whatever subsidy they are giving. Because let's be frantic. If the government says it's not,
should the government come out and speak to that subsidy space? Because pretty much everybody is aware that some form of
But they have
one man.
They have already. The government has on January 4th, 2024. The government spoke that fuel subsidy is off. NNPC came and said fuel subsidy is not existing. We have done at least a quick review of the 2024 appropriation bill. There is nowhere on each budget headline, either in the Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Petroleum Resources, where it was stated that money was budgeted for fuel. Now we can speculate because of the prices of the devaluation of the fuel.
I forgot the budget. Guys,
we can speculate.
Give me 5 seconds. One man, I have the answer on how the government is able to maintain the prices in your Instagram. I finally figured it out.
Tell us. Make I give him a chance.
Let one man read it to us. One man can read it to us.
Go on, Emeka land, and then we'll go to.
I can speculate that the government may have told NNPC, because NNPC is the only sole importer, and they told them hold the price at this point. Let's wait for Dangote to come up with petrol to start selling fuel to the public, then you can now continue. So NNPC is taking that operational loss. That's my own speculation on this matter. But to come out, for even El Rufai who's coming out, maybe I don't know why El Rufai is saying this. He does his own cup of tea. When he said it, he said maybe. So he is speculating too. He's not speaking from an authority point of view. Everybody is only speculating. But what has been done is speculation. There is nowhere. And I keep saying it, and I think this is the 4th time I'm saying it on this platform. Show me where Any budget head that they are paying fuel subsidy.
Emeka, it will be captured in the NNPC books, so it doesn't have to come via.
Exactly. Well, we have said here, and I think a lot of us keep.
I think a lot of us have said it is an NNPC. Like it's a loss.
It's a loss on NNPC. NNPC
is under recovery. Is under recovery from NNPC.
NNPC can take an operational loss. They are now a corporation to itself. They are not a government entity anymore. Government can intervene.
Colata. So it means that somebody is paying for it, though. Somebody is paying for it.
It's not. Let one man read what I sent. It's
taking a loss, a hit.
They're taking a hit.
Losing money.
Yeah. All right. Let me quickly speak through this.
Read it.
It says that despite claiming to have ended DSDP, NNPC swapped $750 million crude in November 2023. So November 2023 will be under the Tinubu administration. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, swapped 9 million barrels of oil valued at $755 million under its direct sale, direct purchase arrangement in November 2023, correspondents can report. In June 2023, the NNPC had said it commenced the termination of crude oil swap contracts and would pay cash for petrol imports. The development followed the removal of a subsidy in May, with petrol prices going above 500 Naira to the liter as against the subsidized 185. In the last 4 months, we practically terminated all direct sale purchase contracts. And now we have an arm's length process where we pay cash for import, Mele Kyari had said. In an update on October the 14th, 2023, Kyari told international media that the national oil firm has started purchasing petrol via cash tenders rather than oil swaps. However, NNPC data published on January 18th, 2024 showed that the DSDP arrangement was still in place as at November 2023. A breakdown of the transaction revealed that the DSDP project yielded crude oil liftings, gulped a total of 1.85 million barrels, valued at $159 million. So on and on it goes. So what are we getting from this? Kolata is a long read.
No, you have to continue. Basically, they lied that they stopped crude swaps, that they were now paying cash. That was a lie. They continued the crude swap, and with the crude swap, what they do once they fix price, if they calculate the landing cost and landing cost based on whatever calculation they're using, if it's not based on what the prevailing rate is, it is just what is called an under recovery to NNPC, which is essentially you are subsidizing the product. So NNPC is taking a hit, they're taking a loss. And NNPC is the sole importer at this point in time. So technically, they don't have to pay anybody subsidy. They're just going to take a hit on their books. If people were still importing, and for them to if other companies were still importing and they had to sell at that 600, then you will have to pay them something, which is subsidy. But now nobody is importing. Is NNPC essentially? I think primarily they're only doing crude swaps. So it's essentially just an under recovery on NNPC books. So they're not making as much money they should be making. That's it. That's it.
So it's like what Joel said. We have something on the ground, so we're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's an operational loss. So we've said this before. We've discussed this before. I don't know why we're coming back, and I don't know why people are still saying this matter of, we are paying for subsidy. And I keep saying, show me
so government is paying for it.
That's the point.
Don't take us back.
The only way government is paying is government can now say that, okay, the dividend entitled to us at the end of each year, after you have closed your books, that dividend that you should pay us, let that cover for your operational loss. And typically, most businesses, once there's loss, there's no need to pay you dividend. So government, through the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the Ministry of Finance, are the only shareholders in NNPC, 50-50. So NNPC is a corporation to itself alone. They generate their revenue, they make their expenses, they pay their staff, and as well as their conglomerate operational activities.
It's a government agency now. It's owned by the government.
It is not no, that's the wrong word to use. It is not a government agency.
Who are the shareholders?
The shareholders are Ministry of Petroleum Resources and Ministry of Finance.
Who own those ministries?
Hold on, they don't use the wrong term. It is a national oil company, but a corporation to itself. Nobody is allocating funds like they used to do in the past, budgetary funds to NNPC. Nobody is doing that anymore. Nobody is commanding NNPC, and that is why they cannot even remove the president can remove the GMD, but it is now a corporation that is preparing itself to go public. So we must learn to know the right things. I think we are intelligent enough to do in-depth research, just like what Kolata has gone to look at it to say, okay, what is actually going on? Many of us here are very intelligent people that could sit down. And I said it at least last month or last 2 months, that there is no fuel subsidy anymore again. There's nothing like fuel subsidy. It is an operational
never it will come up again.
To NNPC. It can never come up.
Hold on, Jide. Let me ask Kolata a question. What's the layman understanding of this article right here? We could read the totality of it and pretend like we understand it.
The totality.
Is it essentially they're swapping oil for the subsidy?
So essentially,
they are swapping crude for refined oil. That's what
crude for refined oil. Military light. They're still doing crude for refined oil. I mean, sorry, crude swap. Back in the day, other people were called import, but right now NNPC is the sole importer. Before, if you imported and government forces you to sell at a fixed price, then they have to pay you back the difference. But in this case, NNPC doesn't have to pay itself back the difference. It's just lost. The technical term is under recovery. So essentially, that under recovery is money forgone. It's profit that could have been made. So it's technically a loss in NNPC's books. If Kolata Enterprise was importing,
so Kolata, in essence, right? So I get it because the NNPC imported it directly right now. I think makes
through the crude swap.
Because it and those middlemen then they were making a kill. And they had this deal with the DPR where through the investigations where some of them were even bringing in empty vessels and they will count as
that one has gone now.
Yeah. So that one cannot happen again, right? But the issue is this, right? There is no equivocation. Let me use Thomas's phrase, word. Look, somebody is paying for it. You see, we started playing this American politics where maybe one ministry will pay for something and they'll be like, oh, you have to, we're going to tax the rich. And when they say tax the rich, the populace will say, yes, tax the rich. But they forget that the rich controls the means of production. And if they do control the means of production, they're still going to apply those taxes to whatever thing they're producing. So who's still going to pay for it? The people. So my point is this, whether it's being paid by Tinubu, right? Whatever it is that we're paying now, yes, the cost might have reduced significantly, but whatever thing we are paying on subsidy, right, is whether it is Tinubu that is paying it or NNPC that is paying it, someone is paying for it. And if someone is paying for it, that product is subsidized. It doesn't matter who. It doesn't matter who is paying for it.
Just like
those
subsidy
you're talking about. Hold on, those losses you're talking about in NNPC ought to have been funds, right?
But Joel is right though. However, we try to quote it in some sort of economic jargon. It's still a subsidy.
Let me put it in a very crude way. I own a farm in Ogun State. I produce cassava. From my cassava in some warehouse inside the farm, I convert it to, we grate it, convert it to gari. The trailer that will take it to Lagos for sale, I own it also, the company. You understand? Then I can fix my price how I want. But my neighbor, who doesn't own the truck that transports his own gari to Lagos, doesn't have that kind of luxury. So NNPC, they own the oil.
Okay,
They take
Baba, I know you own
Yes.
the means of production, you own the means of transportation, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to operate at a loss?
If need be.
No. It's a yes or no answer. I mean, I
Yes,
don't
of
want to
course.
just like,
If I want to undo my neighbor, yes.
for how long are you going to operate at a loss?
As long as it takes for me before I revert myself.
So now you're talking like someone that stole money from government, and he's just out there, just the business
Dangote
is
was
just
doing
like
it for salt, was doing it for sugar. They did it.
no. Please, let's Dangote is not a good example for any. It's not a good example for any economic discussion. Please, he enjoyed monopoly for quite a long time, so we cannot use Dangote as a base form.
All right, let's get back to Jide so that we can get back to the structure. Jide, back to you.
Jide,
do we have you?
Okay, let me cover for him on the comes back. Once he raises his voice, I will stop. Let me add something to what Kulata and Emeka said. You see, like this 3755, for instance, that is just a bulk price of an outsider, an accountant. But in reality, when you take your crude oil to go refine, let's say I have 1 million barrel of raw crude oil, there is amount the refinery will charge, standard charge, to help me refine the oil. Don't forget, I took crude oil there, but my crude oil has at least minimum basic byproducts, about 6 or 7 to be extracted apart from PMS from my crude oil. Am I paying the refinery with that? I'm only asking a rhetorical question. Am I paying? So if we are talking about 755 loss, it could be even far, far less than that, because those byproducts has to be traded somewhere. Jide, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, go ahead. You should have interrupted me.
Sorry, Jide. Baba, you say what you've done, right, is what I would say people who are very smart in the oil market would do. Now, you've been able to articulate clearly that crude oil comes with byproducts, especially refineries that can refine those byproducts, inclusive of fuel and the other products attached. There's polyethylene, there's diesel, there's jet fuel, there's kerosene, and the rest. And now you are signing a forward contract to say, okay, you are not paying me, but give me just the fuel component of this for the crude that I'm shipping to you. It is a win-win for the refinery, and as likewise for NNPC. Now, instead of the refinery paying the cost for that, they can still go ahead to sell the byproduct and also direct product of the crude oil and still make their gain and just give you only
Even
the
at a
fuel
discount,
component of it.
cash and carry.
Exactly. And then you come in. But, many people just want to hear bad news from Nigeria, or bad news is happening to justify their own happiness. And I think it's witchcraft behavior. So where, and people keep saying the GMD of NNPC has told the world that there is nothing like fuel subsidy anymore. Now, no business, no oil business or oil marketer. One man, I think the noise is from your end. No oil marketer can operationally be in the money. You cannot profitably import fuel into the country. You will, as it's landing, you're already in a loss. Before you even move it, you're already in a loss position. And many of them are upset. So for them to continue to be in business, they have to go and buy directly from NNPC. So they are all still speculating and talking. When NNPC can take that operational loss or operational hit, and then again, as a chartered accountant, and I will say that every corporation is set up for the pleasure of their shareholders and possibly the interest of their stakeholders. So whatever your shareholder and stakeholder wants from you, that is the goal and the things you will pursue. So if your stakeholder or your shareholder, and when I mean by stakeholder, the ones that wage power, not the noisemakers on the streets, because we're all stakeholders in the entity called Nigeria. The ones that wage power, if the shareholders say, okay, we want you to do this, you serve for the pleasure of your shareholders, and you will go ahead to do what your shareholders want you to do. And who are you to begin to talk about what they are doing and what they are not doing?
Okay,
Yes?
Emeka, you know they will soon go public, right? You know they will soon go public, right? So when
Yes,
they go
they intend
public,
to go public. Yes.
hold on now.
Can we let
If they
Jide
go
come in?
public,
Can we
let
let
me just
Jide
plan
come in?
this question.
Don't-
Then
Let Jide take the floor so that it's a bit.
Let Jide
it's
speak. You
structured.
can ask me the question when it gets to my turn.
All right, Jide, to you.
Okay, woman, thank you. You see, it's a funny thing the way we want our country to progress. At the same time, we want to dictate how it will progress and condemn things that doesn't look like it is what we want. You know, for instance, Baba Janle Koko on this platform will always clamor for free education, food should be cheap, this should be that. Okay? Now the government looked at it and saw that okay, we need to pay subsidy because not pay in cash because we need to subsidize this fuel because crude price is high out there, and if NNPC will be dealing with us with the market price, we'll be talking of maybe 1,000 or 800 naira, 900 naira, and the government looked for a way without encouraging the normal, usual corrupt people that will collect the money and not even bring the fuel, or bring the fuel, collect the money and go elsewhere to sell it. And the government look for a way to make the citizen not feel the impact of the increase in global prices. And still, we are still complaining. That brings to question, what do we want?
Jide, it's not that we are complaining, but what we are saying is that, look, if you want to give us subsidy, come out clean. This is what subsidy I'm giving you. Don't say that no more subsidy. Subsidy is gone, and through the back door, you are still giving subsidy. That is not good. Government should come out clean.
Okay,
Let us appreciate good things that we are doing, but don't be lying to us. That is what we are saying.
Okay, Baba Janle Koko.
Yeah.
Baba Janle.
Yeah, that is
The
not
truth of
transparency. When you want to run,
that
you have to run government with transparency and accountability.
Baba Janle Koko, I like it. Every man on this platform knows that we don't even run our house with total transparency. There are things, decisions you keep to yourself. Now we are now talking of high level decisions like government decisions. There are decisions they will take based on the situation on ground. And I know they are only doing this for the meantime. Should Dangote start and it can supply us what we need, and the other refineries start and they can really supply us what we need, this whole thing will be converted to forex exchange for us, because we will be selling it and not exchanging it for cheaper.
Beautifully said, Jide.
All right, start to bring it home, Jide.
Let me ask you a question, Jide, before you round it up. Okay, if Dangote tomorrow, if by tomorrow now, Dangote roll out his own petrol, and he want to sell it at the market value, which of course will be more than what the government is selling it now. So what is going to happen? We're selling it at higher value. I mean, higher amount more than the government is saying. It's selling it now because it's a privately owned company. It cannot subsidize for anybody. So what is going to happen to our own? Because we are saying that, oh, when Gado started rolling out his own, that is when everything will come out to normal. So I don't get it. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
We are not forced to buy from Dangote. Might as well sell it or use it to drink Gary. NNPC will do the job for us.
Baba, let me even explain something to Babajan Lekoko. Presently, Dangote buys crude from outside. Before now, they sell crude to marketers at 1,500. This
He
man
even
now
have his own trading house in London now.
Okay, so now this man has said he's selling at 1,000 naira. Look at what Earpiece did. Earpiece is lifting people from here to wherever they are going at a very cheap price, and the man is still saying they are not running at a loss. Okay, and the government is already foreseeing this. That's why they even want him to get his crude locally and pay in naira, and that's why they are moving all these things, so that you will never get to the point whereby he would say, because I'm buying at international price and it is this and this. So, but if we are supplying you locally, you cannot tell us that it is now international price. This is where the government is going to, and I want us to always look at the positive of wherever we are seeing, rather than always looking at the negative. And to round this up, to round this whole discussion up, Babajale Oko said something the other time. He said everything is gradual. This thing, that even the coastal highway is gradual. I have said it repeatedly on this platform that they gave it to ITEC is not gradual, because I live in Lekki and I live in Lagos. I know how Beja fought flood for more than 6 years, collecting money from the federal government, and could not get the flood controlled, and all these Lekki to get area always get flooded during the. It was this same ITEC that came and solved the problem. So if they give it to them, they have the right to give it to them. And to Aisha Oyesufu's matter of on Naira or dollar, these people
make that a very short, just so we can move it on. Yeah.
These people are just looking for the downfall of the country. They are happy when the dollar was going up. They came up and said, did they not tell us we should not vote for this man, we should not do this? Now it is coming down. They are asking people to go and keep it so that it will go up, so that it can now be expensive, and the price of Naira, it is just wickedness. And this is what I say. You don't need to have on your head and tail and fly in the middle of night to be a witchcraft. To be a witch, to be practicing witchcraft. These people are practicing witchcraft. How would you be praying for the downfall of your country just because your person did not win an election? That is what I see that they are doing, and they are going to fail. There is a story of a man crying, lamenting. He went and borrowed 10 million naira, converted it to dollar at the rate of 1,800. Now he's running out. In fact, he's really crying. People are now advising him to go and sell it and invest in bonds, Nigerian bonds, and wait till when he will get that the money has lost back. That is what will be the portion of every one of them that want to run this country down. And I submit my own discussion at that point, my suggestion.
All right, Bidan, excellent. So that's the mighty Jide. So thank you, Jide. So we're going from Jide to Larry. I'm not sure if we still have him. Larry.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, Larry. Yeah, let's hear from you. 8 minutes. I'll be a bit stricter with you. 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's no problem. It's no problem. Yeah, let me just quickly talk on this particular thing that we've actually been talking on. You see, for me, I think I will lean more towards Babajan Lekoko. Transparency is key. And the problem I have is this. I don't see any reason why federal government will be the one making decisions for revenue that goes into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. because it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't make sense. If we're to be a particular revenue that is exclusive to the federal government, they can make that decision. But what we are talking of here...
Larry, sorry to interject. Sorry, what revenue are you talking about here?
Money coming from NNPC.
No, it's not. It's not the business of the federal government anymore.
We can paint it whatsoever we want to paint it, right? They are doing swapping. They are doing crude oil to petrol swapping. The major thing is no matter what they do, it reduces what comes in. It's not like it's going to increase it. It reduces what we are getting. And that money coming from that part does not exclusively belong to the federal government. It belongs to the federation. It belongs to the state government. It belongs to
No. That's why I asked you what revenue are you talking about. Go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
So it belongs to everybody, right? And we don't even need to hear this answer from the minister. Even almost everybody is supposed to know what we are doing with this. Everything we are just doing is just normal backdoor economics. We are having some deal. NNPC is helping us to clean our dirty room and, so that everything is going to be fine. I'm not against government supporting the economy for us to have stability, but support the economy in a transparent way where everybody, even on the street, understands what we are doing. Because this actually, it's good for us. Oh yeah, because but it doesn't really speak a lot of good things to even the international community, because there's a lot of secrecy where everybody's trying to look for information. Everybody's trying to go in and say, okay, NNPC, tell us. A minister coming in and say, oh, I don't even know. Are we supposed to get to that point? No. This is actually a free information that's supposed to be available for everybody without even asking, because probably all the state governor knows what is happening, all the local government chairman know what is happening, because it's actually a collective decision. And we're more like, okay, fine, this is what NNPC is bringing. Okay, because of this, we know, because of what they are doing, this is what we're supposed to be getting. But because of the shortfall, right, we are not really going to be getting anything in the consolidated revenue fund. This is what we call transparency. And transparency is the bedrock of accountability. We can paint it whatsoever we want to paint it, but that's my own view, right? Let's not get to that point where we keep making jest of ourselves, because Nigeria is a laughing stock with this kind of arrangement, because everybody's looking for information. We don't even get the information. And I like Kulata. Thank you for what you've just done, right? And if you look at that information that you've actually given us, this is not even recent. And we are even guessing, oh, probably this is what NNPC is doing. They said they are not doing this. Are we supposed to get to that point? No. It's supposed to be something that is supposed to be easy for me and you to see. We don't even need freedom of information.
Larry, to chip in some point to what you are saying, is it not this NNPC that went to borrow like $3 billion for the country? I mean, for the central bank, when the president came in, on whose behalf are they doing it? Is it not on behalf of the federal government? Why are they doing it on behalf of the federal government? And they collateralize this thing with the crude. They collateralize that loan with the crude. What are we talking about? How can somebody be telling us, oh,
thank you, Babaja. Thank you.
They collateralize it with the crude. And how can somebody be telling me, oh, NNPC is a separate entity, government does not have one? Who are the shareholders of NNPC? Is it not government agencies? On whose behalf are they acting? And on whose interests are they acting? I mean, Larry, continue, Jare.
So as for me, right, we can paint it, we can use economics, we can use the English, we can use everything, is swapping, is this, is that. As far as whatever they are doing is reducing the revenue that we are supposed to get into that consolidated revenue fund. And that consolidated revenue fund is a pot for everybody. It's not a pot for federal government. Federal government only have probably 50% of that pot. And every other person in that pot does not even know what is happening. Everybody is just guessing. I think at this point, probably one of the state governors should head to the courts. If they really want to do the right thing, head to the courts. Let's scatter everything and we know what is happening.
Exactly.
So but Larry, can I ask a question? Larry, Baba Janle Koko, Trail of Nashville, knowing the situation of your economy as a country, what you sell, what you produce before now, knowing the state of the country in terms of what you owe, what would you have rather have them do? Or you answer that question.
Be open with it. Be open with it.
I am not saying don't stabilize. Understand me very well. I'm not saying don't stabilize the economy, but let me that I'm part of this is more like we have a household, right? And in that household, everybody has shares in that household. And now you said you make a decision for me. When even me that you are making that decision for, I don't even know the decision you've made. And at this point, you just said, oh, don't worry. I'm Lori now. What are we saying?
Baba.
You are telling me that you are bobbing my hair. I don't even know.
I wanted you took the word from my mouth. I wanted to ask him what MKO said. Can you shave a man's head in his absence? That's what I wanted.
Larry, I wanted you to just flow right on your premise, but you're actually wrong with what you are saying on the revenue part of it. Now, you are very wrong, but not to just put it. But I can understand why you are wrong because we keep seeing the NNPC, which that is not its name anymore. It is NNPCL.
I'm not saying NNPCL. The fund coming from NNPC, where does it go?
It is not the fund coming for NNPC. It's for NNPC as a corporation.
For NNPC,
that's why. Can you? That's why I said I didn't want to interject you.
Emeka, why are you giving a false? Why are you giving a false information?
Wait now.
It's not false information. It's not false information. It is Larry that do not understand. Rational mind, can I correct the information? A rational mind, I am willing to bet $1,000. Go and verify. You can go to NNPC. The funds coming in any fund. Rational mind, please. Can I land before you come with your this thing? NNPC. The only time NNPC is only to remit the FX. That is the dollars. To the CBN account because it is FX. Wait, Larry, hold on. You have passed the wrong information. Hold on, I want to correct it. Hold on now. I will you will still speak now. NNPC will only remit and collect the Naira equivalent of that FX. Right? The revenue NNPC generates from its operation is for NNPC. What is the federal government entitled to? Dividend payment as the shareholder. That's what they're entitled to. They don't have any business in the operational activities of NNPC. No business. I'm not saying they can't speak based on their shareholding that the president cannot direct. After all, he's still the president. He can tell any business operations or any business individual owner to say, this is what we want you for the collective good of the country. But to have a hand, never. And I'm putting $1,000. Go and do it. We are smart people. We're intelligent people. But I think maybe because we are busy people. But I think because we are busy people.
Can I interject you now?
I think. Hold on. One piece. I'll be rational mind. Because we are busy people. Yes, we know we do all that thing. We do not take time to go do independent research. And I employ everybody. I cajole everybody. I encourage everybody. And I don't want to push everybody to go and do your independent research. Pick up your phone and call the corporate services of NNPC to find out what you are going to do, or tell them, show me your annual report. Why
Emeka,
do
I
we
wanted
go
to ask
about?
you a
Why do we
question,
go
and you said
about?
I should wait for you, but you
No,
keep interjecting.
I didn't want to take Jide's time, right? I think it is wrong for him to keep. He's a quiet individual,
But
and I
I
didn't
mean, you
want
can
us
you
to
can just add
overshadow
it
him.
to, because I mean you've been speaking for like 3 minutes now. You could have just added it to it and just answer
No,
the
you will
question.
ask me. I am
That's
not
what I'm
running away
saying.
from the question. You
all
will
right.
ask me when we get to my turn.
Let Jide take the floor back. He usually
No, it's
loses.
Larry, not Jide.
Sorry,
It's Larry.
Larry rather. It does it because he likes it to sequences flow, and when he break it up, he loses that flow. So back to you, Larry.
So the thing is this. You see, we can say whatsoever we want. But what I know is just that form.
Larry, it's not whatever we want. It is what it is. It's not whatever we want. You are the one saying whatever you want.
Now, Emeka,
I don't like when the kind of statement we make. It's not whatever we want.
Okay, let's
let's
do it this way. Let Larry land. However, you disagree with whatever he has
to
say.
When you are saying whatever I want, it's like you coming to say Jesus is like the son. That's whatever you want. But we know Jesus came like a man.
Emeka, can you hold on 1 second? Let Larry say, because Larry is very vast in this sort of area. So let him say whatever he has to say. Whether you disagree or not, just let him say it. And then when he lands, I'll come to you straight after him, so you can debunk, just so that it doesn't get skittish. Back to you, Larry.
So the thing is this: it's very short. We can say whatsoever we want. NNPC is now a corporation. NNPC is now this. NNPC is now that. All I know is that we have one federation account where every revenue goes into, and that revenue that goes into that federation account doesn't belong to federal government alone. And federal government does not have the right to solely make decision on that revenue. So whatsoever I want to say, oh, it's NNPC, oh, it's PLC, it's corporation, it's this, in as much as that revenue does not belong exclusively to the federal government, then making that decision on that revenue, for as far as I'm concerned, I would, if I happen to be part of the opposition, I will be heading to court.
Larry, sorry. Yeah. Are you talking of the governors that were giving all these increments in their bonuses, their allocations, and they are not?
Do you think state governors will not take the government to NNPC to court? You think a state government who will want more money for themselves will not take them to court? You think so?
You see.
Do you think so? That's why. Number one, sit down, and I want you now, Larry, go back, go and Google the revenues that the federal government generates. Go take your phone.
Emeka, please now.
Let's stop miseducating the public. Take your phone and Google the revenues that the federal government generates.
All right.
Like this. I have little patience for false information.
No, it's fine. It's an interpretation of an information now, so you can interpret it differently.
Larry, can I say something?
Yeah, you can.
Thanks.
If NNPC is as
all we need to do is just take your phone, Google what federal government generates as revenue. We can do this. We are smart people.
Hold on. No, everybody stop. Rational Mind wanted to interject. Let him interject. Ajale Koko come after him. Then Larry, bring your segment home, and then we go on to Emeka. Rational Mind.
Thanks, woman. You see, everybody has said so many things here. I mean, in fact, our friend Emeka keeps giving some kind of information. I don't even understand. For me, you see, the issue of NNPC. I remember when former MP Abiola says NNPC is the most opaque corporation or the most opaque government-run institution at that time when he was alive, when he said that. And to this very day, it is the most opaque. Bigger companies like Aramco, you go on their website, you see everything, the crew that are being lifted and all of that things, the money and the shareholders. But NNPC, it's always one story. When Buhari was there, we know how he said he privatized it, he did all this crap, and somebody saying that they will sell it, and somebody's telling us here that they can lose money if it's run like a PPP, in a sense, like it's both government and privately owned. Why would you be operating at a loss. Because mind you, it's federal government is not the only one that owns the if we go by what argument that some of you are arguing here, that it's a private company, it's not owned by the federal government anymore.
It is not what we are arguing. Take your phone and Google it.
My friend, hold on.
You have a phone. You have.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point? Can you just calm down, my friend? Let me make this point.
Gentlemen, we have to let whoever the speaker is speak. Rational mind, make the point.
If a company is run like a partnership, or more like privately owned, partly owned by the public, by the government, and then you're telling me that they will take a hit, like Kolata was saying, and you, Emeka was saying here, that they will take a hit in the operational cost. I mean, how do you pay your shareholders then? How do you pay other people? So it tells you that that thing is just a facade of people owning it. It's owned by the federal government. If they can take a hit, it means the federal government can take a hit and let go of whatever profit they would have made from NNPC. So somebody telling us, you see, the thing is this: we have criminals running that country, and they keep replacing one method of running of stealing from us, our common patrimony, our common wealth. They keep replacing it with all kinds of gimmicks. So somebody can come here and tell me, oh, yeah, they want us to believe that it's privately owned, so that you and I will not be able to. You see, sometimes some of us, when we argue here, I don't blame some of us that argue, because that's the narrative we see out there. They want us to believe, and the idea they want to get sold to us. And that's what we all wrong with. But for me, if you tell me that NNPC is privately owned, I don't believe that. And they're telling me that they take a hit on their operational cost because they want to lower the subsidy or whatever. I mean, why would you take a unilateral decision to want to take a hit if it's not owned by the government? So I don't know. Okay, what are the shareholders that own NNPC? Go on their website. Who are the shareholders? We can see Aramco. We can see other
Rational mind.
All right, you are repeating yourself now. All right, thank you, Rational mind. All right.
Am I dipping, woman? Am I dipping?
No, you are not dipping, but you are repeating yourself. So I think you've made the point you were making. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko.
So, if NNPC is a privately owned company, why is Central Bank taking over the proceed from sales of crude oil? Every proceed from the sales of crude oil go to Central Bank. They don't have control over it again. And you are telling me that's a privately owned or an independently owned organization. It's not privately owned organization. It's owned by the government. The chairman of the person that is managing, the managing director, is appointed by the government. So we can't continue to spin this as say, oh, it's this and that. We all know they borrowed money for Central Bank when Tinubu came in, and it was so bad they don't have any money to pay the backlog of those what they are owing to what do you call it, airline and some other creditors. They went to borrow money for Central Bank of Nigerian state. So what are we talking about? Larry, fire on Jare Mungbaduen.
You see the problem I have. There's a lot of rascality, rascality in Nigeria. And that is exactly why you could have a CBN governor and a federal government making decisions, having ways and means of 30 trillion. And this is the same thing. We keep saying, oh, the president did this, that. That's that rascality. That's why we keep putting ourselves into problems. We have a country where we are supposed to tell the federal government, be transparent. Transparency doesn't cost you anything. Why are we all looking for information everywhere? The information that everybody is supposed to have quick access to. We can, oh, it is this, is that. All those ones, I don't even buy to it. Because these people are still, this NNPC, as far as I'm concerned, right? All these, oh, we are kind of like looking for a way to, all this cosmetics economics, I'm not for it. Let me know what it is. If I'm sick, let me know the number of years I have. Don't tell me I'm good. Don't tell me you are helping me. When you are helping me, let me know the help you are giving me so that I know when to pay back. So I don't know. We can say all sorts of things. Oh, is this, is that. But at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. 1 + 1 = 2. You can't paint it.
So by your reckoning, the subsidy is still very much fully there.
It's a lot of secrecy, right? And I'm sick and tired of this secrecy. I'm sick and tired of it.
Well, what's the justification for that opaqueness in NNPC? Because the books have never really been perused by. Yeah.
Have you seen that Nigerian newspaper? Right?
One man. That's it.
Because they want to know what is happening in NNPC. They go to Insider. They go to Wall Street Journal to look for information. Why? Haven't you noticed that? That they keep quoting Insider that is in the US. Keep quoting Wall Street Journal for information about NNPC that is in Nigeria. It's crazy.
Larry, what are you even saying? We heard about the death of our president on CNN. Before NTA could announce it, CNN announced the death of our president during the time of Abacha. Look, we can lie to ourselves all we want, but if it's covered in secrecy, then it is not right. No matter how we want to dilly over it, this issue about fuel subsidy, I am not a fan of RFI, but the thing there is that as a government, you should not give room for certain speculations, especially if you are that government that goes around looking for people to come and invest in your country. This is not a good look. Thank you.
Sorry. I need to move it on. I think people want to go to bed, so let me get to them. Emeka, I was going to come to you, but let me go to Kulata first, because you know he works with time, and we lose him.
I'm an old man. My joints ache, so I need to go to bed early.
All right, Kulata, free flow for about 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think I'm on board with what Larry is saying. The issue of transparency. I mean, first of all, Madam Kyari lies. He lies a lot. He lies way too much for my liking. He was the one. It was jejely. He's on his own that said, crude oil swaps stopped. I think that was back in June last year. He said they stopped and they're going to be using what's it called? Is it cash calls or whatever to buy petrol? That they stopped the swaps. And at that point in time, they were still owing those trading houses like $3 billion. And the swap deal is so myopic. It's so opaque. Lord knows what goes on there. There's some people I know that have that arrangement on a smaller scale, but nobody's going to say anything. And there are all sorts of companies, Swiss companies, Nigerian companies, all sorts involved in the swap. So with nobody importing, NNPC being the sole importation company, they swap. Okay, if you swap, which I think is a bad deal. If you swap and you get the petrol and you're not selling it at the prevailing market rate, like the way they sell kerosene and diesel, then, that's money forgone. There's no ifs or buts about it. That's forgone money. It's forgone to maintain a steady price of PMS throughout the year, regardless of whether dollar rises or falls, regardless of whether crude rises or falls. Like two main factors: your exchange rate, because we're importing stuff. Your exchange, whether dollar rise, if crude rise, if nothing, it's just staying there, and nobody is saying anything. And I don't really like the Kyari guy. I really don't like that guy, because it's the guy that told us, was it last month? No, it was in February or something. He said in 2 weeks or whatever, if you guys remember, that refineries will be, Port Harcourt refinery or something will be working. We're in April now. That timing was supposed to be something in March. He lied. So the guy lies casually. There's proof now that they never stopped the swaps. And these swaps could explain, I mean, we're still not, I mean, we're not in their books, but the swaps, the continued swap, definitely gives us an inkling why we will have under recovery, because they're not selling at what they're supposed to sell at. So it's a kind of a loss. I've been saying it that this is on NNPC's books. We've been saying it for a long time here. That's on NNPC's book. But nobody just had an idea how they could be manipulating it. So this is one explanation amongst many other ways they may be doing this, because this is supposed to have stopped. And I mean, you clearly can see it. I've never seen a product in my life that just stays like that, regardless when the main drivers of that product is moving up and down, and it just stays stubbornly there. Like, there needs to be an explanation for it. So I know that if they can get the dollar down to like 800, then we probably will not have any under recovery anymore. Because at that point in time, the price of petrol, if the FX is correct, is probably going to, I don't know how much, is it 650 or whatever? How much, whatever they sell it. I don't buy petrol in Nigeria, so I don't know the price. But if they can bring the dollar down.
It's now 620 from 640. So there's 20 Naira off now.
So if they can, if they can bring the dollar, if Cardoso continues what he's doing, if they can sustain it, if they can break it down to an amount, then at that point in time, there will then no longer be any under recovery at that point in time. But please, now we need to remove that pegging of a price, fixed price. It doesn't make sense. It's not realistic. We need to retrain, re-engineer Nigerians to be used to fluctuating prices based on market conditions. All over in most African countries, the prices rise and fall. We've spoiled ourselves and say, okay, a price is just going to be this. And then it's always that. And then if it changes, everybody starts messing around. Any commodity, any whatever, the prices rise and fall, it should be that. So Tinubu, please, for a lasting legacy that we can sustain, stop pegging prices. Yeah, you can have like a ceiling, a relative ceiling that you can move, so people get a little bit comfortable, and then move it up, adjust a little bit, look for some creative ways. We have AI now, it can help you calculate all sorts of things. But can we just stop this fixed price? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Diesel is not fixed price. Kerosene is not. We're used to it now. So at this point in time, people need to get used to PMS moving up and down. So I do hope Cardoso gets the Naira to, where we can stabilize it to like 800, 750, 850, whatever. And then the under recovery is little, because there's a reason why NNPC can't really give us, when was the last time and how much has NNPC given us profits? Have they even given us anything in years now? There are reasons for that now. So, I don't even know why we're still swapping crude. Do we still, at this point in time, do we still owe those companies, as of last time I checked, $3 billion? Do we still owe them? Who knows? I just don't like the opaqueness in the NNPC. And a company that's limited liability with 2 shareholders that are federal government ministries, like, really? Essentially it's an extension of the government. Not until they list, they go to the market and list. That's when I'm going to appreciate it as like its own entity. But at this point in time, there's too much government involvement. You will not run a private company, a real private company, the way they're running this company. Yeah, yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Because this question was a question I wanted to ask Emeka, because he was going around telling us.
Has anybody noticed anything?
Like what?
What?
Our views just went from 100 plus to 0.
Wait, what did I do?
No, I think we've been attacked. But carry on.
Yeah, we can attack that. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Joey.
What went from 100 to 0? What?
our views, our viewership. We went from 100
on YouTube. On YouTube.
Yes, I just saw it. We went from 100 plus
Wow.
to 0. But carry on.
Well,
we've been. I suspect we have been attacked by whatever it
well,
is.
well, any person that looks at us that wants to attack us, we don't eat government money. We only come and tell government what to do. If so, they feel like attacking us, they are free. Kulata. So the question I wanted to throw to Emeka is this, right? We were talking about NNPC taking losses and all that. And Iyari was on one international program, and he was talking about, floating the NNPC into the stock market. My question now is, if that should happen, will NNPC still be doing this, taking these losses for the government and all that?
Hell no. No way.
That's the point. So that's the point. So the sooner Tinubu's government comes out clear on what is going on in that sector, the better. Make it known to us. Let us see what it is. If it is a dinosaur, let us say it's a dinosaur. We have seen everything in Nigeria. What else is it there for us to see? So the opaqueness. So that is the question I wanted to ask Emeka. Thank you, Kulata.
I mean, it's opaque. It's not. You cannot. This is not how you run. I mean, a limited liability company, private company, is run to make money for its shareholders. So if it's taking loss for its shareholders, then it's almost like a non-for-profit. It's like a non-profit, right? Because you could be making money. That's money. I mean, the recovery is money for gone. Because you could have sold it at prevailing rate and you will have made money. Yeah, will Nigerian complain? Of course they will. But then let's be transparent about it and explain it. And I know it's embarrassing because you're kind of like walking back. But at this point in time, it's obvious now. It's obvious. The whole world knows this is going on. So what's the point? And if they're going to list, I told one man when we were talking about this, I said it's going to take years before you can list NNPC in the market because they have to fix their books. God knows the kind of books these guys have. We were talking about accounting books yesterday. Like, when is NNPC even going to get a thorough audit? Who knows what? Anyway, I don't want to get into.
They've been audited. I have their financial statement for the group, the consolidated for 16 months.
And everything. I'm not.
I'll send it to one man. I think that I wanted to talk about it. You see, that's why I said we're smart, intelligent people. But
hold on, Emeka. What about if you audit them, right? This kind of crude swap transactions, I've always been wondering about it. We give them. Let me make my points. Let me land so let me say this. So maybe we swap. You swap crude and they give you PMS, right? And do they give you what's the calculation of how much PMS do they give you for crude? And then you know that. What about other things that get?
One quick second, Kulata. To the people watching, there seems to be something going on with the system. I'm going to shut this down and restart it immediately. So just go to the platform and click on it. I'm just going to unplug it from YouTube and re-plug it back. So you just have to go back and click on the link. The studio stays the same. Carry on, Kulata.
Okay. So if we swap crude for PMS, those people were swapping with can use that crude, give it to the refinery, they get PMS, kerosene, jet fuel, so on and so forth. So is that a good deal? Or what am I missing in part of that deal? Because a company, if you audit that, you can audit that, but at the end of the day, though, is that the best use of our resource?
You see, what I would say is we are all speculating, right? Our speculation?
Of course, we don't know the inside information there.
I think with what you release, I think that is where my own speculation is going to, and it is close to that. Except we see something differently. The only way we can see this, right? Like just like I have the financial statement, but this is for 16 months running to 2022. I don't know what is holding their 2023 financial statement. Most likely, it's going to come out soon, and then the operational activities that we are looking at, yes, it's probably started from 2023. Yes, we will see some of them. They will narrate it in their business overview. We will see it. We'll see. They can't hide it because they have to speak on their operational activities. But let me let you talk. Continue with your,
No,
with your
besides
discussion.
that, I think this is temporary. It's not a permanent feature.
No. Whether it's temporary, whether it's not temporary, it's still business operation activities that needs to be discussed, right? They are going to talk about it. So the best way, and I hope other accountants are also listening, because when they hear these things, it itches them to their body. It's like, okay, these people are not saying what is operationally tenable. So I have the one way to know the operational activities from a public point of view or from a stakeholder point of view is through the audited financial statement of an organization. Now, a lot of people keep using terms. I don't want to call names. I'm not trying to rob anybody differently with a stroke of a cane or a stroke of a broom. But I would say, please, this is my forte. And that is why when I hear these things, it itches me to say, please, you are misinforming the public. So you're misinforming the public when I hear this kind of, I'll let you speak, don't worry. Let me just continue. What I will do is to give one man the financial statement. I don't know if one man can be able to understand what is.
Yeah, but Emeka,
I will be free to, I don't know if I'm,
Emeka, we can analyze, I mean, from a business perspective. I'm not an accountant, but I hold on. I play around, I mean, I have accountants working for me pretty much. And I analyze financial statement or all but not. But there's limits to what you will be able to get in a financial statement, especially for this kind of operations. And then for the nature of this company, there just some practices that, even though it may pass muster when you record some numbers, but the actual practice itself, it may be a bit dodgy. But here's the thing:
this is just not only financial statement; it is an annual report.
It's an annual report. Okay, so everything there.
Everything there would be
everything there. But what I'm saying is, there's a level of opaqueness in this NMPC that you will not get from that or from all the books that they release.
You see, that is where you see, and now they are being audited by one of the best, which I would say the very best anyway.
Who is the best now?
PwC.
Why will you call PwC the best?
No,
anyway, I'm just being flippant. No, Shirini, I'm just playing.
In Africa, PwC is the best. So
Kulata wants you to mention his own financial house instead.
PwC, he would know definitely. PwC is the best in Africa.
In Nigeria, you're right.
In Nigeria, in Nigeria the rest don't compare. So, but that's why I say in Africa, in Nigeria, the rest don't compare. It's like PwC is like let's say PwC is at the cloud. The rest starts from the ground. It's a far cry. So they are audited by the very best. So they will go through all the books, the records, the general ledger that they have, and they will confirm and also give a statement to show that this is a true and fair view of their financial statement or annual report. And they will sign off. So
yeah, but
that's
a lot of things. Audits will not catch everything.
That is, see, I'm not disputing what you are saying, but that is what the external auditor come in to look at, to express an opinion on the true and fair view of the financial statement, that it represents and actually give factual fact and credibility. So questions that they want, that they know Nigerians will want to know, they would ask those questions, that they will look at it. Yes, the financial controller or probably the chief financial officer of NNPC would have prepared the report, but they will also do their substantial testing. they will also go ahead to do their control, put out their controls to see that these things are true. And then they would look at it and review their business overview and strategy and say, okay, yes, I think this is okay. And they will express their opinion. And if the opinion is qualified, they will state it there that it's qualified. Because on a typical note, PwC do not want to just lose their license just to please who? Who did they want to please?
They won't lose their license, Emeka. Look, here's what I'm going to say. A CEO without credibility. That's what we're dealing with NMPC. You cannot come out publicly.
I understand your qualms with Kiari, but what I would say is what that man is trying to do. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, please, can you give me 1 minute?
Sorry,
I wanted to say something. Yes, thank you. Kolata, this figure says November 2023, and we know that even these swap deals are being signed as contracts. Okay, so what I want to say is this: I don't know why we are flogging it too much. We are speculating. Maybe even Erufai in his statement said maybe. You understand? So for me, I think if you cannot be doing a shady deal with somebody and still go and bring the best company to come and audit that person,
but it's not shady, Jide. No, well, let's not misconstrue something. It's under recovery. It's what I mean. You take a loss, so big deal. It's up to your shareholders to say if your shareholders are not complaining. So what's the big deal?
Kolata, let's exercise some patience, right? Let's wait for their annual reports to come out again.
But what I'm trying to tell Jide is, I mean, it's not like the action of under recovery is not a corrupt practice. Let's get that clear. It's not a corrupt practice.
You know,
Kolata,
a lot of us are saying
but the way they are painting it is like there's something about it.
No, that transparency would come from the financial statement and
the issue of transparency is you ought to come and explain for why you are able to keep the price of a commodity regardless whether it rains or it shines or earthquake happen, earthquake no happen. You keep it the same, and then diesel and kerosene is bouncing up and down just with the market forces. So, and you told us you removed subsidy, so that means it's a deregulated product. So we were say, okay, you did not remove everything, but it is not deregulated. Okay, then we say, okay, fine, it's not deregulated. Whatever, we can give it another language.
Okay, apologies. Let me just do something quickly. I want to show. I wouldn't ordinarily want to advertise anything, but let me show this. This is Niger Watch, also showing one watching. So I think it's a YouTube-wide thing, not us especially being attacked. Yes. So if Niger Watch is getting only one viewer, then and then there's one other big American guy. Look, this guy here. You see him.
Oh, you watch Greg
of course, doesn't everyone? Is the new, who is that guy that died? Is the replacement? He's getting 18 views, and he usually gets about. He usually gets about 3,000 views, and he's showing 18 views. So I think it's a YouTube thing. But carry on. Sorry. You know, unbelievable.
So I'm not saying, that it is illegal to take a loss. It's not illegal. You just took a loss. But let Nigerians know, for transparency's sake, this is what we're doing. Not us speculating and trying to add 1 + 1 to equal 2. So I'll leave it there so others can talk.
All right.
I think it's my turn now.
Yes, Emeka, you're up next.
Okay, let me just seamlessly flow into this. Yes, thank you, Kolata. Kolata is always a beauty hearing you speak and comment. And you as a deep thinker. So I agree with the submission of you talking about the swap, right? The speculation. But we're only speculating because we do not have the true facts. So now what we can do, what I would say is we're all speaking about transparency. Yes, the NNPC GMD can come to speak on that. He may choose it at his own at his own, making that decision to come to the public to speak. If he chooses to, he might choose not to. Wait for their financial statement. When it comes out, definitely we will see it there. The cash swap, we will see it, because you know why? One thing that the auditors will do is give me your customers list, and they will test those customers lists and review them. So the NMPC cannot hide certain things. Yes, I'm not saying that the audit will be 100%. No, auditors getting it right all the time is not the true test. But the fact that your books will be under external scrutiny by someone who do not have interest in your business is enough credibility for we Nigerians who are stakeholders to say, yes, I believe that this represents the true and fair view. And if they are going to qualify their audit report, they'll put it there that this does not represent the true and fair view. They'll state it there. I know PwC very well, especially PwC in Nigeria. They do their job extremely well. So I would leave it at that, but I only that the other accountants who are watching or listening from home, I want them to come in. That's why I said I was telling Rational Man, I'm putting $1,000. It's not like that I have money to throw away, because I'm so confident. It's my forte. I can't come to Rational Man's forte and tell Rational Man I know this thing better than you. I can't, because I don't. He knows it better than me. So when I hear specific words, sorry, Larry, I'm not trying to just to call you out to know, but yeah.
Emeka, you're an accountant, right? So
yes,
what I want to ask you, because you see,
it was until Fatai debunked him just a few sessions ago. That was the session.
Are you telling me that NNPC is not supposed to pay into federation accounts?
No, they are not. They can pay into they can pay into the CBN forex account for the dollars that they have.
I'm not talking about forex account. I'm talking about
Larry, you are wrong. What NNPC does is the what's it now? Your share profit. I mean, the declaration in
dividend.
Your dividend is what they pay.
Dividend that they pay to the government. That's what they owe the government. Currently, I have the financial statement here with me. May I read? But it may take me off because I'm using my phone. I'm not using a different laptop. And they stated what they do.
You're there, Emeka.
Did I
yes. Yes.
Yeah, because I was trying to. I will send the financial statement to you.
Emeka,
I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Emeka, whether you say it's dividend or anything, all I know is that NNPC, right, have a duty to remit into federation account.
No, they don't have that duty. The Petroleum Industrial Act does not allow that anymore.
Say wait.
You start. Let's start. As an intelligent man that you are, right?
Wait.
A learned man that you are. Let's start with this premise. Let's start from somewhere first.
This is the last time they remitted into federation account. Click on what I put in. Can you click? I put something in the chat. Can you click on it?
Yeah, in 9 months, I can see it. They remitted for the first time in a long time. NNPC in 2003 contributed to the federation account for 4.5 trillion between January and September 2003. So NNPC Limited in 2002 continued to show resilience by increasing profitability despite the harsh operating environment. Now go to their
wait.
The financial statement. Can I show you the financial statement?
I don't want to listen. The first thing I had.
No, you have to listen to financial statement. That is what. No.
Said no. I've confirmed that. Let me go to the next thing.
Wait, the dividend. Okay, go ahead.
I've asked you one thing. Does
NNPC it's not their revenue. So there's a difference between. No, Larry, no, this is not an argument. Revenue is different from dividend. That they paid something. They don't know.
Dividend or no revenue, they pay into federation account.
Why would they pay their shareholders into federation account?
Why are you
wait, Oga, hold on. We are saying the same thing, but you are saying it in a way that you want to say it. We're saying the same. Why would you pay your shareholders into the account? So if I tell you to pay money, if I'm your shareholder and I tell you to pay money into my account, would you go pay it into a different account that you're not supposed to pay it in?
All right, gentlemen, let's make it conversational. I think if you make it conversational, you might well understand what each other is saying. So make it conversational.
Let me just say what I want to say. Then you can say what you want to say. That's when it's become a conversation. Number one, NNPC pays into federation accounts. That's confirmed. Whether it's dividend they pay, whether it's how their normal operational revenue, all I know is that a revenue coming from NNPC.
Sorry, Larry. Somebody saying even Arise TV is showing only one view. So, so carry on. Yeah.
You're bothered about the views.
No, I know. I wasn't bothered about. I'm never. If I'm bothered about how many views do we get, I was bothered that if we're being hacked and somebody. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So now, whether they pay dividends, whether they pay their operational revenue coming into federation account comes from NNPC. That's number one. Number two, the federation account does not belong to federal government alone. Federation account belongs to federal government, state government, and local government. And in this case, federal government is the one making the decision. And at the end of the day, NNPC is running at loss, right? Which means that probably whatever dividend, we might not get paid dividend. And at the end of the day, people that are supposed to be entitled to that money are not even going to get what they are supposed to get. And we keep saying, oh, federal government is this, they are trying to this. I'm not saying don't try to stabilize the economy, but stabilize the economy where everybody know. I don't need to go and start looking for information everywhere. You said speculation. Do I need to speculate? No. I do not need to speculate. Because this is me and Ogun State as an instance, right? I have the right to understand what is coming from that place. Because whatever is coming from that place, Ogun State has a share in it.
Okay, Larry, I think that you've spoken about it. So now, okay, now can I? You see, let me not just to want to impose on you, right? Now, what you said, revenue is different from dividend. So that is what I want to correct, right? When you are generating your revenue as a company itself, right? You generate it, and then at some point, especially if you are doing the accrual method of accounting, and you're not getting cash instantly on instant sales, right? You can get your payment at specific time. It comes into your account. What you are trying to say, which I was trying to correct you, is that once that fund comes, it goes to the federation account. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. No. Now, at the end of the year, the NNPC would give dividends to the federal government.
It's a revenue to federal government. Forget about it's a dividend. Okay. Federal government.
It is.
So when you are talking
about sir, sorry to correct you, sir. Correct. So please, can I do that? I can't do that because it's my forte.
Yeah, I can.
It is dividend. It is dividend income. It is dividend.
I can go bring the federation.
Can I correct you? Can I? I have.
Can I make it, guys? Can I make a suggestion? Can someone bring a document that we can read?
So I would send, because if I go to send, I dip when I would send the financial report. I want to read it. So for the 16 months, NNPC made 4.6 attributed to, profit to owners, and then non-controlling interest. Non-controlling interest means minority shareholders. So they made 4.6 trillion naira. Now, you've shown us a document where they remitted 4.5 to the government. So out of the profits that they have made for the year, attributable to the shareholders, and just Google who are the shareholders of NNPC right there on your phone, you will see it. And also, I encourage you, and I encourage everybody listening, Google what revenue goes into the federation account. Don't take my word for it. Do your independent research. So when you are saying it's revenue, sir, I have the authority to correct you. It is dividend income to the federal government, and it is dividend expense by NNPC to the federal government. That is through the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the Ministry of Finance. Sorry, I'm not trying to.
NNPC can advance the FG some money and recover it later.
Exactly, they can. Which somebody came up, I think, was it Larry or who said they did and took it on the dividend, the debt. NNPC can take loan. Let me correct people here because it's my forte. You cannot go and take loan. The government cannot go and take loan without passing it through the National Assembly. NNPC is independent. They can go into contractual loan agreements. They can take loan for itself. They can go into any obligation on its own. They can sign contractual agreements, any terms on its own. What all the federal government is dividend income, and it is not a must. Just like now that they are running into loss, like we are speculating. If there is no profit to share as dividend, sorry guys, we made a loss. The shareholders will say, okay, next year, are you going to do better? We can do better based on that. This is what is happening in the oil energy market. This is what is going on. This is our operational activities that took a dip. We will do better. We are going to do better. We will let you guys know in the future as we are going about. Guys, please.
Yes, please. You know that NNPCL also went to when they went to borrow this 3 billion whatever for the repairs of all their refineries. No, it had nothing to do with the government.
It has nothing to do with the government.
On their own.
The government is not. So when the Minister of Petroleum, I would say that Minister of Petroleum Resources, who is the Oga Patapata as a major shareholder, that's very silly of him to be saying this. But maybe he knows he doesn't want to tell the public, or he's not prepared.
He's Minister of States, not the Minister of Petroleum.
He should know. He should know. He should know. He should know. As a junior minister, he should know.
Maybe he knows he doesn't want to say.
I would think so. I would think so. But you know that we are having this. Well, it's good we have the debate so that we that understand can explain. And if anybody is thinking, if you think, and I'm putting it out there, come and tell me that what I'm saying is wrong. That's why I said take $1,000, go in and do your research, or call up NNPC. It's not about coming to say, oh, this and just want to give the country a bad name. No, this is what is going on here in that place. Fuel subsidy is gone. We can talk about operational losses. Yes, we can talk about that. But what we know or what we think, show me, we did the budget review. There is nothing there. NNPC is not even featured on anywhere. Go to previous budgets.
It will never be a line item anymore in our country.
So guys, so I think so. We don't get into tomatoes. We can agree that PMS is still a fully regulated product.
No. We are not disputing. Nobody is disputing that. Nobody is actually, because looking at the market, looking at the price, looking at everything, something is going on that is not regular market activities. There is something, and even Kyari said it, that crude oil, refined oil is a national security asset. He said it on channels. He did, not channels, Arise TV. He did say it. So that they are controlling the price to ensure that Nigerians do not suffer. Yes, it's visible to the blind, it's audible to the deaf. But is it fuel subsidy? No. If we are using the right terminology, I agree. But let's say it's the way
it's under recovery to NNPC's books. There's a clear terminology for it.
Exactly. So, but that we are saying, oh, this is fuel subsidy. No. If we're talking about transparency, okay, they may want to come out to explain to us. But the only way that I will be waiting for them is through their annual report. Go and read it and see what they are doing and say, okay, I'm fine with it. Oh, no, I'm not fine with it. Then to Joel of Najri's question, what they do, if the shareholders do not like the activities of NNPC, they will dump the shares and go somewhere else. Typically. But if you like what they are doing, you continue to buy more of their shares.
Where Ministry of Finance, what's the other ministry? Where are they going?
Ministry of Petroleum Resources. No, those ones will divest.
Where they go?
Sahara
They are
Desert.
going to divest.
They're not go anywhere now.
Or Street.
Yeah, they're going. It's a big. So honestly, NNPC going to the market is a huge. A lot of it's going to be oversubscribed. It's going to be oversubscribed. So to rational mind, please, or over Larry. I don't know why whether you're upset. I didn't say this to upset you, but what I'm saying, I can. If a medical doctor looks at me and say, "Oh, you have this," I will like, "Oh yeah, you are an authority in this. Please look at it properly. Let me see if my health is okay." I can and I should. That's why I'm speaking with that sense of authority.
No.
And now, if you wake me up from my dream and ask me, I will still wake up without even thinking, still unconscious, and I will tell you what is happening because it is my forte.
Emeka, I am not. You see, whatsoever is happening, all I know is that revenue that goes into that federation account, right? You might actually call it dividend, call it anything. If you want to categorize it under a sub-head, it's going to be categorized under revenue coming to the federation account, right? And if that revenue is coming to the federation account, and that federation account belongs to everybody, so any arrangement, I'm not against arrangement, federal government making arrangements, with NNPC, but what I'm against is that we all own this money. Whatever we want to do, it must be something that we generally agree on for NNPC to do, which means that whatever we are getting is going to be reduced. So, but that's
no. You are looking at you are looking at dividend income as a steady flow of income. Yes, you are right. Sometimes you are wrong. You know why? You cannot. You shouldn't, as an investor, and I want others to. You shouldn't be counting. Hold on, sir, please. That's why I said take your phone, right, and Google revenues that go into federation accounts in Nigeria. You will see it. It will list out. If you can't see it, they go to the Ministry of Budget.
Did you see the result today?
You would.
I think FIFA is or
Baba, you are on hot mic. You will see the revenues that actually go to the federation account. It is there, transparent. Please, you can do that. If you can't do it now, maybe when we are done, or maybe tomorrow, you can just do it. Please do it for us so that you can come back and tell us or tell me that I am wrong, and I'll be willing to accept. Now, sorry, sir, you come in. Okay.
1 minute. Larry, if the federation account belongs to all the states and all other governments, has it occurred to you that maybe these people have discussed during the FAC meeting? Because now all states.
That may be. You see, we keep saying maybe.
Maybe. No. Wait. Yes. Now, even what you are saying now is maybe. Even the subsidy we are claiming now is maybe. We cannot say it is for proof. We don't have the data. We don't have the figures. We don't have it. It is just speculation.
Wait now.
No.
Do you think there's a lot of secrecy, right, in that particular meeting, that this will be discussed, and even the media in Nigeria will not even know? What are we saying? What are we saying? Do you think
we are strolling on the line of too much maybes now, and we are treading off? Now, let me explain. So the dividend policies of different companies differ. Some would say we will want to pursue a growth strategy in the sense that they will not give you dividend. So you will not be entitled to dividend, except maybe they want to do a share buyback. Some will say we are dividend-oriented company. So which means at the end of each annual year, you will be getting dividend. Examples of this kind of companies are even the real estate investment trust companies, where every month or quarterly you'll be getting some income, right, from them. Apple chases a growth dividend policy. You don't get dividend income from Apple, but you will get steady appreciation of your shares with them. And then you can choose to either want to cash out or not. So that you want to count dividend as part of your income.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. It is not a wise.
Let's finalize this. One man. Can you click on what I dropped? That's I dropped something on the chat. So that we learn. I like learning, right? Then we can see the component of the federation account. where the revenue is coming from. Can you click on it? And let's go down. Can you go down a little bit? Okay, let's click on oil and gas. Okay, so let's look at the line item of oil and gas. No. Let's oil and gas. I just want to look at those line items.
I'll keep scrolling. Just tell me to stop wherever it is you want.
The
line items are there.
It said sales from crude oil. It's there. Sales for crude oil, petroleum profit tax, royalties, signature bonuses, license and concession renters, gas flare penalties, company income tax, educational tax. Now, the proceeds
read what you have. All revenue.
All in-kind revenues, profit or royalty or tax or are lifted by the NMPC.
All revenue accruing to the federation account.
Wait, all revenue accruing to the end up in the federation account for part of the revenue that is utilization. This includes revenue received in kind. All in-kind revenues, profit oil, which is oil profit, royalty oil, tax oil, which is tax from oil, are lifted by the NMPC on behalf of relevant agencies of the federation. Now, you want to talk about profit oil? You want to talk about it?
See, I don't want us to keep arguing.
Hold on, Emeka. At what point is this article making to us, Larry?
This article is telling you everything that goes into federation account that belongs to everybody.
But Larry, please, sorry I'm not trying to, but you are still in the wrong. It says profit oil, and it says royalty and tax oil. So profit oil for profit from
proceed from the sale of government crude oil and gas.
Can I read it again, sir? Please, can I read it again? Should I read it again? I have it open now. There are several revenue streams to the government from oil and gas. While some revenues are paid to the federal government through its agencies, others are paid directly to subnational entities. Subnationals are states. Now, revenues paid directly to the federal government includes proceeds from the sales of government crude oil and gas, petroleum profit tax, royalties, signature bonuses, license and concession renter, gas flare penalties, company income tax, educational tax. All revenues accruing to the federal government after deductions. All revenues accruing end up in the federation account and form parts of the revenue that is utilized in funding the national budget. This also includes revenue received in kind or in-kind revenues, profit oil, revenue, royalty oil, and tax oil are lifted by the NMPC on behalf of relevant agencies for the federation with proceeds deposited in the relevant accounts. So other revenue flows, I will continue, to subnational entities, NNDC, that's National Data Development Commission level, National Content Development and Monitoring Board, National Export Supervision Scheme fees. These are revenues from the sector that do not flow into the federation accounts. Those are the 1% level. Now, what you are saying here is not the true point, right? The proceeds from the sale.
This is the law.
The proceeds.
This is the law.
This
is
is
not
what I'm
saying.
This is extractive and this is Nigeria Extractive Industries and Transparency.
This is the federation account. They are just telling you things that goes into the federation account, and they are telling you
sir. We can disagree to agree, but I will bring it up, right? I'm still talking.
Can you bring anything that is contrary to this?
No, I will go. No be problem now, sir. No be problem. I will go to the budget office because where you cited this source.
Go to the budget office.
Yes, go to the where you cited is where NNPC is a member of. Nigeria Extractive Industry and Trade Initiative, right?
This is not extractive. This is federation account. If you can bring anything contrary to this,
well, the source is Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. That's the source.
Can you bring public account? Can you look for? I can.
Well, can we go once because we are dwelling on this. I will get it once I'm done with this. I'll
Is
get it and show you.
anything that it's a document, right? If you can bring anything contrary to this, then I will agree to whatever you say.
No,
I was
it's
saying
not a
all those
problem.
things. I decided to bring
It's
a
not a
document to validate.
It's not a problem. No,
So if
it's
you have
fine.
any other
That's how
documents
people
superior to
argue.
this,
I
please
like
bring
the
it.
argument. That's how we should argue. You support with evidence, not opinions like rational mind.
He's listening. No, he'll come for you tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm betting him.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we'll dwell more on the NNPC issue, and I'll go back and look at this and also bring to show up maybe today
Yeah,
or
I
possibly
would
tomorrow.
love that because I
That's
love
fine.
learning from people. Probably I will learn more from you.
I would rather want to go to other topics so that we do not continue dwelling on this. I think we may overflog and labor.
All right. Do you want to go to what's it called? E-money or whatever it is that's been arrested along with the Bobrisky
Chief priest.
Cubana chief priest, yes.
Kubachi is really sad. I think the EFCC, which is a government agency, is trying to pass a message to the general public and make everybody behave themselves accordingly. So why the spraying of money has formed part of our culture, there's a law against it, and so I think the law should be no respecter of anybody. Well, I would applaud them very well is if they go up after the big people like the politicians, they do that too, as well as top powerful elements in the country. I would look at it and say this is a very serious situation. But Cubana Chief Prince, I think with Bobrisky, they were trying to correct something. With Cubana Chief Priest, they are not trying to look like, okay, we are not going after Bobrisky, right? So
they are just using
my
him
own
to.
interpretation. That's my own interpretation.
That's my interpretation too. That's my.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
I agree with you. I think they are using chief priest to pad out
the Bobrisky effect.
Yeah. Yes.
Exactly. And this is going to have.
This
is going to have a bad repercussion for him. But let's see if Bobrisky do not get the option of fine. It will not be fair to Bobrisky if this guy gets an option of fine too. So he should also go to jail. And
He's
once
not
it
going to get
happens,
an option of fine.
Okay,
believe me.
Okay, awesome. So
very
once it happens, this happens, a lot of people would behave themselves automatically because these are the people who make a lot of noise on social media, like they are living the life, and they do not understand that there are still laws in the country.
But will it not destroy the social scene in Nigeria? What is an Owambe party without Naira?
Oh, you can put it in envelope and give to the people. You can put it in envelope.
But the whole point is to show off now. Is that not the point?
Well, that is the abnormality they are trying to correct.
They put around on the ground. You can spray into it.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's what
you
they
can
do.
Put the money. You can. I saw. What's this popular?
You spray into the carton.
Musician. What's that? His name again? This
Portable.
Not Portable. No. It's Portable. The popular guy, the #1 in Fuji music.
Oh, K1. Ultimate.
Ultimate. Yes. When he was, I think there was this guy. Who was he? Who was bundle? Just they were putting it in a bag. They bring the bundle, touch his head, put it in the bag, and he was praising the man spraying him. I think it was a popular politician or a very rich man. I can't remember the name anyway. So that way you can't say they were spraying, right? It was bundle. Just put it on his body and put it in the bag, right? I think that might be the way things will change, or you put it in an envelope and you give them, give the celebrant or whoever you intend to celebrate with or dance with or felicitate with. It depends, but they are not trying to correct that abnormally, and I feel a lot of people would adjust and behave themselves. And what they are not also trying to do, in my own view, I might be wrong, is that stop this cloud chasing, right? You want to do everything. You are going to toilet, you put it on social media. You are entering plane, you put it on social media. You are eating food, you put it on social media. I don't understand that trend. I think some people really have some issues going on in their life that they need to seek therapy for. That you want to tell the whole world what you are doing on a daily basis. I think it's ridiculous. In my point of
Emeka,
view, yeah.
sorry, I just on a lighter note. Do you know some people are already putting a spin to this thing again? You know, on social media, someone was saying that they are going for Igbos now. They should just watch out that they are going to start
They
carrying
should, you
Igbos. I
see,
was just laughing.
that's what I. This is the nonsense I really don't like. You know.
You
Anyway,
see, that's the problem.
it's very typical. It's very typical of ignorant people, right? At least Bobrisky is not Igbo. Then Cubana chief priest, he does it a lot. So it's not that we have not seen it. We have seen it. There are multiple evidences in the past. It's something he goes about doing. So when he goes to jail, what this is, he now has a. If he goes to jail, you know, they convict him. He has a criminal record. To travel out of the country is going to be very difficult for him. It's done and dusted.
Emeka,
You know, yeah.
Emeka, do you know that? Don't you think, you know, this the way EFCC is going, and if they kind of like start doing this thing retrospectively, are you sure? You sure that almost everybody will go to jail?
Well, the evidence they would have is when it is out in the public. The problem with these individuals,
Almost everybody is a victim.
I agree with you. I'm not saying, including me. I've done it in the past. They even did it in my wedding, and I'm sure they did it for you too. So what they are trying to correct now is that behavior. So which means, please don't do it again. Don't. The Naira is a legal tender note.
What if we're spraying $1? Is it against the law?
Well, I don't know what.
You know what I think is missing?
That's a tricky one. Yeah, that's a smart one.
Yeah, because then you are not defacing Nigeria's currency there now. Yes.
Yeah. I think that's a very.
You know what I think is
one
missing?
man. That would be
National Orientation
law.
Agency. You see, for me, they are not doing anything.
No, they are. You see, communication is a problem in our country. They are not doing a good job. Communication is a very big problem.
Right? This is more of what National Orientation Agency needs to do. Do it to a particular extent. Then EFCC then come. Don't do this thing retrospectively. Probably from a point, right? And let's keep moving. Because this issue of EFCC arrest this, because EFCC is going to a particular area that if they are not careful, they will not get themselves out of it. Because people will keep several
People keep making noise. Job now. This should be police.
How is that?
I don't know why EFCC is getting
people will keep making noise.
No, what happened is that most of these guys, they have trust with police.
Upon evidence. People will keep bringing evidence.
People will keep bringing evidence.
You have in your WhatsApp, they will bring it.
Yes, they'll bring it out. Yeah.
At the end of
they'll
the
bring
day,
it out. I agree.
EFCC they will just keep making jest of themselves. That's why I think sometimes work with the National Orientation Agency. Let them orientate people. Some of these things are cultural, right?
There's no cultural there. There's no cultural there.
Let's just assume. Let's just assume
that's a wrong story.
Let me put a different twist to this. Like I think that was what Baba was trying to say. These people, right? There are certain things like this chief priest. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I'm not a hater. I don't hate him. You understand? But I think the way they go about doing things, right, puts a certain people to like, what the hell is this guy up to? What's he trying to feel like? Who is he in this country? You understand? Similar situation with Bobrisky. Who is Bobrisky in the scheme of things in Nigeria, right? And those people will begin to question who is this guy and who is making this guy feel like he's like an untouchable. If you look at
we all know where he's coming from now.
Exactly. If you look at Chief Priest, right? He goes about now. He's trying to inject himself into politics after making it. I used to know him when he literally was a nobody. Right? Yes, Cubana. When he was in Cubana and was a nobody, I was just a hype man, right? And now he has actually worked hard. Nobody can deny that he didn't work out. Nobody can deny that he has not made himself a success story. But the way he goes about doing, putting himself out, he put himself out like he's one of the who's in Nigeria. But we know
Money now, water.
exactly that kind of behavior of I am like untouchable. I know people, I'm untouchable. But we know that when it comes to who in Nigeria, the guy no follow. So I think that is the grievance that a few, maybe probably
They're
a few
trying to
powerful
cut
Nigerians.
some people to size.
Sorry. Sorry, I have a request. One man, everybody, I have a request. There are a lot of smart people on the panel today. So there's something important that came out, and I've not heard anybody mention it. And I don't fully understand it because I've not paid too much time on it. It's called the National Single Window. Have you guys read about it?
Yeah, I did.
I've not read about it.
Okay, I heard it's a big deal.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be like a single portal where all electronic payment for all agencies get in. And one reason or the other, many countries have deployed it. And I think there's some level of interconnectivity too with other countries' national single window. So if anybody's familiar with this topic about it, or go and do research, because I've never really heard about it till today.
Colata is very simple. For instance, if you import your goods now, once you have your bill of lading and the shipping company, you go to custom, they strike it for you before they do inspection. You go to a shipping company, you pay the container fee, rental fee, it's about dozens of fee you pay. Your clearing agent will pay on your behalf. All these, most of them by cash if they still take in some companies. Some companies you have to cut bank drafts. Some agencies have their account into which you pay directly. So they just trouble you, you go up and down. And this could take weeks. Meanwhile, your container, if you're not careful, could go into overtime and you start paying demurrage. So in this instance now, yes, sir.
Okay, land your point. I wanted to inject something.
Okay. So this.
Sorry. After Baba's landed, you've injected. Let's hear from Ajane Koko. We've not heard from him yet.
Ajane Koko, we banish him today. So you now go to the single portal. The money for the health people, NIMASA, NPA, custom fire service, they even pay fire service fee and a whole lot of things. Everything will be done on that portal and paid. So there is no more cash exchanging hand. There is no more you cutting bank draft for these services, for that services. So it's in one fell swoop. You do all your transaction, it goes into that account, and it is that those who run the account will now spread the funds to the agencies and everything. So you don't have anything to do or going up and down anymore. So it becomes, and that is why they're able to do it 24 hours now. So as soon as you complete it, you print out your normal receipts and everything, you are good to go.
They said it has potential of bumping our GDP go to 7%, and it cuts out.
Because there's been a lot
corruption.
of leakages. Some of the accounts into which you pay to is even fake. Let me give you an example. Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, CL or what they could do an account. Maybe you pay 10% of into National Petroleum something. They just change the nomenclature. If you are not very observant in being hurried, you won't even observe that which account are you paying this money to. So a lot of fraud has been going on. People have been living life for years.
That's the beauty of having a Shiwaju in office, right? Controlling. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say that you see this national single window project is the result of this guy that was employed to do our tax
the PwC
audit.
Taiwo.
Yeah, that Mr. Taiwo is one of the result of his own audits on the tax system. And as in the forecast is that if they get everything right with what they see on ground, it should be able to rake in $2.7 billion yearly for the government. All those leakages, all those wastes will be eliminated. So it's going to be, if you want to do, maybe you want to do your a registration that requires you, getting verification from custom, immigration, and all. You just do everything at one point. You get a digital receipt that you can go to all those locations. If you need anything from there, go there, present it, they verify, and they give you what you want from there. It means you have paid. So there's no point you going from A to pay, B to pay, C to pay. So it's going to do, the major thing that it's going to do for us is the ease of doing business. It eliminates all this bureaucracy of this office has not signed. It's going to remove all these, if Oga does not sign, you will not get your this thing. It's going to remove all those things. So that's the much I've followed about that project.
And it helps our data collection too.
So this is transparency essentially.
Essentially, it's not new, but let me just put this. I'm not being tribalist, but those to whom power will go to next, if they will not revert it, because they are the people, this thing has been on the ground since. They don't want to do it or actualize it. And these people, they may go back because it is them that always pull us back. I'm sorry to say that, but it's the reality of
if Tinubu does not institutionalize all of these things that he's doing, it'll be an exercise in futility, because
everything
if
another state comes in,
if we have another Buhari replace him, not necessarily somebody from the north, but somebody of Buhari's
behavior.
Dear God.
Not them now. You can see that kind of person in the south or in the
even
east.
more to steal. It's just even if Tinubu is not replaced by Shettima, we're doomed.
I hope if because I think we'll begin to get some good success maybe in 2 years' time out of the
You dipped again, Emeka.
Baba, do you know that they are also pushing? Sorry, Emeka. You know they are also pushing for the CBN is also pushing for to institute a bank that would take control of all remittances from foreign countries. So you don't send through any other platform except that bank as an interface between
Nigeria. Your commercial bank now. Who does that?
I agree.
Who does that?
Who does that?
That is one of those things they are thinking. I don't know how they want to do it with
I don't think it's okay.
Commercial banks.
You see that one, if they try it,
it will backfire now.
It will backfire big time.
It's not good for the economy.
You see, that's why I think they need to sit down. You see, I know we want to ensure that everything works, but not all policies. Sit down and analyze every policy, analyze the nuances of the policy, analyze the risks that the policy will bring, and see if that risk, you can still absorb that risk. Because all these things, in the short run...
I think, Larry, the fear is that they want to fix the economy as quick as possible.
And it doesn't
work like that. That's the fear.
Yes, it doesn't work like that.
I agree, but you can tell from the impatience of Nigerians, right? Every day they are bringing abuses.
Emeka, the beauty of this? Exempts will be very difficult to actualize right now with this system. That when you go and take paper in Abuja and come and show custom here and you don't pay duty, how are you going to do this?
Yeah, maybe they are looking at trying to completely take off the custom from touching funds, any kind of funds.
Because exemption alone in 2022, the federal government lost about $4 billion.
And do you know that particular exemption, this Zach was trying to do everything to stop it, but those people are powerful people.
They are powerful people there.
That thing.
You don't know them
because of that thing. Even Zach and Umayi, they had the confrontation.
Well, woman, I think I sent something to you. Was it yesterday or today about that killing? Was it Larry that was telling us about the Ijo story? No, it wasn't Larry. It was what's his name?
You can't. He doesn't know anything about Ijo story.
No, sorry, I just remember you're not the one. It's Izon. That is from Ijo that was telling us about the Ijo. So I think this Shobo Wale did an investigative report and showed that the reason why they killed those soldiers was as a result of oil bunkering. I don't know if your woman is still on. I sent it yesterday. It's in the news. So the truth finally has emerged.
I saw it. I saw what you sent, but the link it didn't actually open to an article. It just opened to a news platform.
But when the news broke here, I said it here that is related to that because there is a cartel going on. Even the man Tantita is involved on a small scale in that cartel. And there are a lot of money also going on, though it's reducing gradually.
No,
And the more it is reduced, the more trouble they foment.
What was that? Izon was a bit right. Izon called and asked the community, right? The boy died, but the underlying issue, there were three underlying issues: the oil bunkering, and the military was supporting
oil theft, not bunkering.
Sorry, oil theft. Thank you, Baba. And then one guy now went to build a mansion on a disputed land between the communities. So, I probably would just send that. I didn't know it didn't open. I thought you guys would have discussed it yesterday. I'll try to get it and send it out to you. And I hope Izon is watching. He can jump in. Maybe that will bring him out to come and speak more on it.
It is their land anyway, because when you go, I pity them there. The devastation is too much. And they've not seen anything, woman. In under 80 years, there'll be a lot of earthquake in the Niger Delta because the ground is hollow, it's becoming hollow, and the gas will come to the fore.
If it's not even in 20 years' time.
It's not good at all.
All right, let's try Ajale Koko, see if he's ready for us now. Ajale Koko.
What's up?
No, not a lot. It's just the usual same old. We were still saying that. Look, when we started, we said, we'll be done in 20 minutes, and here we are 5 hours on. That's how it's been going these days. So to the conversation, where do you want to come into it?
Well, let me start with what we were saying earlier. The what do you call it? I don't mind subsidy. I don't mind intervention. But what I was saying is that you see, if we are running democratic system, we should be able to run the government business with transparency and accountability. You see, when we, the AAC, are saying that it is not the subsidy that is the problem, but the corruption around it. Tinubu Obi and Atiku will say, we're going to stop the subsidy. We are stopping the subsidy. Now, they pronounce on the very first day, for assumption of office, subsidy is gone. But now, it's doing subsidy through the back door. Yeah, doing it through the back door that eliminate corruption. I mean, doing it in another form that eliminates corruption, that does not allow open corruption the way we had it in the past. Nothing wrong in it. Just come out clear, let us know. This is the way we're doing it. We're still going to, make life,
run the economy in the best interest of our people. And let us just know, government must assist the people, no matter what. Particularly when it comes to energy production, energy consumption. We know how it is important in the how important it is in the economic activity of the country. So we are just calling for transparency and accountability, and not all this, cooking of books and juggling one thing against the other, and one figure consuming the other, in the account book of the country. That is not the way to do it. Run it good, make it open. If you're going to institutionalize it, and let us know that this is the way forward. It's our commonwealth. Why can't we enjoy it? Why should the big corporation take over our commonwealth, at our own detriment, but for the good of their business? No, everything must not be business when it comes to the running of the state. It must not be business. When it's business, it's going to be for profit. And when you run country like that, a lot of your people will pay through their nose for a product that is in abundance for all of us in our country. So that is just my own point there. So I don't mind intervention. I don't mind, subsidy, but let us do it in such a transparent, that devoid corruption, that work good for everybody. That is and the country. So that's my point on that. What's another topic?
We were also speaking on hold on, where should I take you to next? We were speaking on the finance minister Wale Edun telling us that Nigerians have lost faith in the Naira, and they're now saving in the dollar. So, and he also, in the course of that, he told us that they are targeting diaspora monies in all these domiciliary accounts. So they're trying to unbuckle that in some form. All these T-bills that they've been selling, the next round will be to the people in diaspora.
So,
or people with domiciliary account, not to the
yeah. So,
are you buying?
I don't know sufficient enough of that space. I need to research it.
Yeah. So, one man, what Wale Edun is saying is not far from truth. It's absolute truth. Our currency is not doing good, though it appears doing good. If you want to go by the what the value used to be, like 3 months ago, or 2 months ago, 3 months ago, against what it is now, we can say, yeah, it has appreciated a little bit. But if we look back to where when the administration took over the reign of power, you will conclude that it has not done well. If you look at to when they started their administration, it was $600, and now it is 1,100. So how do you say that the currency is doing good? Arithmetically, it's not doing good to me. So it's just because.
But we must move away from that argument, and I think we all know all the reasons why we should move away from that argument. When they took over the currency, it was 4,000. It was 460 or thereabout to the dollar, but we all know why. We just heard Honorable Kazuare told us now that when you hear ding, it was a heavily subsidized currency. So, and they removed that subsidy. So the Naira is doing well, but in its purest fair market, open market. Are you saying they should go back to subsidizing it, or what's there? I don't quite get that
One man,
argument.
you think 1,000 is a fair value for the Naira right now?
I don't think it's a fair value. I think I think 750 is a fair value, and I think that's where we will be by Q3 this year.
All right.
Look, this.
You disagree?
Let me tell you, this economic interpretation is jargons to the man on the street.
I'm hopeful, man. I'm hopeful, not.
The man on the street, we calculate it on arithmetic interpretation. The arithmetic interpretation is that it was 600, now today over 1,000. What concerns one man on the street with all this economic, whether they floated it, whether they were defending it, the man on the street that is suffering the effect of the devaluation now doesn't want to hear nonsense. It's all nonsense. It's all of you that are educated, that are reading all these economic jargons, that want to interpret it the way you are interpreting it. The man on the street that was buying something for $5, 500 Naira before, now buying it for over 3,500. He doesn't want to hear now nonsense. The way he want to look at it is that how much was he spending before compared to how much he's spending now on a particular product. It's the economic arithmetic interpretation that man on the street want to go for, not economic jargons that all of you educated want to blow grammar and confuse everybody. They don't care. So what they're doing is saying the truth. He's saying the truth. Dollar is still in control of our economy, and it will continue to control the economy. And the way forward for us is for our currency to appreciate in value and gain stability. It's by improving our productivity. If we can improve on production that can earn us enough dollar, that can stabilize our Naira against the dollar, and possibly maybe, put our dollar, our Naira in such a way that can be very, very attractive for all of us Nigerian in diaspora to invest back home, and even investors, around the world to look at Nigeria as a place to invest their money. And that is the only thing that can bring that value back and make our economy run in our own currency, run better with our own currency and not with the dominance of dollar. So,
sorry, Ajaligo, can I briefly interject? What value do you want us to bring back? How much?
All right.
What would be a fair value for you?
Fair value for Naira. Fair value
for the common man.
Fair value for.
He has to go back to where it was when.
Ajay, it's a trap question. Don't answer.
Don't help him now. Don't help him out now. No. Don't help him, Jerry.
God.
Look, let me tell you. Our fair value could be around 150, 200.
to the dollar. To the dollar.
But Ajaligo,
150, 200 to the dollar.
Can I chip in something, woman? There's a flip side to this whole thing. You see, I'm not for Naira appreciating as it is now. I'm not for it. And for it to either be at cities or maybe at 1 2. It has its own advantage. What the government needed to do was start working internally and putting infrastructures in place, just like we discussed yesterday. Other social infrastructure apart from normal roads and everything, such that the cost of investment by a foreign investor into Nigeria economy will be lower. Because if you bring it low, if the exchange rate is if for example Naira is exchanging for maybe 50 Naira to $1 now, then for you to be able to invest in Nigeria, you probably need 1 million, $2 million. But as it is now, if you are even a small scale investor here in the West, you can invest in Nigeria. You understand? So that's why countries like China have their currency depreciated. Countries like South Korea, even Japan and all this. You understand? Because it makes it cheaper for foreigners to bring in money. But I think the approach they are just giving everything is panic, and they are beginning to just respond to public outcry. What they are supposed to do is work internally, make sure the cost of things go down, because the fact that the exchange rate is improving does not necessarily immediately drive down. I'm not saying it won't, but not immediately drive down the cost of things or drive down inflation. So they are supposed to make sure that inflation goes down, leave the exchange rate as it is, and even if it wants to go down, they should try to further peg it, maybe devalue it, kind of, such that foreign investor will find it very easy and cheap to come and put their money there. With our security and everything, I'm not going to bring in million to come and invest, but with our security, I can still bring in $100,000, 200,000, 1 million, 2 million, because yeah, it's risky, but I'm not putting in so much money. So with that, you are attracting foreign investors. As it is, if they keep boosting the naira, because they are boosting it, if they keep spending money to subsidize the naira, you'll be surprised they won't get foreign investors. Just go and mark what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Patrick, did you think about the cost of petrol? Don't you think they want to bring it to the point where they don't pay subsidy or there's no under
Why do
recovery
they have?
anymore?
They should see. I think there's always. I think Nigeria we are just used to shortcuts. The long cut is the enduring part. You understand? The way we can bring down the cost of petrol is to improve local production of petrol.
Which they're doing, but at the same
So
time,
yeah, so let them invite Dangote and sit him down, and then try and open up the market for other people. We all saw what happened in the aviation. Let's open up market for small investors. Let them bring in more modular refineries. Let them bring in other small refineries. Let people begin to refine. Let them put social system for the Niger Delta guys and then pull them together. Those guys are in the informal sector now. They are doing stealing and everything. Let them clean them up. Instead of cleaning the money, clean up the business, and then let the clean business generate clean money. That's the way it is. Bring those. By the time you bring them into the formal sector, Tompolo, if he has an underground refinery, will bring it up. You'll be paying taxes. His product can now be more regulated, and it can be the type that is good for our environment.
How many years are we looking at here? This your plan. How many years have we give us a year? If I
Yeah,
say 5, 10 years?
I'm
Or?
not saying, but what I've said
No, 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 no,
can be
no.
achieved. What I've
Wait,
said
wait.
can be achieved within at least 60 to 70% can be achieved within 4 years.
Okay, so 4 years would
For a
be like
serious-minded
halfway.
person.
So
You
by
start seeing results. You start seeing the results immediately within a
so
year.
wait. So let's say to fully get this thing running to 100%, 8 years will do, right? If
No, in
you
less than 8 years. But you will
okay,
start seeing the effect. You will start seeing the. It's not okay. We want to get to this point before we start seeing the effect. No, you can start seeing the effect from the
by
first
year
year.
5 and 6, I be 5,
By
6.
year one.
Okay. Oh, okay.
By year one. If, for example, I'll give you a good example. Go and read. If people have time, let them read two books by this man, Fernando de Soto. The one is the Ministry of Capital. The other one is the other path. You see, that if you read that book, you understand what reform is all about. National reforms is really all about, and how you can take for them. If you have time, you can go and read Why Nation Fail. The point is that people need to be serious-minded. People in government need to be serious-minded. Everybody have to start working towards this thing. Look at all the business we have in the informal sector. People that are doing all this stealing, all this illegal business and everything. Fine, it's like it's kind of economy amnesty. Okay, yeah, we know you have bunkers, we know you have illegal refineries, we know you have that's just oil. Oh. Yeah, illegal miners. Yeah, okay, let them call them together and say, okay, we want to mine this thing. Instead of you doing it illegally, hiding the money under bed, taking the money out, we want to give you licenses. If you don't have money to pay for the license, we allow you time. As you are making money, you are paying gradually for these licenses from your proceed. And then you are now in the system. You are now a public person. You can employ more people. You can pay taxes. You can invest further in the system. I bet you start seeing the effect of that almost in the first year. Then look at the implication of that on security in mining, insecurity in Niger Delta. That you start seeing the effect almost immediately. People have to just be serious-minded. And they have to be smart too. I've seen some smart people in this government, but I don't think there are too many smart people there. The chief of staff is not as smart as Buhari chief of staff. That first Buhari chief of staff, Abba Kyari, is smarter than...
It's not as smart as either of them. It's not as smart as Ibrahim Gambari either.
You can see. It's not.
In fact, it's a dumbass. Is it not just about that?
It's one of the dumbest in that government.
Oh my, what's happening now?
Yeah.
The guy is just
I think
the
you guys
presidency.
are just
He's the
joking.
chief of all the staff in presidency. This government is not...
Abba Kyari was not smart, was a bully when he was there.
Smart. He was
But you
smart.
have to be a bully to be in
smart.
that role, though.
He
You
wasn't,
have to be a bully to be in that role.
He wasn't smart. Let me tell you, he wasn't smart. He cornered Buhari.
You have to be factual with it. You have to bring your fact. Don't be speculating.
No, I think I agree with Baba Jao. Do you remember? Has anybody heard this issue of Abakari and this Plateau man, this former minister of sports?
Jang.
Yeah, you watched it.
Yes, I saw the interview. Did you hold on? Did you watch the interview with the guy that wears a red cap?
Yeah,
I'm going to be bringing that guy soon.
That's the one I'm saying. That's the interview. That guy is a complete bully. Complete bully. For me, I think I will have preferred.
No, is it Lalong or something?
Lalong, yeah, Lalong.
You mean Abba was a bully?
He was a bully.
Why did you say so? Why did you say so?
What are you saying? Do you know how many?
You are not speculating now. Give us facts.
No, hold on. That is one fact that they just told you.
That somebody said.
Go and watch that video.
No, wait now, that a political person in the system said something. We all know politicians now, they lie.
No,
things are not going their way.
This is not.
So what are you talking about?
No, this is
Don't
not.
We have a politician that used how many OSGF that used millions of naira to cut grass, and suddenly he says the pastor is fighting Muslim ticket. I'm not going to rely on that.
Femi Adesina also said the same thing about him in his biography.
Yeah, you know why I'm saying this? I've worked with him before.
You, Abba Kyari?
Yes, he was very intelligent man. Very, very intelligent, very smart.
Look, a man that was, hold on, Harry, that is a corrupt man. A man that was...
Tell me who is not corrupt in that system now. Tell me.
Hold on. A man that single-handedly, hold on now. A man that single-handedly handled that, what do you call it? That...
cement deal.
Siemens deal.
Okay,
And you are
so what's
telling
the
me
corruption
he
around
did the
Siemens
job.
deal
Hold
now?
He
on
stole a
now.
lot of money.
Oh
That
God.
a lot of money he stole from that
Oh,
Okay,
it's
because he
single-handedly.
single-handedly handled it, means he's corrupt.
Oh,
Bros,
ah,
please
get money you saw.
No,
don't.
no. You see, I'm saying
Don't fall
he's
my
right
hand.
now,
Don't
so it
fall my
doesn't matter.
hand.
But are you
Bros,
saying because somebody single-handedly
no,
handled
no,
It
no,
is
something,
not. It
that
bros,
is
means the
not
not
person
that
is
even
kind of
his
corrupt?
person.
job. It's not even his job.
Not
That is
kind
the
of
bully
person.
we
Not
are
that
talking
kind of
about,
person.
No,
and the
it's a
way he cornered
special
the
project
Buhari
now,
and
Ajale
the state
Koko.
resources.
I
Yes,
think your mind is just
it's
I
just
think you
what.
have that prejudice. The man that Siemens project was a special
So, bros,
project.
Special
Wait,
project for
you see
one
that?
man to handle for the
no.
country.
Hold on. Let me just land. That was a special project. Those are the
I
kind
mean,
of wait now. Let me land. Why?
okay.
You see, when you have that kind of special project, because it was in an emergency situation, everybody say declare emergency in power, do this, do that. It was a special project. Those are the kind of projects that the chief of staff or the minister for special duty or SGF handles. Those are the kind of things. Go and find out now.
That is
When the
not
president
true.
have a particular interest,
They don't handle a special project of billions of dollars on behalf of the nation. Why the minister in charge
chief of staff.
is
You
not
see,
is
we
not
like
committed into
Baba.
anything on that project.
Baba, you see, we like we always try to paint illegality.
Kilo day.
We like painting
no, okay.
illegality.
For example, I'll give you a good
You
example.
see, there is
What kind of project does
limit to
Minister
what
of Special Duty
legally.
handle?
There is even limit to what a minister can handle. You know, and we
No,
are talking
wait now,
about
wait. Are
we
you
are
saying
talking
that
about
that
Is
project
to
was not
manage
brought
the
to Federal Executive
presidency.
Council?
It's not the job to manage to
Are
handle
you saying that
anything
that project was not
after
brought to the Federal
presidency.
Executive Council?
Anything
No.
after
Are you
presidency
saying that it
is
was not
part
brought
of
to Federal Executive
his.
bros.
Council?
I don't know.
Oh God.
You
You
see,
people don't have
Nigeria.
information now.
Sorry, Patrick. Larry, I left you a message in the private chat.
Okay,
Carry on.
sir. Okay,
You
sir.
people don't have information. You are just saying he did this. You see what you are trying to do now, just to prove that the
Okay.
man is corrupt. You are just speaking. Oh, he handled a project single-handedly. Does that does not even? Sorry, I don't know what to say. It does not connect now. The argument is not. It doesn't form. You don't form an argument that way. You have
Look,
not said anything.
look.
Sorry, with due respect.
Let me tell you, Patrick. Oh, look, he was the worst chief of staff ever in the history of that country.
Mm-hmm.
The most corrupt, the most bully, and a man that cornered the president in such a way that
Woman,
the president
I you.
in such a way that the president cannot even act on his own except only by his own crooked suggestion or advice to the president.
Okay, that's the reason why it's
So
corrupt.
let me tell you more about this guy. This guy, he, he look, the shady deal he did on that
Like
Siemens.
which
That's
one?
why we
Like
couldn't.
what?
That's why we couldn't. That's why we out of that thing for so
That's why what?
many. So
That's why
you
what?
cannot say because you are work. You can say because you are work with him, you know him, and that makes him
No,
a very.
wait.
No,
That's why
what
what?
we saw he did.
As the project failed, as the project failed,
As the president failed,
yes.
they will tell you
The cement thing is still
what they
running
have done
now.
to correct. Oh God!
The
For
cement
8
project is
years,
still running now.
what did we get out of the project for 8 years? The project that he handled.
No, you see,
It is not his
that project.
responsibility.
Hold on now, Jale Koko. I
And
think you are
and
just.
and do
You
you
see,
know what this
somebody that
guy
is
even
listening to you
did
now.
to Oshibajo,
Somebody
the
that is
vice
listening to
president?
you. Hold on.
Hold on. Do you know what this guy was even planning for
Bros,
Oshibajo when
bros.
How
Oshibajo
is that
served
Nigeria's business?
under?
How is that Nigerian
Look,
business? We are looking at.
oh
We
God,
are looking. You see, you are just arguing somehow. we are looking at a project that is of interest to Nigeria now. So
Well,
leave Osinbajo outside. Let's look at the project.
It's outside his scope of
Baba,
responsibility.
please,
It's outside
let's
his
But
scope of
he was
responsibility.
given a go
please,
ahead
let's
to
leave
do
that
it.
man. I beg, let that man rest where he is. I beg, he's dead. Let him rest where he is. I beg.
Ajayoko, what you have done,
Let's
It was
just
a graduate, man. This thing.
Ajayoko, let me tell you what you have done. You just took a position. Let me finish now. You took a position, and then you are looking for argument to support your position. He's corrupt. Then you are looking for argument to say this is why he's corrupt. Is this? Oh, you are looking. You have not built any argument or a case. That man handled a special project that appointed by executive council, federal executive council. He pursued that project. This was a man that died in the course of trying to get those projects done. That was when he traveled to Germany and he had COVID and died. You see, people sacrifice for the country. We just say, oh, this one, that one. He's not from he's not a southerner, he's an Hausa man.
So this is nothing to do with this is nothing to do with the fact that you know him personally.
No.
Of course.
He was a corrupt man. Do you know how he was doing? Everything that when Osinbajo was a situation while Buhari was away, this guy will some of the state jobs for Osinbajo to do. This guy will personally carry the folder, the files to Buhari in London.
In London, yes.
Come on, guys. I mean, Patrick Clement Sheba is the worst man ever to handle that position.
Let me give you a response.
Can I give a vice president?
Can I give a response to that? Can I give a response to that? Can I give a response to that? You see, this man was a chief of staff to a president, loyal to a president, and tried to protect his president against Osinbajo. Down the line in 2023 or 22, the way Osinbajo did to Tinubu, we saw his true color, that he could actually betray his leader or his whoever is ahead of him. So you don't want to entrust power to that kind of person. So which means Abba Kyari saw Osinbajo before every other person saw him. That's my own position.
What did you say when the president already handed over the leadership of the country? He already handed over the leadership of the country to him, and yet he was doing some shady deal behind the
way the man did to
vice
Tinubu,
president.
You think that's the kind of person you want to give the total power to?
You look at Kilo saw Patoski for God.
Fact, now history and sorrow and see. We are talking about history. Not things that we anticipate.
What did
No.
Osinbajo is not here, but let's ask.
No.
What did Osinbajo?
I just wanted to be open to tell you that I know him to be this kind of person.
No. We are not being fair. We are not being fair to Osinbajo. We are not being fair. What did Osinbajo do to Tinubu?
Okay.
They stabbed him in the back now. We all know what he did now.
No, that's not stabbing now.
That was stabbing. No, that was stabbing.
How?
Do you not remember that fateful day when everybody was one by one? They say blah 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 blah, and I give up my something and I back to Tinubu. Every single even
Can I ask Larry a question? Can I ask Larry a question? Larry. Can I ask a question? Would the VP or would he have become the VP without Tinubu?
Well,
no. Let me expand that question. Would there have become anything in life without Tinubu?
He never had any political pull. This guy literally made him who he is.
Now let me ask you something.
Let's not play this game now.
No. I don't like it when we think, people help people because of what they want to get from them. Because you guys are talking as if Osinbajo is just one non-entity. This same Osinbajo is the foundation of Tinubu's government success.
Larry.
Larry. No. This is
let me clarify. Sorry. So you know where I'm coming from.
Mm-hmm.
My point to you is that Osinbajo has always known that Tinubu wants to be president. It's not a new plan. So he knew what the agenda was from the get-go.
Okay.
So it was like, I want to run now. So he knew what the man's plan was, and you played along for those years. You don't get to
What are we now saying now? You said, see, forget about all these things.
So
Daleni, Aja, or Daleni.
No. Larry, wait. Hold on now. Hold on, please. I made you a commissioner.
I made you a commissioner.
Hold on, it was my turn to be VP, but because of the Muslim issue, you were my replacement. You know my ambition to become president. You agreed to the terms at the beginning.
That what?
When it was, come on, let's not play this game. Come on, Larry. When it's not time for me to now achieve what I want, you now want the same position.
Baba T, let me help you here. You know the real thing.
Hold on, Baba. Ochibajo was not the foundation of Tinubu's success. So Fashola was the foundation because he was the chief of staff.
Forget about chief of staff.
Yes. And also, Ochibajo did know the plan because right from the start, it was the plan for they will use Buhari to force Goodluck Jonathan out of office and then Buhari to hand over to Tinubu. Everybody knew that plan.
Even Tinubu did not enter their trap. They asked him to bring 3 names for VP. He wrote Osinbajo 1, Osinbajo 2, Osinbajo 3. So they had no choice.
Wait now. We are talking about Tinubu today, right? Most of the cases, and I'm saying this with authority, most of the cases that APC won, ACN in Southwest then, this guy was more of the engine room behind most of those cases. This is the same guy.
Including Tinubu certificate saga.
This is the same guy that stood in for Tinubu in all these cases. This is the same guy when Tinubu was in code of conduct that stood in. This is the same guy when Tinubu and Obasanjo were having issues.
Larry, you are missing the point. Baba T says, would he say he did not know that Tinubu wants to be president? That's what Baba T said. He's asking you. He knew.
He was Tinubu's savior. So he did a lot of things for Tinubu to be what he
look back for me. Yeah,
Tinubu nìkan lọ́kọ́ mọ́ ni.
Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní ẹni bá yọ̀ lẹ̀ dà nǹkan burúkú a máa yọ olú ẹ̀ ṣe òun ló yọ ṣe.
Tinubu ò ti yọ yí kò ti yọ yí mọ́lẹ̀ báyìí pẹ̀lú gbogbo bó ṣe ń ṣe.
That man, ẹ̀yin Yorùbá ti búlì máa yẹn jù. Kí ni ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tó ṣẹ̀?
Ìtòdó fẹ́ sọ pé òun fẹ́ ṣe president lẹ́ṣẹ̀.
Kí lẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tó ṣẹ̀?
Ìtòdó fẹ́ ṣe president.
Bully. As if saying that man is just a non-entity.
Ṣé Yemi Iscariot Ọ̀ṣínbàjò àbí Yemi Iscariot?
Kí ló tún ju Iscariot lọ pàápàá?
Call him anything you want to call him.
Àfibíṣólóore.
Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ náà ni Yorùbá náà ni. Call him anything you want to call him. That guy is not a non-entity. That guy is one of the.
Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń sọ bíi pé Tinubu wọn gan ò dalẹ̀ àwọn bàbá Afẹ́nifẹ́re ni.
That guy is one of the.
Ó di pé ká fìyẹn sílẹ̀.
He left their AD for them and go and form his ACN, abi? He left their AD for them. He did not push them away.
We'll be talking as if Osinbajo is just one garage boy that Tinubu just went and I'm helping your life.
He was a law lecturer, professor in LASU. And from there, they brought him from that obscurity.
Not LASU, Lagos State. I mean, Lagos University of Lagos.
He works also in LASU.
Is it not the one? Is it the Lagos judiciary that you have as the best in the whole federation?
He reformed it now.
Who put him there?
The funding and the backing.
Who put him there?
So ẹ̀yin Yorùbá yẹn tẹ̀ kóra yín sọ̀hún jàre ọlọ́tẹ̀ ní jàre.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko and Larry, is Baba and Babati, are they wrong to say that it was Tinubu that plucked this guy? Whatever, he's not the only brilliant. I'm a brilliant law lecturers. He plucked him from obscurity and gave him prominence and gave him a name. Is that a wrong statement?
What are they on now?
Look. If Baba Yadebanjo did not give Tinubu that nomination form, you understand, to be the governor of
Lagos. Check out visit history.
He
merited it. They were all in Nadiko. They are all in Nadiko. Only fund one in US.
This life is give and take. So you cannot say, oh, because I've given this to you, you can't be anything in life.
Okay. Oh no, it took Kilo will give Tinubu. It took two.
Kilo to give Tinubu.
Kilo will give Bada.
He walk.
Oh no, one be out.
Hold on.
So
okay, let's
Baba, okay,
Larry.
When Tinubu told this guy that he wanted to make this guy commissioner, this guy was the only one that told Tinubu on one condition: I will be the one to take charge of my ministry without interference. If Tinubu had known that this guy does not have value, would Tinubu have agreed?
Larry, you are not getting the point. You are not getting the point.
One-way traffic.
Making it look as if it's just one entity. This is sometimes when you are in power and when you see a particular person that is an asset, you will do everything to keep that asset because you know that when your competitor get access to that asset, your computer can use
Larry,
that better.
God will not let you see a betrayer in your life. God will not let you see a betrayer in your life.
Larry, let me say something. You must.
I don't want to.
Larry, you must be an asset. You must be an asset to be able to identify an asset.
Okay.
That is the truth.
Okay. Aregbesola that lady. Where is Aregbesola today?
As if Oshibajo is just one non-entity that Tinubu just picked from.
Nobody saying it's a non-entity.
That is a non-entity.
Nobody is saying that. He's competent. He's qualified.
You see this indirectly. You see Yoruba in Yoruba language, right? There is direct and indirect. So you can say something direct.
Look, you are not answering Babati's question. Would he say he did not know that Tinubu wants to be president? He knew.
He knew that,
and yet he went against it.
Let me answer that question.
Tinubu wants to be president.
He knew now, and he agreed to be that. He knew the plan now.
He knew. Okay. But now he was the vice president. Is it wrong for somebody who was vice president to
it is wrong in his own case? Let's not do this.
Hold on, you're not saying. You want to answer a question? Is it wrong for him as the second in command to aspire to be number one?
No, they were using him to block Tinubu. That's where the thing was.
No, is it wrong?
Babati, let me answer Babajanle Koko.
Is it wrong?
Babajanle Koko is not wrong. Babajanle Koko. But he could have simply walked out of APC and go and start his own party, join another party, and run from there. Because Babajanle Koko, Babajanle Koko, let me talk, please. Sherry, in APC, Oshibajo has nothing that merits him becoming a vice president. Platform Tinubu lo fi debe. Tinubu was the one ní kí Tinubu wá jẹ vice ni fún Buhari. Ó ní òun ò lè jẹ, and I know pé ó mọ̀ pé tóun bá ti lè jẹ, tí bọ̀bọ́ yẹn bá fọ́n bó jọ máa rọ́ọ̀bù lórí àwọn méjèèjì, òun ò dẹ̀ ní lè jẹ mọ́.
Muslim ticket.
And as at that time,
why are we twisting the history? Why are we twisting the history?
Ó fẹ́ jẹ́, he's twisting it. Ó fẹ́ jẹ́ àwọn Saraki tó lọ jarí.
But the likes of Amechi and Bukola Saraki were the one that kicked against it.
He wanted to take the second position.
And what did they tell him? Go and bring your candidates, Abi? Is that not what they told him? And he brought forth Anoshibaju.
Why did they ask him to bring a candidate? The person that was saying Saraki kicked against it.
All right, gentlemen, give me one micro moment. I'm going to have to shut it down from the front end. Conversation carries on still. Let me acknowledge the super chaters. Ayo, Tope O joins them. Choma representing, and then Tima Jack as well. And then Tope O carries on still with Choma still carrying on. And one Nigeria right there. Tope O again, still Choma and Tope O and Lato Rich are debunking Mwachuku, who's claiming the super chat was not working. So thank you to all those. Thank everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. I held on for as long as I could, but I don't think any of my co-hosts are turning up tonight. The conversation still carries on. I'll send the link into the comment section. Anybody that wants to be at the after hours can come in and I'll let them in now. So thank you, everyone. Carry on the conversation as I shut it down.
Babati, please tell them to answer that question. Why did they ask him to present the vice?